Here we go. Your first bucket roll. We're gonna meet them all together. This is obviously the part of the show where anything can happen. Make some noise. First check. Everybody.
There we go. I found out recently I'm 1/8 black. It's hard look now. Now, this doesn't mean that I can say any of the fun words. I sure have been thinking about it. Lost my virginity with a soft dick. Y'all might be thinking, wow, that's got to take a hog. You'd be wrong. All it takes is a girl that believes deep enough and keeps drinking and she keeps it. I was 17, she was 22, she knew what she wanted. Between me and whiskey, though, well, sure you did. All right, we should have got a bigger pop. Thank y'all so much.
Shepherd. Welcome to the show, Seth. I love your accent. I haven't heard it since you did the narration on the Big Lebowski.
Yes, sir. Last time I was on, I said the same thing. Yes, sir.
Really? You've been on before?
About a year and a half ago. Yeah, it's the 8th time on stage. We've been doing comedy about 16, 18 months ago.
This is your 8th time.
No, but last time I was on. Yes, sir.
You have an unbelievable voice.
Thank you.
Both your voice and your jokes. You talk us all to sleep about that. So what's been going on, Seth? Tell us about your life. What are you doing for work right now?
I work at a dispensary, which is for everybody because I don't smoke weed. But I went to a...
Thank you. Look forward to being legal every time it's all about. I'm not down with thing at all. I'm a simple man. I make my eggs and bacon, put on my camouflage hat, and get around the jokes. The squawking eagle of America's what keeps us safe. And I consider myself a true patriot.
Yes, sir.
When I'm not making myself breakfast, feeding my dogs on the dating capital, boiling up my guns, and just doing what's right for me.
Yes, sir. I do support the weeds. I just, I feel like I'm 29. I'm too old to be so scared. It's, I quit smoking because I went on stage after smoking. I was like, oh, what's going on? I was so sad.
Because I was choking the track. It took me to the smoking joint to the crack. Anybody got some heroin in this bitch? Oh my God. I know this is the platform to support people, but kill yourself. It's over, son. It looks like you started a cuckold video. Man, I don't know why that colored fella talked to me like that time. It was disrespectful as hell. Here's my wife and this whole birthday. Make her feel good. You've seen those videos, huh? I was bloodless. I work at a weed dispensary. What are you doing for fun? What is that like set? You look like a man of many hobbies.
I like building guns.
Straight out of my impression of him. He said, building guns. Oh, I'm sorry about everything I said about him. He's also sorry for disrespecting your art form and holding them sideways every time he hits it.
So whenever I first moved down here, I called them up and shit. I said, hey, y'all, I got a gun on my hip. Y'all got this shit? I was like, if I got a gun on my hip, you're going to somebody give my gun to. They said, oh. I was like, this is Texas.
There's only one person that the mothership allows to have a gun in this place, and that person is Steve Madness. Well, he's not just a good job because if you built guns, you should have took opportunity to shoot yourself before you did it. I love it. Seth, what's your love life like?
It's doing all right. I actually just this past week I broke up with a lady. She said all kinds of weird shit, kind of suicidal shit. I'm like, I got her a gun. I was like, man, I got maybe 6.5 good inches of dick and 15 pumps of lucky. I don't know why you got to beat yourself up for that. Leave me alone. We're doing all right.
How much bad dick do you have?
I'll be honest, they used to so big. Tree stuff down there.
incredible. So she was suicidal, so you broke up with her? What an unbelievable boyfriend. Man of the year, everybody.
Better help read or something, dude. I avoided her for a few days, and she's like, I'm going in the dark again. I'm like, oh,
I'm the dark again. Amazing, man. So, yeah.
I learned my lesson. Crazy pussies and shit, but that's it. Ain't working. Meet somebody who can cook you some eggs, hang out, do good work.
Seth, what else do you do for fun? Give us another hobby for you.
I like to go fishing. I've been fishing since my dad.
We already do that. Give us another one.
Let's see. I walk around 6th Street, just look at the homeless people. It's kind of funny. I feel like you're not a comic in Austin unless you visit an alley. Just taking a look at all the turf back there. What's going on? It's a lot.
Those of you that just listen to the show far away, let me tell you, right behind us, directly behind us, about 15 feet behind us, there's turtles. Okay, right there. This red band's one part of the episode chapter. Do you think you look any homeless at all?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure I do.
You look like you shepherd. What's your family like? Are they real Billigans too?
Yeah, I come from a long line of prejudiced people.
Oh,
They're great. I remember whenever I was on the show last, Karen Patterson followed me up and he said, "You got a good slave on board."
yeah.
And for the next 2 months, every time I called my dad, he's like, "I'm not a slave on board." I'm like, "You can't. No, that's it. You can't say that. That's."
Can't imagine. That's
Oh, it's great. I also have a deeper remorse. I used to smoke 3 packs a day, so this ain't all natural.
new cards.
Marlboro Red.
I thought you were 1/8 black. Sorry.
Somebody did leave me. Somebody did leave a pack of Newport menthols at 3 last time. I smoked everyone. I didn't see one. Right now, take that for you.
Real quick before I let you out of here, this soft dick, she puked 17 or 17. She was 22. How did that end up happening?
It was my sister's friend, and we got drunk. I was at her house, I fucked her on the house. It was my sister's friend.
You have a voice like you would lose your virginity to your sister.
You ain't wrong, Yeah. No disrespect to West Virginia. Kentucky, yes, sir.
Yeah. Amazing. And why was your dick soft? Because you were drunk too.
I had a fifth of whiskey. That was, we figured it out eventually, but it's, I have an innate tolerance for whiskey. Don't make any sense. It's, I get free drinks at some of the clubs around here. 2 weeks ago, I had a full, maybe 750. I don't even know. But I've never had a hangover, so I'm not learning lessons. I wish I could. The only hangover I've ever had was from tequila. Wow. That's not interesting at all. I'm sorry.
What's good when the people watching the show actually fall asleep watching it, because that means that we get the entire view that just stays on and then it rolls, and then they have to watch it again. So we get 2 views by having someone on like you early on in the episode. I'm a businessman on top of a host and a comedian and a roaster. So, all right, leaving here with a 1/8 normal size black joke book. There you go. There you go. Seth Shepherd, everybody. On to the next one we go. It goes Seth. Oh my goodness, look who it is, everyone. The lovely Heidi, everybody. Live and in the flesh. Go to HeidiRegina.com. Check out our podcast, Love on the Line. Also, check out the Girl Tony Band on YouTube. They have a new show, Find You Part 2. They have a new songs. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. You know, when we started this thing, it seemed like we had to figure it all out on our own. Everybody said, who's going to want to buy tickets to an open mic that they can possibly watch on YouTube for free? Filming schedule, logos, it was all overwhelming. And then one day, we introduced a new decision that needed to be. So when you're starting off with something and it seems like your to-do list keeps growing every day with new tasks, and that list will easily begin to overrun your life. Finding the right tool that not only helps you out but simplifies everything. It's such a game changer for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Red Dan.
Shopify is the best business tool out there. It's the coverage platform behind millions
your own design studio and hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Accelerate your efficiency, whether you're uploading new products or trying to improve existing ones. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools with great product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/GoTony. Go to shopify.com/GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. Said shopify.com/GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. Your next fucking role, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Julian Case. Julian Case.
So I don't think Stephen Hawking fucking exists. Because how? There's only one thing he could have done. Only one thing that makes any sense. He lined them up on the ground, put a ref on either side, and turned his chair up to full speed. He has the science to make it happen. I could just imagine his tires creating fire tracks. And I'm pretty sure that's how his face got that way. It's just the wind resistance. You know what I mean? It's just like... Alright, that's my set.
Julian Case. Welcome, Julian. Is this your first time on the show?
First time.
I love it. Well, how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
6 months. Very good. Amazing premise and execution. The delivery felt organic. You're new. But it was good. It created mystery from us on the edge of our seats, much like Stephen Hawking. So 6 months in the game. How old are you?
30.
30. What made you want to start 6 months ago?
I was thinking about what I wanted to do with my life because I was working at Amazon at the start. And I said, you know, what kind of life do I want to live? And there was a lot more than Rothschild.
Hell yeah. I like the optimism.
If I could put 8 to 10 hours a day into one of those things, as a comedy, I think is the one thing that I could see myself working really hard on.
What came in second place to stand-up comedy? Being a rock star? Were you about to go buy? Were you going to go to Guitar Center or something like that? Or buy a guitar? Like, what was
I think, I don't think there was no second place. It kind of just, comedy was like the only thing I could see myself doing long term and working really hard on. Next,
100%?
with my parents, but I did a DNA test. It's like 35% native Mexican.
How much percentage do you have an actual official ice cream?
35%. So they're hung away. Very cool. What do your parents do? Mom's stay at home. Mom's dad do. Am I right?
Mom's on disability. Dad's forklift driver.
So it's trying to make books. You have all of them right there, actually. Yeah. What kind of disability does your mom have?
Schizophrenic.
Oh,
Yes.
that affected you a lot as a kid, I bet.
Honestly, it's very like low key. She has voices in her head, but she handles it well. So she's not.
The voices speak Spanish?
I never thought to ask.
Wants to know anything Bad Bunny was saying at the Super Bowl halftime show? I'm just curious. Your mother translates the halftime show.
I don't know what happened. I was watching the T-Pack halftime show, so no, I'm kidding.
I would have to ask her.
But nothing too nuts that she's ever done. Any big break meltdowns, not melted a few episodes ago.
No, it's just her, like, if she has like an episode, it's just really small her handling herself.
An episode or a novella, what do you call it?
It's more like she's talking to herself, and I'm like, what's going on?
That makes sense. Dad's cool. You and Dad are close.
Me and Dad are, so it's like,
What is he? Go ahead.
my parents got separated when I was like in second grade, but he lives in the same town, and I see him like pretty often.
But which parts out of your mother did you separate from? That's a good question.
Yeah, her main personality, I think, supposedly it changed over time.
Does she live by herself now, or does she have another man?
No, she lives by herself for like the last
But in her kid,
oh yeah, well she took us with her too, so there's like a whole.
you still live with mom?
Not anymore. I moved to Boston actually.
You live by yourself?
I live by myself.
How are you able to afford that apartment now that you still work at Amazon?
So I was working at Amazon in California, and then I just I said, you know what? I looked up the cost of living in Boston, and I said, you know what? I could pull out my savings, go to Boston, find a job, and then last for like as long as I need to last until like my comedy skills grow.
Let me ask you this: how much would you save down?
About 14,000.
Very good. What's your rent?
Like 500, about 75. I live in a travel trailer. I don't live anymore. I don't live.
Watch him on, motherfuckers.
Julie, do you have any hobbies or anything like that?
Sometimes I write things other than comedy. Like I like to write poetry. Sometimes I'll say. And I made a couple friends, and at least one of them gets me out of the house. Make sure that I'm not.
The kind of guy that can drink all day, have no hangover. I dated a kind of whiskey at all. Which I always think
I don't get hungover. Whiskey does make me emotional.
what kind of stuff happens to you if you drink whiskey?
I start thinking about my life too much. Poetry.
Are you going to get a job, though? Are you looking for a job? Just interrupt yourself.
Poetry. I'm reading that. Yeah.
Uber Eats or just regular?
Regular Uber. I like it better when the tax gets in and out on its own.
I love it. Like I said about the Stephen Hawking thing, you have a very funny brain. I think you're just gonna keep getting better. I don't think there's anything that's like someone that's your friend is anything that needs to get you. That's where you are right now. Sign up again. Here's a big jump button. Thank you. There you go. Good happen. All right. Your next comedian works here. You know him. He became famous. We're talking about bags and boxes. This is a brand new minute from Jay Legend, everybody.
upset with fucking people because you don't know who you want to be in life. That's not my way. He said, one of them. I said, yes, nigga, one of them. Figure this shit out for real. It's them, and we're losing.
Welcome back, Jay. ICE was on their way. Now we're calling the police. July over there. Everything.
Cheers, is in order before y'all get in here. Take it out the trash and y'all leave. Y'all laugh.
That's true. What he's got to do. The great four guys of the mothership. Jay, what's your personal life? You live by yourself?
I don't know. So I got my 2 kids. That's why she is.
So you're not with the baby mama, but she lives with you.
Yeah, my parents all the bills and shit. I come out of work night, so I need somebody to take care of kids.
You have 2 kids with her.
So you make them out before you ask.
Yeah. But you don't. That was my next one. But you don't hook with her at all.
No, that's so toxic. No, I'm scared. Because if another kid happens, I'm going to jump off the top of it. Yeah, I am the captain now. I should. Maybe that's more horrible than anything.
When you say it's a toxic relationship, can you give us some examples of what you mean exactly?
Okay, so she got this super depressive personality where she can't be happy about shit in her life. And we know somebody's saying, oh, yeah, I already bought one, it's on the way. Yeah, but I'm trying to make things happen because I'm comedian. I'm like laughing and shit. She was like, oh, you would be depressed. And that can make her down. So especially when you find out kids, you expect somebody to be happy. And she comes and like, well, bitch, I'm paying the bills here. I get to, now you're going to sleep in the light. How about that?
See, you don't ever get to look like that.
Can you imagine that happening?
How old are kids?
My son's 4, my daughter's 1. He got autism. That's pretty cool.
Damn.
You know, it's cool. It's fun. It's a lot of stuff. The house is fun.
I wish more of you were up to this. I got a question.
Like I was the type of guy I was like, I was my dad did. We can't do repeat shit. So I was like, let's stick around and see if we're out. And if I could like trying to talk break and shit, I go around like that, talking to the wall, and kind of just be like, all right, we're not gonna figure this out. So that's just why I said that.
Now, was she the one that made this like that?
I actually got 68. That was how it was when I tried.
I remember the legendary song, but then you moved back in.
No, she moved on. She didn't. I thought we could get that shit straight too. She did with me. Like, live with me. I'm not one of them.
Amazing that you were trying so hard to be a good father.
That's a crazy fucking.
That is crazy.
I think it was like 2 fucking linebackers. I feel like for the inflation, like baseball, which is a lot of money.
What up, girl? Are you ready for me?
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. To everybody out there who's ready to see one of the greatest bowling performances in the history of humankind, I've got my girl, Miss Aquarius, here. She's going to show us all how it's done because she has an invitation.
Okay. How your day been, everybody?
All right, let's see what she did. What did she do? Oh, girl. Nice fair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How was your day?
How was your day? It was good. How was your go? Where did you go? Oh, there you go.
Did you get your nails done?
Yeah. My turn. Yeah.
How was
I
it?
did it.
How was that?
It was good. And William came home.
Excellent. This
Yeah,
is a
it's
tough.
been raining and thundering ever since we got home. So I thought that's good. We got home just in time.
Excellent. That's all right. Now look at this. Garbage.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even put some curve on that. That was beautiful.
You got this good.
Garbage. Garbage, Miss Aquarius. Oh no.
It's okay. You got it. All right.
Not now. Look at this girl. She takes a big old lead. Get it.
No
I got it. No doubt. Give me these two. This is one of the most difficult shots in the game. No. Miss Aquarius is cruising to a lead. Just like we said, she was putting up numbers today. Huge numbers. Look at this. Look at this. She's got 68.
I'm gonna get that one. Get something. There we go. Got one. Come on, Rabbi. Got a strike. Strike.
That was not good. That was not good. Give me this. Boom. Everybody, everywhere, knows Miss Aquarius is the champion. Miss Aquarius is the champion. All right.
It's your turn.
Oh, for sure, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. No doubt. You don't doubt it.
No.
The president of Plato doesn't doubt it. He knows. Oh, get one more. Get more. You got it. You got it.
I know. Come on, Rabbi. You got it. Come on. Sprite.
Okay. This is tough. No. All right, you've got to get these two. I know you've got them.
Nope.
Ooh.
You got it, Rabbi.
No
Let's
doubt.
go.
No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. Oh, no. Unguaranteed. All right, but here we go. No.
Difficult shot. Right.
No doubt.
Yes, you got it right.
That's right. Matching. Look at this, folks. This girl just matching away. Give it to me. Now, this is one of the most incredibly difficult shots in the game. Oh, how did I get the one but not the other? Garbage. All right, folks, look at Miss Aquarius here. She's getting big amounts. She takes the lead. Get it. All right.
Oh, Rabbi.
She made it tough.
Rabbi. Let's go.
Get it. We tied.
Yes, let's go. Yeah.
We tied.
Go. Yes, get it. Get this one.
For the win.
Yes.
FTW for
Yes.
the win. Give it to me.
About. Another spray.
And another one. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah.
Yay is right.
Yeah.
Excellent job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam.
I'll
Sweet.
be back to go to sleep on my iPad, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Go play like a champ, son.
You are very charismatic. I've been hearing of your
See, I like fire detector. On purpose. Like white noise. It's like a whole.
black noise. Yeah, you already have a big joke book, right? Well done. Here's another one. Made like in the black. Maybe different. Everybody. On to the next one. We're flying through it tonight. Thanks so much for Derek Larson.
Here I thought I was gonna look like the Texas lingo, right? So I started saying things like howdy, I reckon, and yeehaw. People here they say things like most is aggressive. And if you live here long enough, you'll say today, that person walks by and I tell you, check out the ass my day there. About me, I'm a pocket pussy. Yeah. To be honest with you guys, after using it a couple times, hey, a chef should never refuse on recipe, am I right? Yeah, my fucking pussy's also brown. I'm yelling yeehaw. Talk about a heavy sleeper.
All right. This is your first time on the show. Welcome. How long have you been with Stan?
7 years on and off.
Yeah. When did you move here?
Where
did you come from?
Wichita.
Yeah, he speaks once every time. I said Wichita. He said, where did you go at night show? Autism is spread through the United States of America. It's an epidemic. Derek, Wichita, Kansas.
High rises on purpose. Like tinted windows, maintenance.
Very nice. You've never been in the building.
On the one on rain, that's how the rain used to do. It's 45 schools, which is I gotta go to work tomorrow. Yes. No. True or no? Did you eat it like a builder? How'd you do it? Slip it all the way up? You gotta make it. It's simple. Everybody has stories. Mine are, it's kind of gay. It wasn't fun, man. It was a drop. And like, they don't know what I meant. I dropped on this window, and I swear to God, this dude was just tripping off on it. And like, he looked at me, made eye contact, and I feel like I kept going. I swear to you. You don't think we try to make it seem like we don't see that. I gotta finish this. I can't just. You enjoy this. Yeah.
You can make sure to go a little bit lower. You know what I would have done? I would have stared right at the guy, started jerking off myself. But I would have just fucking really gotten into it, you know what I mean? I'm into crazy shit. There's a certain level of success you hit where you can't just come like a normal person anymore. I have to be getting choked out by something. What is that called? What is it called? I call it hooligan. David Carradine. What is it called? That's a freak. Anybody can pronounce that. It's a fucking freaky motherfucker. Yeah. Autoerotic association. Gonzalez, a resident king. So, Derek, give us a crazy fun fact about your life. Wichita, Kansas, got some elderly parents.
Was it pretty bad? Well, I've had a I drink about half a bottle. Pretty bad where it was every night, but I wouldn't do it like this is for and instead
Still time Costco shows.
so I had like a legit one where I would buy the because like I like drinking out of a bottle, big bottle. So I like buy the big bottle and just keep drinking small bottles.
Yeah, you have a problem.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I didn't think it was a problem because I was just saying I want to drink something. I'm not hurting.
Amazing. Best night of drinking you ever had? Did you ever hit a bottom before you kept going?
One time I got drunk. At some point, I obviously can't hold the snows. I didn't know what it snowed after a couple days. It turns into pure ice. Loud for snowman. People's yards. In my car, yeah. Fuck my car, yeah. And I was like, this is so fun. And then the next day, I'm like, oh my god.
What's your
Blanket won't be covered up.
I had a girlfriend for a long time.
Mr. Girl since you moved on?
I moved here 3 years ago. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You gotta snack one every now and then. I'm sorry. I didn't know your ropes.
Well, Derek, fun times. Seriously, there's a joke. I'm gonna handle the care. Largely, everybody. We're flying through tonight. Who's your next? You guys having fun out there? Thanks, nice for your next one. I was talking to Black friend the other day on the phone. Really pissed me off. I was like, you know what, man? Fuck you. Go to hell. That got his attention. Yeah, he turned around real quick. Crazy, bro. You guys think that was non-segregated? It's run by the fucking devil. Finding out you are the father forever. His name is Smoke Protector. Always needs batteries. Gay no. There's 2 levels of gay no. There's not bad. No, yeah. It's not homophobic. I just think people love the lawsuit. Japanese hell, we just go to Vietnamese heaven. I don't know. I think Mexican hell is actually frozen now. All the ice. I'm really glad I don't think how bad that place fucking smells. Holy shit. Yeah, like piano. Sticking with one bit for a full minute. Great stuff, man. How long you been on stand up?
A year and a half.
All of it Dustin. And that's where you live. Yeah, it's awesome. What do you do?
I work at Big Lots.
Okay, perfect. I actually feel like I'm in love with such
I feel like that would be more disrespectful. You know, like just put it in the funny joke. Like the buzzes.
There it is. Nick, tell us more about your life. What ethnicity are you? You're fucking in.
I look at me, I'm 100% Mexican. I fucking wish that
missed dialysis. So one day he woke up having a heart and still overdosing or like high on Xanax. So I had to drive her. The most amazing answers to a question I've ever gotten on the show. How long ago did that happen? That was in 2018. So I imagine you felt a lot of it definitely didn't help at all. I know like it is to be woken up and to imagine being like stone high off of that heart. Fucking talking about it. I was freaking out. I hated it. So I just delved into it more. Went to jail. It still was a lot. Yeah. That's how you feel. So go to church now. Do you go to church now? Oh, that's a lie. Oh, okay. You're a funny guy. That's a lot of dark things. It's very funny. It's like I feel it there. Yeah, big dick. That's right. What other trauma do you have? Your parents were dead like it was. I actually did a show called Trauma. This girl one time, I took her to go see Sam Talon and all over me and told me she would. And then said, I asked her why. I just find them more attractive if you in every way possible. Yeah, it started being one of those. Started being really into girls. Yeah. Like, I don't know, it very much makes it really weird. Like, so, but you know what you're shaking? I'll send you a letter when that light in the video. Feels like but I think it's something you said in first trash. And you had your life even though I appreciate it, very suicidal. You're gonna live. That's right now. I love your style, love your joke, but great. This looks like a new name. Noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Randolph Davies, everybody. No way. No way. Like she said, my mom was told me she farted in my mouth while I was asleep. I was county crew for about 35 years.
see a lot of stuff. You get a lot of things get you down to 10 stuff. You get a massage from time to time. What's this? I used to get a massage from this. So I do stop years ago, but so I got to go bigger girl. Fat. Sorry about the control crash. I said my bad ass. I'm sorry. I said I don't know why. I don't know why you. That's not going to help your reviews. No, so I'm not going to go online and say Tina's the right. For free. All right, that's what I'm thinking.
This is incredible. Unbelievable execution, writing, timing, beats. It all seems genuine. The Cowboys win. You're the top there. It seems like you got a lot of stories, Al. What was working with the counting throws for that long?
Basically, you have two guitars. One time we were in New Jersey, we were assigned to a regular massage parlor. And you can always tell it was not, the marquee is just a little bit worn down. Kind of like that. The inside. And we get right away. I don't know what the accent was, And what I'm saying? So Adam and I went in. They only had one room, so we had to be in there together. And we worked out jerk off at the same time. And this was 2 days before Christmas. I learned quite the long December.
Randolph Babies has arrived to the Hilton Theater. I've noticed that almost every one of your jokes and stories.
When you left, it's hard to relax. And it's the only way for me to shut down. So we all play with Xbox Live from time to time. Free Britney 69 if you want to find me on Xbox Live.
That's your handle? Free Britney? Is that for Britney Spears?
No, for Britney Griner.
And right back in the mouth. This is a true road dog.
Lord knows this thing ain't been worse places.
Wow, Rand, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy? This is your first time. Absolutely work continuous beats on the audience like a pro, like someone that's been quick. Absolutely incredible. What made you want to, how old are you? What made you want to start stand-up here on Tony tonight?
Well, life is crazy. My wife is a winery. Which I know sounds like a joke, and we're just that. Actually, confirming the album with that exhibit.
You said this is your first time at a church. This obviously how long did it before you decided to actually go out?
I was delivering no pop quizzes on the show.
I just want to know.
I hear some. It's one of those things that we haven't done at all. We just get to a point where so I got some nice
How fucking long take you to decide that this is something you want to do?
You see, I'm not a guy. I'm not a guy who's so much educated. Life is, I mean,
What's that like? I've never been with a flea. Notice it's different than the woman that is pregnant.
That's, I guess, someone who has read the you don't know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You want to know, but you don't have time.
Do you have any fun stories about Courtney Cox?
You can ask me to listen.
Secret show. Do you have any fun stories about Nico? Yeah.
And I don't want to say like that's, I don't know that person because, you know, once you see someone half naked, you can get overcomfortable. What was the question again, right?
The perfect answer. You nailed those right. Very funny. You nailed it. Zero road. 35 years. Are there any other instruments or special talents that you have?
No, it's not. Mostly, Chris, my nephew, from Catholics, he's part of it. He's not that to me, but he's shout out to me. He's went down the wrong path because we don't do Just not to find his way. But he would always try to push me. They're always coming up with recount card fans. So there's a lot of questions from my side of things, and I just enjoy it. Oh yeah, no, I was at you guys want to hit me with somebody who did it over
Oh, hell, you all day right now, David's letter.
something. What else did you about your show? The 405. Couldn't quite remember. I wanted to be alive. So I opened up. I remember what Kevin said. Hey, he said, all them boys, give me all them girls. I'm going to take them to the plank and watch them down into the inside ocean. There might be sharks. Look out. We can get back to land. Find my friend's dad. Stay home, he said. Staying in that room one time. I danced with a coconut tree for a minute. Oh, she could move. She could move. But one thing I learned in this life is that even through a pandemic, peanut butter in the trash. It ain't good no more. I'm allergic to gluten, by the way.
I gotta tell you, every once in a while, an absolute saint comes around. My friend, you were the newest pickup winner, and you're on. Random babies, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute phenom. I'm sure more of Randolph in the near future. Absolutely incredible. All right. This is the greatest show in the world or what? There's Heidi. Makes noise for Pat O'Neill, everybody. Pat O'Neill. Folks, watching Batman earlier really got me thinking, you know? Because Bruce Wayne, his alter ego, is by his paralyzing fear of flats. So I guess then my pseudonym would be Black Man. Okay. And considering how many of these superheroes get the power from radiation, enough of them were Japanese, what do I know? It's a lot. Came out, I thought Nagasaki was about Speaking of overreactions, Moss really brought a knife to a fucking speaker. All right. Great. Great. That looks like this. All by the way, this isn't a character. This sounds suicidal. Trying to save his life. I don't know too much. But you have a very funny energy. It all reminds me like of how we been dealing when Mandel first started, right? This is my first time seeing it. You sound funny. You're funny. Hey, remember the last time you were on? You wanted to fuck that trans girl? I'm sorry. I'm already blown up. I don't even know what tones and stuff like that. I can remember that time where I just spoke. And I said something that was just begging for that dog. Did you fuck that trans girl? Like, fucking, let's get to it together after. Oh, hell yeah. Crazy heat at this party. Pat, what is your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy who's homeless. Out of the dating game, doing that thing late. What's that? What's it called? Oh yeah, coke. I'm doing a lot of cocaine. Incredible. Where are you? How often do you doing cocaine? Not anymore. Oh, sweet. Never happened. Yes. You're such a funny guy. On stage a lot here in Austin. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I got fired. Fired from like a mortgage company. You to get fired. Cocaine. That's how the stuff got deviated. Yeah. I'm getting paid, so I like perfect. Literally, I love it. Saying I understand the nature of the show, but I have a separate thing is actually the best answer I think we've gotten. I can't be homeless. Fantastic. We already looked at you can't actually live it. Did you end up are your parents dead too? My dad is, yes. Yeah. Liquor stores at age 40. How much was he drinking? A lot. Yeah. All day? Yes. Fast. How old was he when he had it? I don't know. How old were you when he died? 16, I think. And he somehow still looks 16. You walk in there, you can hear it over the podcast, but the entire crowd was on the fuck. Jesus. Very rude audience. Make these fuckers laugh. Fuck you here on the show. you, Pat. You just want to You gonna invite him to do this secret show? All right, well, it's good when you do it on the mic. There you go. He's got to get on first.
We're gonna sell that shit on Facebook Marketplace first. Honestly, I think we was deserved for a long time.
Of course, yes, I completely agree. It takes a lot to do that as a normal white guy nowadays, and he always absolutely knocks it out of the park. But one more time for Pat O'Neill, everybody. There are moments when winners on this show that we've available. Sometimes we get some tweets the show, and then there are regulars, ladies and gentlemen. Your next comedian is regular, and there's a big difference between regulars and gold. Regulars have to write a new minute every single week. Dark storm of Atlanta. Now he is the dark storm of Austin, Texas. Make some fucking noise for the room only. This is a brand new set. Quinn. I had to go do a show in Marvin Falls, Texas. So we here. And so we start driving back. Shit, look, oh, wait, there's no like street light, beat the devil, that nigga charge. And so while we're driving, I looked at him and I said, yo, I gotta pee, I'm about to pee in this game. Stop right here. And then he was like, what, you scared like a mountain lion is gonna come get you? I said, nigga, that's a scenario. Worst case scenario, a white guy. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Chief, you think I'm trying to take a piss and the nigga come out of the cornfield talking about Rockefeller's law. Long turn, now I'm getting raped and slowly eaten. Like, I don't care what you say. If y'all was in the woods and you saw a white guy disappear, up in your head, you like, I wish this nigga was a bear. You get that hot shit from bear, they call bear face. You spray it on the bear, and the bear gets the fuck away. There's 100 videos been working. There's twice as many videos of a white guy walking through bear. Getting tased, still trying to make that. I told that bitch, she straight over there. Nigga, I don't want to do that. That's scary. And if we being honest, nigga, the scariest bears are white. Polar bears don't know they do is kill, nigga. That's my biggest fear is running to a polar bear with a cola. Let me change that. My biggest fear is running to a polar bear with Pepsi, nigga. Now I'm getting raped and slowly eaten by my goddamn polar bear. That's why I love y'all. Again. Donnell. No, I'm going to see this too because this is one of the best. This is probably the deal where there's a platform where people that you didn't see you perform. I saw you and you pulled up, I don't know, out there or something. And I commented you did on your page. And I said original, I said authentic, and I said something else. You said I was really funny, a great written joke that was authentic, but this is a real comment. I know that's what I said to my Marble Falls. Yeah. 45 minutes in the wrong direction. Pretty sure 45 minutes any direction in Austin. I see at the airport because you need to get fucked over. That seems terrifying. I thought we was gonna get pulled up the whole time, and I don't want to get the cops in Texas. These niggas is like fourth generation cops. Like they was like my daddy was a sheriff, his daddy was a sheriff. And I don't want no nigga with the athletic ability to see that I'm doing crime. Just let y'all know when you say these niggas, you're police, okay? running with the concept trick.
Shit, nigga. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I deserve to get caught doing crime. Especially smile. Yeah. He was stealing from like the gas station when we was kids, and we thought we could run away, but they don't teach you as a kid you can't outrun a cop car. And that nigga just pulled over there. He pulled me and my brothers like slammed us on the ground. We were like 7, 8 years old. And the whole time he was just like, oh, nigga, I'll take you some gum. And he was like, bro, I can see your pockets. And I did. I had like Cheetos in one pocket. They saw me. I wasn't a good steal. I started selling drugs.
Started selling drugs at 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah,
Hustle starts. Amazing. Dedrick is from Atlanta, Georgia. You have any history in Atlanta?
not that we'll talk about that. You did. We Laughing Skull one time, and I came out with Johannes Collins brought the Laughing Skull, and I did that. When I walked back, this nigga was dying laughing, so I cried in the green room until you walk back in, because I was like, yeah, I was pretty good then too. No, it's safe to say I'm so thankful because you just popped up in my television. Yeah, a lot of times I'm like, and the fact that this was the second time. Like, listen, I heard you tell a joke. I appreciate it. That's God's shit. I appreciate it. Obviously, I appreciate it. But you have to go a long time ago. And that was just a long time ago. Because you was pissed off because you wanted the Cowboys to lose so you could talk shit to Charlamagne the God. Exactly. Charlamagne, we're that hot to each other. Yeah.
Trevor Wallace, what is it like to be inside of an Oreo cookie right now? You got Comedy Jam to your sides and Blind Comedy Jam. Dedrick, you are the fucking man. We're keeping moving. Dedrick, did it again. Dedrick, did it again. Dedrick, did it again. Onward we go. Ah, look at this name. This looks new and interesting. Make some noise for your next Maraschio. Vincenzo Maraschio.
I got a confession to make, guys. Time I ever heard of elk was like a fancy way of saying I want everything on my burger. Turns out it's a fancy way of saying you love everything ass. I'm from the East Coast and I'm a foodie. I thought it was an apple sandwiches. So I came in the I was like, where's the sandwich? When does it show up? I'm way hungrier. Not organic. Yeah. I really didn't know that guy was gay until about a week later. He texted me and he was like, do you want to go to a Dallas Cowboys football game? That was it. And then I went, all right, that's not my time. Thank you, guys.
So, Maraschio.
Fuck this guy's dick.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was almost all gay sandwich. First joke was about a burger, some was about a sandwich, but both were gay jokes.
Not gay. Gross. Never got around to it.
How did you get around to Black Prison?
I took a lot of lectures. A lot of them like me.
like they're talking about actual cats.
Probably 3 dozen. Yeah, definitely.
3 dozen black pussies? How many a dozen is?
Majority of chicks that look up with butt. I think you can say it. Some of them are comments at times.
You think you need both? One. How many white women do you sex with?
Not a lot. Less than 10.
Less than 10. How many? Wow. Where are you
I
now?
want to see right here. The black of the berry, sweet of the choice.
Oh, come on. That's entry level. Let's take Clancy.
The cookies.
Oh, in this game. Jesus Christ almighty. This shit's out of fucking. I wonder how many pussies Randolph Davies is. So, how many? Shut the fuck up. What do you do for work? Oh, you work at the gas company. You're a door guy there? Okay, what did you do before that?
I sports cards and Pokemon cards and stuff like that. Yeah, I got you. I got a supply of them with
Correct? What did we find out 3 minutes ago?
No, I'm just recently. How did I do it?
Only eating black pussy.
Stressed out.
How did you lose the weight?
Eating salad. Okay. Salad's Chick-fil-A.
Salad.
Because I've been all over the comedy and stuff trying to like beat people. That sounds a fast food place. Trying to do shit like coffees.
Okay. Is there anything else interesting about it?
White girl just showed me the tits or something.
Okay.
It was
Homeless tits.
no, not homeless.
Everyone loves homeless tits.
You know what? Only fans. He chose.
Okay, alright. Very good.
Fans don't want to see that. I can get him to show and talk slow. So, no.
I'm gonna get you out of here. It's a little black joke book. You can munch on later. There you go. Vincenzo Marasio. We're gonna keep. Alright, we're having fun here. This is a 3-word name. Makes noise for cheering.
It is. This motherfucker's like, hey, I'll hang out with you. And then he ghosts me. Then he says to me, hey, I'll hang out with you again. I just had a question about some project I'm never going to go anywhere with. Then he's like, oh, and then I'm going to ghost you. Finally, this motherfucker comes in here and is like, hey, everybody, watch me masturbate openly on the internet for the world to watch. Welcome. It's not the truth.
Well, I think that's true. You said I was so young, it's only like 9 o'clock.
I know, baby.
There's a ruffle here.
Because if ever you should be here at 8.
Then 8 p.m. or 8 a.m.
Maybe both, baby. What's good, son? That's tight. So, how far did you the 50 projects you've got going? On them, folks. We've got you on red. We've got the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. We've got the University of Vancouver. We've got that one sucks. There's already called salmon cannon, dog.
Actually works.
That is the worst fucking idea of all the ideas that you've had. It's worse than every idea I've heard of Zeus.
How's the filet grenade, by the way?
Better.
Have you
Baby, I've done everything.
even talked about AI and stuff, but have you at all been paying attention to this in Iran?
Fuck yeah, I started it. I said, Riser said that he's going to be here last Friday, and then all of a sudden he didn't come, so I was like, fuck it, man.
What day is it? Friday.
Last Friday, you said you were going to be here. Oh, sorry, I'm such a bee. You're good, big dog. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologize to the people of Iraq. Yeah, they got a lot on their hands. No, I didn't say Iran. I said Iran.
You said Iran.
Iran.
You said Iran. It's good that you know the correct pronunciation, which is Iran.
Iranians.
Iran.
I live with Zoroastrian Iranians. I should know how to fucking.
Okay, well, it's good that you know how to do this. A lot of people think it's Iran. It's actually Iran.
Dog, it's actually should be pronounced Persia, but we won't get into it, baby. All right, yeah. So what's going on? Is it a surprise? I've been talking about war with Iran for 18 years, and I just think that it is something that when people have their minds to do something, it gets done. But I don't want anyone to get hurt. And I hate, and I assume Israel's involved because the people there, the people deserve peace. I hate when war's involved. I'm sick of war. We just had 20 years of it in Afghanistan, and it wears on you. And I personally am someone who, like, when I was a little kid, I wanted war. Just because I wanted to be part of history. My my mentality changed, and I I think like children, I don't know. War's cool. It's romanticized in film, television, and such. And so I always thought it was interesting. Um, but as I've gotten older and mature, I recognize perhaps the worst invention of all time. And I've dedicated my life to peace. And I don't want feeling this is going to be a very long war and a very bloody war. And I am of the mindset that World War III started September 11th, 2001, and the global war on terror, consider this, is just a part of that. And I am, to be quite honest with you, it my way, automatically. If we really wanted something, whether United Real or whatever, there are bribes that are available. There's blackmail that's available. Anything but killing children, and that is basically inescapable at this point. And I don't know what's going on in Canada, but at least in the United States, they went from, we bombed Iran in the summer, and then this war has been going on now for 7 days. And the news went from we will be there for 4 weeks to then 8 to then boots on the ground. And when you start hearing that, you recognize that people are going to be called into service. There won't be, it's the one thing there won't be. And I'm quite confident. The last time the United States had a draft was during the 1960s and 70s during Vietnam, and that really got people negative towards the war. It's one thing if you volunteer and to go to war, people feel, but it's another thing if you're forcing people who don't want to go to war, get their parents involved. So that's that I feel that is a potential uh, um, something that will be avoided. Is I think guys in Canada have a draft.
I think that we had one, but definitely been a thing in the past. Um, will probably happen. Technology is, and, uh,
Did you say knowledge?
technology,
Technology,
like
right?
drones, just satellite intelligence, and all that we just have for like AI analyzing satellites, patterns on the ground, and flying from space. War has changed, I feel like, from less of a. Yeah, it's still apparently. I didn't hear like boots on the ground. Um, announcement. I heard it speculated, but I haven't even heard. I think if the world cleared, then there would be headlines all over the place, and I probably would have heard it.
It was declared September 12th, 2001, with the War Powers Act, basically, or the Global War on Freedom. It basically gave the president carte blanche to invade anywhere that.
And then, yeah, I'm sure it must be like outside of the Middle East.
It's been more in Latin America. America's the big one, where at least even if we haven't invaded, we have um, promoted coups. I mean, like that between in the 20th century was just like after 1949. It's like the CIA's playground. They get somebody in there who was for the people, and the United Fruit Corporation or Dole or well, would United Fruit, which became Chiquita, would just come and say, "We don't like this guy," and all of a sudden they would be deposed, and then there'd be somebody else. And because of something generally that's known as the Monroe Doctrine, the United States stated to Europe, "Hey, you have your own wars and stuff to fight. We won't get involved with those. But in turn, you don't get involved." And for like 100 years, that was followed, or almost 200 years. But war generally in the United States has been extremely popular. There were a lot of people after 9/11 who, I mean, that's how we invaded Iraq. Like no was like even known to be involved with 9/11. It was, depending on who you want to accuse, but it was definitely not Iraq. And publicly, it was stated that it was those guys are Saudi Arabians. Yet there was never ever once a debate Saudi Arabia. Even though at the time people would be like, Saudi Arabia like creates the most terror cells in the world. At the time, nobody was invading Saudi Arabia. And I mean, there's a documentary. It's called "Everything's a Rich Man's Trick," and generally the only people who benefit in war are bankers and the defense contractors. It's that situation that, I mean, they didn't even like try in the United States to be like, oh, there was like an imminent attack. They were just like, no, these guys had nuclear weapons. We're gonna fuck them up. And they weren't even like, they bombed a subway station or a bus stop. There was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. And Iranians, they're very peaceful people. They've never wanted any situation. Every single person who is like in line to become the supreme commander of Iran gets killed. They've all been fucked out. And I hate to say it, but it makes you wonder what kind of dirt the on Donald Trump and with the files that were released. It's very difficult for a reasonable person to say that someone doesn't have him hated, be it Mossad, the CIA, the MI5, M6, whoever. Somebody's got dirt on him, and when you have dirt on someone, especially if it is a heinous act, you can make them do anything that you want. I've heard that blackmail die basically because if they live or die, you can't do they can't do anything for you. But if you have them blackmailed, you basically have them by the leash to do whatever to do whatever it is that you want. If you've read the documents, that there's at least a there, and people are now in a major, or let's say we, the United States, is in a major.
I know. I heard that meme about like they're just creating this whole thing to distract from the whatever. But I don't know if I really buy that entirely.
No, then you're an ostrich with your head in the sand, and you just haven't what's in there. I mean, have you read the documents?
Oh, why care to just like the public is gonna end some like insane information and by reading the documents that they've released like a
Dude,
month ago.
absolutely they have. In fact, there was a drop within the last 48 hours of Trump implicated in a 13-year-old girl. Like, these things drop every single. And if you're not in the Epstein subreddit, you're not going to sit in that fucking subreddit. And every 10 minutes, something new is dropped by someone who found. I mean, there are 3 million pages that are released. There are another 3 million pages that people want released, that people like Bernie Sanders are asking to be released, that have yet to be released and perhaps will never be released. But if you just sit in that fucking subreddit, you will read the most vile shit. And what my opinion is on it, and the only thing I can get for it is it's an absolute fucking nightmare. It makes me embarrassed to have any association with people involved, and it is.
How do you have an association?
I'm an American. I don't want any negativity for any of the groups to which I belong. And people, Americans are like this. People read this. Jews are like this. It's like absolutely. I'm somebody who just thinks that. I mean, there's arguments to be made that many of the people involved, people Jews, are not. Maxwell, perfect example. People think, oh, this is this Jewish bit. There's an argument she may have had a conversion in 2023 at a jail, but whether it's legitimate or not, nobody knows. But her mother's not Jewish. She's not Jewish, yet she's light as of the conspirators of this, and people associate her with Judaism because her father was a Mossad intelligence agent, but she's not Jewish, or at least not halakhically. And it's not blurry. It's not blurry. It's absolutely not blurry. It's absolutely clear as fucking day. If you haven't seen the well, let me just ask you this: when's the last time you were on the Epstein subreddit?
I've watched
No. That's not it. The shit that you see on social media that gets taken down. I'm talking people who are like taking exactly from the Department of Justice documents and linking it. I'm just saying, like, I just asked a question. Last time you're in the Epstein subreddit. Okay, well, you should recognize that for the last like 44.
I'm just saying it sounds. I'm not saying it's impossible, but starting World War III and bombing Iran to get people from thinking about the Epstein files seems like I get why Trump would want to do that, but still, like, it's not true that
Okay, I'm a very critical thinker, and that's okay. You can live in a fairy tale world.
not a critical thinker. You can just go with the head. Oh, this is happening because of this.
Dog, it's not. I got this since 2008. I've known about this far longer than you've even known the man, Jeffrey Epstein's name. I've known about this entire ring. I've emailed on it. I've talked to people in Unity about it. I've known about it. At least 2008. I was emailing about it. Hey, did you know that there's this island where say that does ability? He was convicted, and then it was like, well, it wasn't convicted on anything on the island, and people just stick their head in the sand. I for someone to not, if you have fucking files, read dude. I mean, even in 2016, Johnson. Have you watched the Katie Johnson testimony?
Yes, we watched it.
Okay, perfect. So we were talking about long before the files came out. And that woman's story, wherever the fuck operated, not only her story, but quite a few other women. I mean, look, if it walks like a duck, and talks like it. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And I hate to say it, but this one, as much as anybody wants to protect the president, does not look very good for him. Look, I'll tell you this: my whole background, you won't find. What did you say?
Like, obviously, it looks like shit in the files, and if they had any substantial, I mean, they do have substantial, but maybe not enough proof. Someone has to convict them.
What are you talking about? There have been people who have made FBI there have been FBI whistleblowers. Remember half of the files. Remember, this is just the shit that they feel comfortable with people seeing, and it's vile.
And how many arrests were made? A handful?
None. Really, the only who was arrested but not detained was Prince Andrew. That's just going to happen. Look, I'm not. When you have the scum in charge of investigating themselves, things going to happen. But for you or anyone out there to say that there can't be a significant intelligence drop in the history of the Department of Justice, if not the history of the United States, if not the history of the world, and then within a month, we are in World War III, full blown, and you don't see a connection there, that's cool. I don't think your critical thinker looks at this and says that Iran says that intelligence, Israel says that they have intelligence, the United States says that they have intelligence. All corroborate Donald Trump raped people, and that there is perhaps video of him raping children on camera. And
starting World War III wouldn't really affect them and get them out of jail anyway.
Wait, it's not getting him out of jail. It's about getting that story out of the press. And so he pushes him on it now. He just gets able to say, we don't talk about that anymore. That's done. I've been.
Was arresting people. If there's allegations, like, have proof to arrest them, that'll probably happen.
Right, sir? You don't understand how the American system works. He's in charge of the department. Those are the people who would take who would be able to perhaps bring them. His his, his right hand woman, Pam Bondi, is the same person who exonerated him in the state of Florida. Is the same person Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. This is a dump, and he's put these people purposefully. The reason why he has is because he had dirt on them, and it absolutely. And so basically, he put them in prominent positions, knowing that they would protect him. They have no other. They have no other. No other way to be able to provide for them. And they get huge contracts from the government, which is a big thing. It's basically if you protect, you can start a company, and then it will get millions of dollars in consulting fees. Pam Bondi got $3 million from Trump media. I mean, that makes you a millionaire. And if you don't, only a few things will happen. One, they'll come after you, hotel room, dead, and they'll just say that you, as you know, you offed yourself. That's the end of the story. Nobody's going to get you. I mean, look at the situation with I'm sure you've probably heard of it, but with Savannah Guthrie. She's the Today Show host. She's one of the most prominent news anchors in the United States. She's one of the very few people who had any courage to investigate the victims in 2019, and then all of a sudden her mom's gone. You want to find them in 2026. You know how much shit that they have on you? They have satellite can find you. They have Ring camera can find you with. They have cellular. Yet this bitch is gone. All of a sudden, nobody can find out anything about her. Hush up the media that says, look, if you help to invade this, the same shit's going to happen to your family. So her mom's gone. Her mom's been gone a month. Do you know how hard it is to be gone for that, but your body not being gone, even if you were killed? It's absolutely ridiculous. And the world is obviously in control of this administration and in control of the Israeli administration. Benjamin Netanyahu's son said in I believe 2019, specific Wexner, but that he was running or helping to run states politicians, but on Israeli politics. Obviously, that's what's happened. Ehud Barak's been involved. Prime Minister of Benjamin Netanyahu's son tried to speak out about this. He was sued over this. I mean, it all comes back that this war has any motivation regarding the silencing of the biggest story, perhaps in the history of the intelligence world. I got a bridge to sell you. I got oceanfront Arizona to sell you. I mean, I basically like if people are not that, at least they know what's going on. They just recognize that they are powerless in it, and that their sons and daughters are going to be sent tens of thousands of miles away to fight a war that perhaps, and much of it has to do with the fact that the current president is implicated in some of the most heinous. I mean, you cannot write a nightmarish novel this bad that you have a file ring that basically has utter autonomy. And with that being said, you can tell I'm passionate about this, but for anyone who does the writing on the wall, fine. I get it. I think there's perhaps naivety in that. To anyone who has been in the Epstein subreddit it and reads the documents and them, it's the most you've ever read. And you're like, man, this guy sucks. And another interesting thing on top of that, you have compilations of Donald Trump saying Barack Obama is going to invade Iran. I'm the peace president. And then all of a sudden to do a 180 like that, what else would cause you to do that? If somebody didn't, here is a video of you with this 13-year-old girl, and we're going to put it out, and it's going to bring down your entire administration, and the American people are going to want your head on a platter. So you either do it and we'll make you look good, or you don't, and you're going to jail. Not only that, we're going to take down your family, we're going to take down your sons, your daughter, we're going to take down your grandchildren. We're going to make sure that you
the people that blackmail him into profiting off of it.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That being said,
Basically, they want more.
anything anymore. It's about control.
Oh yeah. Oh. And join my lecture into of my the audio of the like screener band, and I've been like after research like the invasion of Iraq, like basically just like bankers selling or bankers spending and a bunch of like essentially for the Iraq people or in kill them and also die as soldiers so that they could make money and just like and kill so many feel like I cannot believe how and how cold the world it is.
Yeah, it's terrible. I can tell you it's been 25 years or so, 23 years or so. Desert Storm, which was the first invasion of Iran, like the liberation of Kuwait ever. I can't tell you one person who was an Iraqi person who ever killed an American on American soil. Not like there was ever an Iraqi terrorist attack. Iran. I can't name a single Iranian who was ever maybe overseas, but never here. And that's a sad situation. Anyway, it's a very
I know I agree with what you said. Geopolitical, but I really know what is really caused war, if you can call it that.
Oh, you can definitely call it that.
You can call it World War III. I don't think you can call it World War III, and that's reason or war on terrorism.
And that's a world war. That's a world war. The definition of a world war is really.
It sounds like America versus everyone else.
That's what World War One was. That's what World War II was. This is what World War III is.
Well, World War IV then.
No, World War IV, to quote World War III, how World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
There's still just an extension that started in 2001, in your opinion.
And look, I'm not. This isn't just like my theory. This isn't my theory. Just read Albert Pike's book that there would be three. This is before World War One, whatever you would that to be, and named where they would be. He said the first one would take place in Europe. The second one would take place in both Europe and Asia, and the third one would take place in the Middle East. And that's the same thing that Werner von Braun said, the head of the Nazi um, rocket people have said this. I mean, to have a unified globe under the same set of fiction, you basically need to destroy all follow your way. And um, Iran wasn't. There are talks about, well, Venezuela wasn't. That was another war, or whatever you want to consider a coup. We got their leadership. Countries that really exist that don't play ball anymore are Cuba and North Korea. George W. Bush, 2000, in the Axis speech, stated that the axis of evil consists of Korea. I mean, Wesley Clark told that there would be 7 nations invaded within 7 years, and it happened. It was Somalia, it was Libya, it was Syria, it was hold on, Afghanistan. What did you say?
Were they, was like Libya, were they invaded for resources or just strictly the government or both or some other?
Gaddafi, who was the head of Libya, who was shit on in the American press for many years, was actually trying to set up an African Union, basically a way for Africa to no longer have colonialist powers take the region, and to have, it was going to be called the Africoin, basically that was one of the names for it. But basically, a currency that was no longer going to be controlled by fiat currency. And Hillary Clinton, under the literally her quote was, "We saw, he died." That was her fucking quote, and then she cackled after it. Basically, they took his ass, they dragged him through the streets, they put it on video, and it was a message to anybody else in Africa: if you don't fucking play ball with us, we will destroy your country. And that's what happened. All right. With that being said, are you ready to lose?
Yeah,
I'm gonna beat you in everything. Still need to watch Billion Dollar But I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I mean, it's not even gonna dominate you in literati. Let's be honest. I'm gonna let you go first. I'm gonna give you every advantage that you'd ever want. You have an invitation. Do you see it? Okay, baby. I'm gonna give you a head to start. Ready for you to play. So how is Upcake doing?
strategy trying to distract me with literati. I I think it's the only way to know it or not. We'll talk about that after. You have some interesting.
Dude, I was reading on the Kill Tony subreddit that William Montgomery. Did you watch his most recent podcast? Did you, what did he say? I mean, if you're such a fan, you should word for word everything that he said in the podcast. What did he say about Casey Rocket?
The same thing over and over. He mentioned Casey Rocket. He's optimistic that Casey Rocket will come back at some point. It's pretty vague, but it found out if he is. But he didn't mention that Casey was performing like soon after.
But he didn't say where Casey was, right?
No.
Or in the same discussion about him opening. And please brief me on that. Yeah, everybody would know this if you were a real fan. I'm the one mentioning it to you. That was one. Fave is a good word, man.
Okay, what about William opening? I recall. Oh, like on Kill Tony. Yeah. He so that he first going first. He can just chill in the break room.
Do you think he's done with closing?
I was just continue.
I prefer him to close. He's been doing it so long, and he's kind of like this thing to which I look forward at the end because I'm a real fan. And I also is someone who I was reading about this, and I tend to agree that, well, like if he's on, you could go for like 10 minutes, or just like if he's really got shit, and he's in that, and he's like Tony, when he's like, when he's in that mood, and they can play it up, that's good. That's that's in my opinion, good. Um,
He has the best energy for the clothing.
exactly. Yes. Thank you. Um, I was gonna say, well, G is a great word for it. But if he starts, they can't have him go 10 or 20 minutes, and then I've already known that like the best is, I don't know if he like the most consistent, the most consistently funny person I know is already done. It's kind of like eating the dessert as an appetizer, and just, but I get it from his standpoint where he's like, it's got to be backing where you're like, all these they're bombing, and people are shitting on them. You don't know if your jokes are funny because no one heard them yet, and then you've got to be on. So why not get that all over with at the beginning, and then you can chill and, I don't know, do DMT or whatever the fuck he's doing in there. Um, so I get that.
Um, yeah, no, I don't think he was lying when he said that, but it, they could, is he trying to cover up because doesn't want to use him as a closer anymore, but I have a hard
An excellent.
my,
I just did Nas, which I think was a really creative idea, by the way. Um, the There's that element of it too, that if you, and I know you don't watch him, I get that on Kill Tony, but he has,
I watched the compilation.
okay, but you've got to know, like, you know, I'm birthed in Kill Tony. I've seen them all. I've seen his last, but and he's just not the same. And to say he's way funnier when he's an alcoholic on cocaine, and I don't want just he's funnier than that. He's funnier that way. Um, I I he is, he's got to say to himself, am I going to do Kill Tony forever? He's been doing it now for like 10 years or something. And a major mistake on his part to leave the show. Because frankly, he isn't. I know people say he goes out and he kills, but shows it's not like he's becoming like a major time comic like Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr or Shane Gillis. Like he's not at that level. I don't think he's than you are, but he's not that creative. He People love his shtick, and so he can perhaps make people laugh harder. He's just his 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 Oh, Jesus, it's taking me some time to put that down. Dude, you're playing really well. His comedy to me is not like that creative. It's funny. And I know people say when he does it a long show, and you nor I have seen a full hour of his, so let's be honest, you nor I are like the best judges of his long form comedy. Though you watch his podcast a lot, and I've seen it. It's kind of boring without Casey Rocket. Um, he is a he's someone who I think just does really well on Kill Tony. And if he leaves that stage,
You go down the ranks from closer to starter, which is normally not good.
well, I mean, Tony needs, or Tony says, there are only so many um, positions that they have, and he's gotten more and more people who are funny. Well, the thing, fuck all that. Is very inconsistent. Wait, oh, it's beautiful, baby. It should be worth more. He's very inconsistent. If you give William Montgomery, if you say he has to perform over the course of the night, he'll be sick 2 times.
What band does William Montgomery listen to on the run?
Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, fucker. What album specifically? Melancholy, bitch. Yeah, were you surprised that I knew?
Did you even say that?
He said it on Kill Tony. So that's pretty hilarious that things are gonna ask each other. I'm down so many points.
Yeah, you got some digging to do. Only 15 more tiles left.
this game Bucks. Call it a comeback.
You can play that.
What'd you say, pimp?
It says you can play that game.
Where did you?
People take the
Oh, it's
play
Zoo.
the
That's pretty good, dog. Where the fuck did you? Oh, there you go. Nay, no, or
7 dials left, folks.
dog. I'm busy. I'm got shit to do.
Or you
Programming.
program for the start going and money.
You know I could.
Oh, we're gonna get like 58 points for me.
This bitch is very good.
eliminated both mobs. Literally mobs.
I mean, everybody.
You're pretty to play the game. You're some players.
What a great, what great play this night. I did go first, and I was distracted.
I wasn't even playing.
We're gonna watch $1 Billion.
That's the whole reason I came here.
All right, are you gonna stream it? If I find the link for you, if I find the link for you, will you stream it?
Oh yeah, you'll have to find mine. What you can do. Think about the ad marketplace.
So those are my friends.
Okay. Can I start by asking you know about? Well, I consider that even until today, and then I was like, oh, my father and he was pretty mad and talked to before when he was over here. I don't know if you remember that at all. You're talking about mostly aliens, I think.
Yeah,
You
you're
remember that?
Chris.
Yeah. I was talking to
Chris,
him
yeah.
about it, and he mentioned like the two big space are Facebook and the
That's true.
huge portion of the revenue is comes from ads, or ads to like you know what they are like when you're searching on Facebook, just like you're scrolling ads. So I will just start off by asking, what do you Facebook and Google ads?
Doug, I know everything about everything. Okay, first and foremost, you should know that $1 Billion Bully is available on YouTube, but it says preview only. Okay, but let me.
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Okay. Um, yeah. So the way the Google #1 revenue stream is AdSense and or AdWords, I should say. Have I used it? Yeah, as in both a consumer advertiser. So basically, you create an account. You have to get your like business verified to be able to um, advertise on there, and then there are certain words that you basically will pay for people to choose, so that when someone searches those in Google, and they click them, you will bid for those higher than your competition. Then the person will come to your website, basically. So, but I think it's still true. The #1, the most expensive word on Google to promote is the words. It was like $5 per click. Companies were willing to pay $5, which is a lot of money. Because you got to think like that's a lot of clicking that word to show up #1. And the way this works is basically if there are ads that are shown for the results, and you can get your brand there. When that, it will show up higher in the results. And that's basically how that works. A word like insurance is very powerful because it's even something like, I don't know, ball or dog or whatever. It's something that you're going to need and you may have for the rest of your life. So there's a lot of competition for it. And so basically, you have an account, and I can tell you like that we would at our organization car wash, mobile car wash, and there are phrases that you can do. Car wash app, those kinds of things, and those weren't expensive, as expensive as insurance, but car wash is pretty expensive. And then people compete, and then you have your ads that are uh, okay. With that being said, if you, so you'll never see that stuff. But for those people who aren't enough to figure that out or don't have the ability, you will be shown these ads, and sometimes it has the word promoted next to it. If you get so like in realistic terms, the word insurance, and it's $5 per click. If you get 20 people, so 5 times 20, if your budget's $100 and you get 20 people to click that, then your budget exhausted after 20 people click it. Doesn't matter if they click it and buy insurance from you or they just accidentally. It's just the fact that somebody clicked that for it. So you can be able to do this, and they just get depleted. And you do get a little bit. You can focus where you want to advertise. So it can get really specific. Though Facebook gets even more specific, and we'll get into that. But you can do like I only want to target people in like we didn't want to target people in Southern California, target people within Angeles County, Ventura County, Orange County, San Diego County, uh, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. But before we expanded to San Diego, we did not want to promote in San Diego County. So basically, we would turn off anybody who was in San Diego County there yet. We hadn't expanded there, but on in the history of the business we would. And you can focus it down to the zip code. And so you can choose the different zip codes. They have like a map, and you click it, and then okay. So there's that. Oh, we've talked about this before, but basically on AdWords, on online advertising, and you have a monopoly on the browser that people use. You can't have both. You have to give up one of these. And this is when I've said ChatGPT or the OpenAI browser, it's no Atlas, is going to be the biggest browser in the future because their browser is going to just it's going to take up Google's market share. Browser will take over there and it will spread. And that is a prediction, but I think it's a good prediction. I was predicting this before I even talked about having a browser. Had this idea that an AI company doing this, and that's going to be ChatGPT, and they have a browser that's available, the Atlas browser. It's only available on Apple desktop right now, but eventually it will be the best browser out there. All right. As for Facebook allows for targeted advertising. Even targeted, I would say, than than Google. Google, you can get like general approximations of people like, okay, I want to target women or I want to target men. Facebook will let you target women who are in Prada bags or Louis Vuitton bags or Gucci bags, like if they click on stuff. And I've known people who basically ran a purse of the month company. Basically, this was a company that would send you a new purse every month. And the way that they had margins, but the way that they would get customers is just through Facebook. And they would just say of 18 and 30 who are interested in fashion bags in these certain high net worth areas. They targeted stuff so specific. They didn't drain their whole advertising budget, and they a lot of people there who are interested in what they and Facebook will also let you target people who are interested in certain movements. Single like Facebook more specific data on people, and from an individual perspective, will not tell you who clicked on your uh, ad, but they will tell you in general, like of 100 women between the ages of 8, say, click through rate or something like that, and different meta use. There's just the click metrics, and there's the click through rate, which basically, and then like click through all the way to purchase. And that's the key one. You could care less if people are just. I mean, it depends. If you've got like people to purchase something, that's a lot different. And they've got to keep going through the click through. All right. The ads on Facebook generally run on the side are not as widespread as the ads on Facebook are just when you're on Facebook, and then Instagram's different. Instagram's its own. It's still Facebook advertising, but if Facebook, that doesn't mean that your stuff's going to be shown on Instagram. Instagram's different, and their advertising is much the same way. It's the same kind of system where at least we used it, and again, you could focus on people who or were in a certain region. Google allows you to have cast a much wider net. Not only will your Google AdWords be shown perhaps in their ads at the top of the page, but like you can have it so that depending how you want to focus your ads on people who are using mobile devices versus desktop devices, or Android devices versus OS devices. Those are some pretty interesting. You'll get interesting results on that, and you can say, I don't want to target people using certain devices. So who are on the old-fashioned Google page. I don't care about people using.
What is the cost generally for this? Like Google experiment?
So I think you can start at. They have a limit. They have a minimum, but I think you have to put in like either $100. You have to connect your bank or a valid debit credit card, and you buy like basically credits, and then it can get your account can get automatically replenished once your credits are below a certain number. And I can Google Play if you have an app that you want to promote on there, and I know store as well. But we don't have to go into there, because you just have to buy. And Facebook. How much does your budget is? You do have a minimum. I'm not exactly. It might only be $25 or so. And nice dashboard to tell you how many people click through, how long, whether they purchased your product or whatever. Yeah. I've ran multiple campaigns. Absolutely, 100%. I've ran campaigns on both Facebook, Instagram, And then on Google, I ran Google Ads, Google AdWords, and Android, Google Play Store. I'm trying to think of anything else. I've designed the ads. I've designed the copy. I have written App Store and Google Play app descriptions. Um, it, yeah, I've done both.
Okay, cool. Good. Back now, in terms of like this ad marketplace, and my source is ChatGPT, so I don't know how accurate it is, but you have your own anecdotal evidence, I guess, to support it. Basically, the why this ad marketplace is necessary is that when you're launching these Facebook or Google ads, even though you can see data on clicks, um, you get like very or you understand like certain numbers, but you don't understand the broad why and like the why behind it, the thinking of the people buying it and being the ad. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get the reason why they are interacting with your ad.
Exactly, yeah. And so that layer of intelligence providing the purchaser is valuable because all that data provides valuable information and feedback as to how effective ads are, and that's why with the ad marketplace, data from different social media posts and whatnot, the painter, and then also this huge aggregate data and information on certain sectors and the creators in the sectors and the general um, the general feedback and wants and desires and what is sculpted in ad is super effective for demographics and whatnot. All this data is basically not available through Facebook and Google.
Um, Actually, a lot of it, but Facebook would be included. They tell you apps a person had downloaded who also downloaded your app or clicked on your um, or you clicked on your, and I always felt like that would be very valuable to a company, but they would not do that. But they would tell Facebook, especially to the street, you could be like, how many people clicked on my ad within this city block, and it would tell you, their demographics. They had something like uh, it had to be at least 1,000 people. But basically, if it were a population of 1,000 people, it would tell you everything about those people, the average age, their gender, their whether they were sin, what kind of they had. It was very specific.
Uh, Here's what I'm saying. It's like, a lot about behavioral targeting. Things like this teacher likes hiking, this person lives in Vancouver. What the marketplace is providing insights for is why users
You're saying that that's what your marketplace will do?
Yes. Testing, understanding like why people react, not just click.
Yeah, comment section, which is going to be extremely powerful. And you'll be able to parse that with AI and be able to get assumptions. And so when someone's saying you get data that 1,000 women between the ages of 18 and 35 click this in this area, I don't know, of Brooklyn or whatever, not knowing why they clicked it, for that, you're going to get instead people who can comment on it and say, I love the purse that this woman has in this ad, or I love the way that she looks at the end, or this model is so have specific information about what attracted someone to a given ad. Reject or whatever, a crowd sport or whatever is competition with Facebook. It is an instrument of Facebook and Google. Basically, like Facebook owns Instagram, Meta owns Instagram. Currently, people, if you ever want to run one of the campaigns, you upload graphics or video, whatever. What making sure those graphics or that video is better, and that it will put advertising on Instagram using the Meta form or on Google. Does that make sense?
And that's funny that you're gonna. I was literally going to just mention that, and it's like because I was like, is Google going to hate this?
They'll love it.
Positive thing for
it's
it.
Positive.
It's positive because then higher click-through rates, higher advertiser ROI, which goes into more ending for them.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It will allow their platforms to continue to replace your standard over-the-air television and video and billboard. Will these ads will become the top producing ads of anybody in the marketing industry.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that sales is what it adds to, yeah. And basically, Google are just like these massive distribution channels for the advertisements. But as you said, like currently the way you do it is like basically like trial and error, resonating the most, getting the most click-through rates and sales, and to unleash those ads. But all those all cost money, and you're still going with not the best ad, or when you go to your chances are better that you're going to get more. All of that, and you actually have the data to back it up that it is feedback from people that validate it before it goes on to Facebook. So
That's
it's higher upstream in the process before it actually gets to the distribution.
the thing that advertisers do nowadays. It's called A/B testing. And for it, you upload ad A, you upload ad B, and you see which one performs better. And then let's say A performs better than B. Then you've got A1, and you change something slight on that. So you've got A1 and A1 2, and let's say A12 perform, then you take A12, you change something slightly to 1 versus A122, and let's say A121, you fine tune this until you have a really tight ad that has a very high click-through rate.
And then you invest more in it.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So at the beginning, you wouldn't necessarily invest as much because what ads are best, and so you basically do just using click-through rates. But again, that's cool, but it doesn't tell you directly why people like something. So let's say you've got here anybody say, I like this ad because of, and your platform does. You've got a comment.
How many people are sharing it and saving it and bookmarking it?
I agree with you, but I do not.
Actually extract like the watch time of videos.
Absolutely. Oh well, I mean, you could integrate it with their systems, but as an advertiser, you get an average watch time of whatever your video is.
No, I'm talking about from like social media posts. Is that information public?
No, it's not. They would. That's within their own dashboard.
Is that information even?
No, it's proprietary, unless they decided to share it with you, or you had some kind of integration. Basically, you could go to Instagram and say, "Look, we're giving you a lot of really good ads. The way we could integrate with a user so that they could see their metrics on our platform. If you're able to sweetheart the people at Meta, then yeah." And if you're really, you can, but generally they want to keep that information on their own platforms.
Like you said, because or because ads, which makes them more money. So they would want to share information.
That's, but what I think the most powerful part of this strategy is not any of the stuff that you have mentioned. I mean, it's all good in the click rate and all that stuff is good. But to me, what is key is that you're going to have some amateur person puts it on their social media timeline and it stays there and for 10 years. And that's an advertisement that will affect every person who looks at their page for the next 10 years. And you don't have to pay anything for it.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, I don't follow many Instagram people. I really, even though I'm out on 5 different devices, I'm on TikTok on 4 different devices. And I'm not talking about just my phone live streaming on there. I don't look at that many creators, but I have been recently. Or sometimes I do, but I find it 2 hours just went by, and I just is mind rot. Um, but I can tell you, like, there are people who have, like, there's this. Um, I'll just give you an example. Creator in Pasadena, so like just a. She did all. She's like she's a actor, but she also does like during the pandemic she moved to like being an influencer, and she ago, and I was going through her shit because I think she's really funny. She was in a Super Bowl commercial, and like I've seen, she's really funny. this salon, because they let this in, like did her hair or whatever. They have a location in Pasadena. I know they have a location in Burbank. Like in my head, and that salon, it's just that they made an impression on me because I know that this woman a made a reel about it, whatever, an Instagram post about it, and so long as this woman is alive, and she continues to get bigger, basically her audience is going to be affected by that. So I don't know. It costs. It's exactly. And now, one of the reasons why, as I recall, Instagram had your post 60 for like 24 hours or something like that. And the reason why is because they did not want influencers to have these evergreen posts or to manually have to delete something. Because that is kind of insulting to the place. So they worry where they would promote your business for, and then it automatically goes away. And as I understand, that's why stories became big.
Right, perhaps. That makes sense. But they still creators are doing stories.
Exactly. And that's all. That's right. And that's all. That's all we determined with the decision that you have with the creator and what you want to, um, what you want to determine to be your in as an promoting a business, as a business, what you want to pay that influencer. Um, I think I might have told you this, but when we um, so basically in the app that we created, you could have an avatar. And people, I mean, some people would like upload a picture to the avatar, and we had a member of our organization who was like, "Oh, I know that person. She's pretty famous." And she's like yeah, big time celebrities, the Kardashians, Quentin Tarantino, those kinds of people using our, which was cool. But their level, even though we did have an agreement with the Kardashians to watch it, so we would, if we wanted to get really big people, but mid-level influencers who weren't as expensive. And one of the things that we would do is get, like the way we got in with the Kardashians is through Scott Disick's Kourtney Kardashian's husband and their Mason Kardashian. Anyway, I hate that I know all this about these people. And basically, they would do posts for us occasionally, wash their cars every Friday, and whatever it would be. And that's expensive, but it works out. Now there was this muralist who this girl told us about. And she's an influencer. She basically, if you know what dolls are, they're like, I don't know, kind of like not Barbie, but you know what a Bratz doll is? An art form. And so this woman did murals around LA that were very Bratz dolls. As she caught the attention of the owner of the business was because not just because she had a really big Instagram following, but she had a nice belly. And anybody who has like a really nice car like that would get his attention, and it looks really good on social media and stuff. Like premium services for like 3 times the change for you doing one post a month. And this girl was really but plus you have to pay me $3,000 a month. And that wasn't all that expensive. We could afford that, but it was like, you've got like 50,000 followers or 100,000 followers or whatever. It just wasn't the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, basically, with her. And that's why I
Wait,
mentioned.
what was her name? Do you remember her name?
No, I don't. I didn't know who she was then, but we had someone who worked at the business who was like, "Oh, I follow this person on Instagram. They're really big. They're a really big person." And I was like, and that was another interesting thing. Like everybody knows who the Kardashians are, but like I'd be like to somebody, we'd be watching at Beverly Hills, and I would look at the address, and it would be like, "Oh, Tino." A lot of times, these people would not do it under their own card. They would have um, their assistant do it because they don't want a whole bunch of like uh, paparazzi and stuff like that there. And I said to one of the people who remember, this girl didn't know who Quentin Tarantino was, but she knew who this fucking muralist was. It really just kind of depended on whatever influencers, not that necessarily that muralist, but other people who would, clean my car, the car wash come to you, Uber, Lyft for car washing. It's amazing. I got to go have my nails done, washed, and I'm just pampering myself. Treat yourself. Go get, say that those kinds of things. But that content stays on there for years. So that's why, if they wanted to, and so that would be an agreement that we would, hey, if you leave this up and don't delete it, you to provide you this service indefinite. And even though the California shut down that app, many of them still have their testimonials that are way down on their time. Somebody's interested, they'll go there. And with our organization, if you're if you're like a clothing brand or something like that is more visual, not that ours isn't visual, but that's the kind of way that you want to promote your company. The fact is, if someone's wearing your shirt on their social media, they'll keep that on there 20 years from now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, from your perspective, if you have somebody, whatever it is, we talked about like a mom and pop coffee in San Francisco, and they're proud of it. They put work into it. They'll leave it up just because it's that they created, and they want their friends to see how creative they are. 5 years will go by, and that'll still advertisement is not being tracked. It's not, aside from like just seeing how many views a post gets. That content, like using your evergreen.
Yeah, and also, I mean, when they leave it up, like we can still put the location. You don't win a prize, but you get like a honorable mention, and that shows on your profile. And then people are going. Maybe companies will see you and to do them, or you put it on a resume or something that hey, like Google and Facebook and Apple all like my post.
That's correct. And you will have, I see it all the time on social media. People put up a post, and then in the comments, someone loved this. Please DM me. Let's collaborate. You see that all the time. I might get somebody who comes out and wants crowd spark or whatever. Just
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had this other point that I was going to bring up. Brain is a little loopy.
you're good, big guy.
Yeah, one of the points that Christopher brought up today was just kind of the answer you've already practiced, similar answer. Or at least it might be, I don't know. But he was posing a scenario in the future where all advertisements aren't all advertisements because Facebook or AI tools will try and tailor an advertisement specifically to you.
That's correct. The Minority Report, like in the Born Identity.
So there, in a future where there isn't one ubiquitous being come to every single person, the question is like how relevant is this when they still could potentially use or still find the most effective ad and then do their little AI personal tweaking to that I know is effective on like the effective ad. But also another interesting angle that AI brought up was that ads are not about targeting in people when giving them something brand and so like whatever you can let's see an example of like some ad campaign or experience that had together. Uh, it's really about as well, or even more than just personally crafting an ad just for one in a way, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, totally. And I've discussed this, like the Super Bowl. Some of the most powerful advertisements I've ever experienced were because I was around people when I saw the advertisement. Action with me, we discussed it immediately, whether it was funny or whether it was moving, whatever it was. It was a piece that we digested together, and that is an incredibly powerful thing too.
Right. But you also agree that in the future it will be like personal targeted ads. So you have those Super Bowl ads that are like a very more broad people viewed by the thousands on television. But then when those people, which are at their first devices, they're getting personal ads shown to them. So how do you reconcile with that in terms of the relevance of the platform?
Yeah. And the very interface advertisements that not even be able to do a skip. Um, All right, so we've got
Sterling as a pet.
right. Um, okay,
Subscribe to get rid of them.
yeah. So and they were doing this in malls, malls in place to advertising, a little mall advertising in the um, which is known as the Glendale Gallery, famous mall. It's one of the nicest malls in had some kind of like you know when you go in the mall and there's like the directory and you can sides of the directory they'll just put like advertising there. Uh, we did that. One of the things though that they were proposing and we rolled out yet, and it still hasn't been rolled out. That there would be a camera on the side of the let's say the information booth or whatever, and it would recognize your age and your gender, and then automatically show you ads that perceived as something in which you would be interested. And I think in the future, that's kind of what you will find. So you may have multiple people looking at the same screen simultaneously. And you could do that media yesterday. Um, you know when you have like 3D glasses and like one side is red and the other side is blue, and if you look, actually it looks 3D, but if you only look with one of the sides, you see the other picture. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the same idea, we say a man and a woman could both be looking screen, but let's see something that was targeted at men, and the woman would see something that's targeted at, and they'd be looking at the exact same screen, but the screen would be displaying different. This is becoming, I think, probably well, and so the idea is in the future, if you've ever seen, I think it's a report. Uh, they also, I think, do it in the Born Identity, but also Enemy of the State. There, I think already report where Tom walking through a mall and um, like that, um, that will be a reality. So instead of it saying an advertisement saying cleaning your toilet, well, use the toilet cleaner. It's the best. It will say riser. Hey, come here, riser. Yeah, come here. Are you sick of it? We know that you own a Kohler toilet. Use use this certain kind of toilet cleaner. Best results for your home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or whatever it is, like wherever they want to target. It will just a matter of legislation that they allow uh, advertisers to be able to target you for. And I've heard said before, the the way that the New World Order or Skynet or Big Brother or whatever you want to consider it, you should be, if you look in you have an advertising ad ID, and you can reset that ID. But that just tells the server that you reset it on March 6th, 2026. And instead of before when it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. But that you changed it. So basically, everyone is connected to an advertising ID. And then in the future, legislation will be passed, and there will be all kinds of loopholes for you to be tracked
based on advertising. And when you say that you're going to be tracked, that sounds really scary to people. But if you say to someone, we're going to be able to enhance your experience and give you a more personalized environment that will make things more efficient for you, that sounds positive. But in reality, we're tracking your every movement and we are going to target specifically for political beliefs or certain products or certain behavior. What I'm saying is that under the guise of advertising, we will be able to control you.
Depending on how susceptible you are to advertising. Online.
I mean, even you said to me, I almost bought a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 English shirt. Now, I don't promote it. I mean, I'm not saying, hey, when did you buy this? I'm just naturally doing this. So even like
I'm talking about like on like a like Facebook or Instagram.
I, if you're ever on Amazon and they feature a product, it's you say, oh, that's a cool product. I'm gonna buy it, and it would not have been featured if somebody wasn't buying Amazon ads to be able to promote their product. That's a big one for me um on Amazon. I'm like an Amazon junkie, and I would see cool stuff on Amazon, like a digital mall, and I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, but that's even cooler. And it would be like a promoted post.
Yeah, no, Amazon is definitely gathering data. Really all that you can still buy.
For you. I'm right now streaming on 5 different tablets, not just phones, tablets. And when I buy these tablets, they're Amazon Fire tablets. I remember I could, and let's say to buy each one, $150 to one. I bought them refurbished too. Uh, but I was buying so many different devices years ago that I was like buying them in bulk. And so I'm like, okay, buy 5 of these for at $150, which is one more whatever. If I have a different model of them, and the model that it shows advertisements on and you can't get rid of those advertisements. So like literally, I have shut them off. They just add Amazon advertisement on the way screen or whatever. Not Amazon or contact Amazon, and they can shut that off for you. But basically, Amazon saying is Amazon sold a that was less expensive if you allowed it to advertise to you. That will become the norm. That you will just kind of iPhones. There'll be one that shows you advertisements on the homepage or whatever, and then but the one that doesn't is much more expensive than the one that does.
Right. No, I get that.
Oh, look who the fuck it is!
Hey, Rabbi. Let me ask you.
Okay, well, we're asking you a question since you can't ask a question. Are you ready to lose? Both of you have invitations to do so.
If you're dating the biggest, 19 years old, you're dating the biggest R&B singer in the world, and you find out she takes coke, satanic sex coke, what'd you do in that situation?
How hot is she? That's the most important question out of
follow this. 0 to 10, give it to me.
Well, it's Rihanna and you'll keep it.
Okay, but like, if you're Chris Brown, you could get some bitch. Look, all I want to know is why haven't you accepted my invitation? Are you talking about when he punched? Are you talking about? Are you talking about? How about I just ask you the question? Are you talking about when he punched her before the Grammys or whatever?
Yeah, child sacrificing sex cult that was doing that. Do you think she deserved it?
I don't. I like justice, so I would think that you should be prosecuted and whatever. And
Fair enough, but like, there's no prosecution if it's not so event.
okay, well, I don't think anybody has the permission to put their hands on somebody else without consent. So if she didn't consent to it, no.
The children that you were sacrificing was the devil were consenting. So.
All right. I mean, then he could go to the authorities, money, and perhaps have some kind of prosecution.
They were threatening to kill him.
Okay. Then
No, this is just a conspiracy.
yeah, I had heard that it wasn't because of that. I had heard he gave him herpes and about it. Yeah, Zoot, the king of STDs over here. Zoot, did you ever get tested for chlamydia? Riser, Zoot came honest with everything that he said, that he could win the lottery. I just he just basically straight up. I just randomly come in here and lie sometimes, and
You're getting that out? I have been tested as a past. Years ago, like a decade ago, but I haven't been tested recently.
okay. Once you get tested, after the people who tested asked you to get tested.
They didn't ask me to get tested. They just suggested I should get tested.
Okay, if I ever had an email that suggested I get tested for an STD, I would get tested. I wouldn't like go around glory holes or whatever. I mean, you're just putting people in danger.
If they're going to a glory hole, yeah, knowing that. Oh, I did fucking. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. What do you mean? That's still a difficult for me.
No, I did not. There's no way he shot. Hit his. Yes, hit his.
Oh.
Dude, you could have fucked him so badly.
I've never seen that where someone feels too old. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Played a lot. I think we have.
All right. Well, if you don't recall it, doesn't necessarily mean it's. All I know is I'm sucking major.
saw Rabbi Rothschild last.
Maybe the greatest looking motherfucker ever. Dude, what are you doing?
I don't know, dude. We're in the same. We're gonna make the same shot.
If he hadn't have gone in, there was a really good chance that I would put his ball in. Dude, you know what to do, big dog. Hit the cow, and then I'll hit the barn. Or the windmill.
Maybe the ball line. Now we do. Why the hell body shot ever?
No, it's not that difficult. He might fuck me though if he does the angle and then hits my ball. There's a very good chance he could fuck me.
I have a hard. You can bounce it down and then the ring will go wide.
That's a great idea. Razor's a great idea for you.
That's possible. You know the sadly is I have a feeling there's a behind the hole behind the tree. Doesn't matter. Actually, I pray that it wasn't that smart of a decision. I took a risk and it did not pay off. Rabbi might be in a better position. Now, Rabbi, you just run this. He's going to give it in a 6 shot now.
Oh, what a great shot. Hit my ball.
It's the guy of his career. And I don't help. Now, right after the easiest shot. Rabbi,
Baby.
do you want me to help you or not? Mathematical victory. Mathematical victory.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
Why are you playing away?
Did I say Zoot? What is this bullshit? No one.
Please, Rothschild.
Yeah, he can. He could fucking resign.
Give him a job.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Or the whole Where? Make it. Walking around and make it.
Oh, I didn't even see the hole there.
I think Robert I can get it in.
That's where it's finished up right now. Half the hole.
Mine might have helped me. But I'm still addicted to it.
Riser has one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen. That was
Did you hear the Carl and Jackie O show ended?
the who?
Carl and Jackie O show ended.
Is that some Australia shit?
It's the biggest radio show.
Why did they end it?
I think Carl came to and said something about people offended on radio.
What did he say? That Zoot's funny?
Can't remember. But there's a $1 million lawsuit. Because we were taken off them or something.
Zoot just helped me.
So
Anybody.
I think if he wins that $88 million lawsuit, he doesn't have to work. Go back on. I can't remember. I'm not sure if he wins the $88 million lawsuit, he doesn't have to do something.
Okay.
Like one of the biggest lawsuits in Australia now.
Well, that sucks. That radio show's done. Did you like it? Did you like the Jackie O show?
Carl and Jackie O show?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably one of the most controversial and hated radio hits in Australia.
Is it like Howard Stern or something?
Is Howard Stern hated?
It's who? Oh, it's Howard Stern. Oh, by some people.
Okay. Imagine he's 5 times more hated than Howard Stern.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, Don. Do you think Riser's going to make this shot? I think they have a very good shot at making it. Riser, why didn't you make your shot?
You've got like
And in Australia today, Zoot.
in the world.
Is it Reddit?
No.
Okay, what was it, dog?
One of the most visited websites in the world.
Is it Pornhub?
Yep.
Oh, no shit. Man, Zoot's going to be VPNing his way into the netherworld. What did you say, Zoot?
You think it should be there?
I don't make those decisions. I think people should be able to do what they want to do.
Yeah, pretty much all everything else. What's the point of even standing with them?
That's what he just asked, son.
It's the most popular work.
So what did Bonnie Blue retire at? She's dude, you've already been there 50 times. Zoot's gonna be protesting action. People will be like, "What are you doing?" You'll be like, "What?" They shut down porn in Australia. People are like, there's like 1,000 other porn sites to go to. It's like, I know, but that's my favorite one. Zoot, when did she give? Zoot, when did she give birth?
What is that?
When does this bitch give birth?
Okay, she's been pregnant for about 12 years, I think.
Have like a stand-up bit on it?
38 weeks.
Probably in the fall.
Might be like Christmas or something. Be like October.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But I mean
September,
that's technically. But I'm talking about real people, baby.
Yeah.
No, that would be spring for you, right? Yeah, it would be spring.
No, it's the leaves fall out of the tree.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, we call it.
Do you call it shrimp on the Barbie?
Oh,
Yeah, you do.
we got wrong.
I was gonna ask that. I was talking to somebody from the UK the other day, and they were like,
Do you call them shrimp or prawns?
shrimp.
No one says over shrimp over bob. No one says shrimp over here.
Okay, do you call it the Barbie?
No.
You call it when people eat prawns on a barbecue?
Well, we don't eat on the barbecue.
What do you call a barbecue? Do you call it a Barbie? You don't call it Barbie at all? Okay. And do people drink Fosters?
Rabbi knows not Australia.
I know everything about it. I know all of this, and I know that people don't drink Fosters there. It's just something that's marketed in the United States to get Americans to think that you drink Fosters. And I think shrimp on the Barbie comes from like 1970s Australian. Like most language that Americans have Hogan.
Brazza has the Scottish rubber hat. Yes.
Right, baby. Hey, Riser.
And Raza, yes.
Riser, what is it like to allow me to have a perfect game?
I don't think it's a perfect anyway. I got 10 points. You right now have 6 points. Therefore, there is no perfect game. There could be, especially on this hole.
Best person ever at this hole. Zoot, what's the name of this hole?
Potato sauce.
It is not. It's the pee hole.
Same thing.
All right, so
I think the rub ironer definitely kind of added some features here to make it move on the whole game. I think that's the best shot ever done.
Zoot, what did you think of my shot? Did you just sneeze?
Think of what? Yeah, but
Okay. Think of my shot, big dog.
it was better than my shot.
Yes, it was.
Brad, you should keep my ball.
Collusion.
But you have water bumper. Water bumper.
Collusion, folks. Oh, fuck.
Perfect. Oh, what a ball in there. But he's just gonna work on the that. Right there. I will shoot your ball on this ball. I don't know if I've ever been done before.
Making it very, very difficult for him to water ball
Water
me now.
bumper again. Water bumper again.
How are
Shoot ahead.
you able to do it?
Hit him straight. It's straight. Just gonna knock it straight. We're gonna do the water bumper.
I know, but I almost did a better shot.
Oh my lord. The water bump again.
This
Oh, what's the bump? We're getting started on. It's so good. 3 more shots. That's the only goal. Something perfect. Oh no.
what a water ball. This is a difficult water ball, Zoot.
Really? What is I'm coming over.
You dog. It's gonna send me back.
Oh. Wait, just hey, bump him back. Bump him back the other way. Bump him in the hole. Oh, no perfect game. Good job, dude.
So, hey, collusion, baby. Collusion.
I'll be back. Be back.
What are the odds that Zoot never returns? You should really watch Billion Dollar Bully. It's like it
I have the fucking thing pulled up.
baby.
Why are you seeing it?
Baby.
Can you watch the fucking thing?
I'm ready, baby.
Also, like, it's to acknowledge that ads will be
Wait, hold on. I have to do this. I didn't mean to dodge the question. So, what was your question?
I'm not saying I'm not going into it.
You just said I dodged the question, and I'm saying I didn't mean to. If that's what your interpretation was,
I'm not angry about it.
I'm saying that I didn't. I'm saying that's your interpretation.
Give an answer about how ads really customize and a man and a woman look at an ad and do two different things.
That's true.
And I agree with that. But as a ad marketplace that is trying to cultivate that advertisement using crowdsourcing methods, personalized features.
Excellent question. Because the ad that the woman would see would be crowdsourced to be really impact her, and the ad that the man would see would be crowdsourced to be very impactful to him. So you would just use crowds spark or whatever, shopping or whatever, and then ones for men that are, and they could be staring at the same medium given two different ads.
But internalized, I
Perfectly curated videos for people, you're out of business. Yeah, but I mean that's like not happening yet. And remember we said that advertisements that are linked to humans will have more of a on them emotionally than AI ones.
yeah.
So you still have a bottom, it would say like at Zoot, who created this ad, as opposed to just something that you would get from Sora or something.
Yeah, no, fair point.
I
I mean,
I'm cutting you off right now because I want you to know that AI is getting so good with these Instagram models that I don't know if they're real or not. I I know you may be like, well, I can tell, but I'm like followed by.
I've seen one that is just like so close that it's almost impossible to distinguish them.
I agree. they have to they have to start making them worse. Meaning, like, or like, I don't like the way that I can tell is just everything's too perfect. It's like, um, it makes me suspicious, especially in the background and stuff. Like, but if these people, like the people who are creating these models or whatever, if they or whatever isn't perfect or whatever, I can't tell the difference.
It's to blend like another 3D modeling software. It's a tech to insert all of these like little layers, digital and stuff on top of things, and like baking in like this imperfection right now. The models are history and background. Big, yeah, close.
It's very close. Where I'm in the uncanny valley.
Required the AI tag.
Well, that's the thing is you don't always people don't always use it, and especially if a woman uses a filter that makes her look a little. I can't tell. Like there are some of these that I look at that I'm like they are AI, and then there are others that I'm like I think that's a real person. They've got like 500,000 followers or whatever, but all they're the same, and I don't know. And who's to say that like if you create a Facebook or an Instagram, I've been creating a bunch of those recently. You create the Instagram account, and you don't have to like upload your ID at the very beginning or anything to prove that you're a real person. And if you have really good AI models and you never tag it as AI, there's a good chance nobody will ever think that that's AI, or at least for over the course of a few years.
Like stuff. I'm just like the composition are just you can tell like an AI generated photo because real photos are just like there's it's close stuff and soon it'll be like very you can't tell.
I'm sure that you will buy at least one of them, and I'm sure I have too, and I'm sure it has by thousands of them.
What's up?
Dude, we're about.
Very watch the movie.
Yes, yes, sir. Zoo, are you ready to watch a movie?
What's up, Coach?
$1 Billion Bully. Have Yelp in Australia.
When someone's talking, you ask your question, which is not joke from.
Thank you, Roger. You took the words right out of my mouth. I would bet money Zoot does not have the attention span to watch an entire movie. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much for streaming. Yes, sir. if you caught what the guy said at the beginning, it's beautifully. Did you catch what he said?
I heard the mafia thing at the end. What did you say?
What, just just start it over. Listen to what this guy says. It's just watch again. I'll watch. Way to the beginning.
Yeah, I definitely heard. I heard it up here.
All the way to the beginning. Start it over. I really think it is.
Always like clear. Rabbi's
Suit watching something. Please be quiet.
what are we watching?
Google reviews first.
Okay, Google, oh hey, they got Google and I'm positive and they're not something. Google saying one thing, Yelp is all.
Not necessarily, not as much, but like if Google, they have software as well, and if they don't think that your reviews are legitimate, they visibility. So uh, there's something called Google My Business, and one thing that was really the business how they helped to start that out was to have that were close to our customers. So when somebody typed in car wash, even though we didn't have a brick and mortar car wash anywhere, our name came up because like free. And so what we would do is we would register a bunch of businesses throughout Orange County and LA County. And so when all of a sudden it says car wash app, and it was free advertising. And then we could add reviews that we would sometimes I would just create 100 Google accounts a day and then just say great service, 5 stars, and that would work for some of the locations, but other locations they would get taken down. It just depended how much I pushed it. But some of those reviews are still up. 100%. I mean, you see what I do. It was easy, but I didn't know how to bot that. I would just do it because I'm getting paid, and this is like I don't have to work. There weren't like major really good employees, and the app was running well. And so if I needed something to do, I would just create a bunch of accounts. I gotta say that one of the reasons why I know so much about all these social media accounts, I have tens of thousands of them, is because of the system. I remember. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, was this a Rabbi idea that just bought, or not bought, but like register all the businesses for free advertising? It was a combination. So the owner of the business owned property throughout Southern California, and wherever he owned like a warehouse or something, put a Google My Business. What I did, we would use something called phantom addresses. So basically, some places would allow you to have a mailbox without a brick and mortar location, and we would register throughout cities where we wanted to gain a foothold. We would register what's called an electronic mailbox, and then we could get a Google My Business. The way you get a Google My Business account is you have to receive a piece of mail in that location physically. It can't be an email, and then you have to put a number in, basically to confirm that you received a piece of mail. So, especially in places where the property values are extremely high, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, we would register my location, that area address, and then basically I had a list of I just kept a spreadsheet. One time I bought 1,000 Google accounts. 1,000 or 10,000. I bought the thing is though they didn't last that long. I didn't take I bought some money. But the app, great customer service, 5 stars. And then all of a sudden, when somewhere the price of real estate was extremely high, they would look on their map. All of a sudden, it's this car wash app. That's excellent advertising. So I started doing that word really high profile. We were going to pop, and brick and mortar car washes hated that. Like there was a location there, and there was not. Eventually, Google got pissed, and they would not let you use Phantom. They would also like do some research. We tried it in 30 different cities, and 18 of them, none of them did. And that allowed us to have a huge video go to Santa Barbara, far north of Los Angeles. When you type in car wash, we were going to give you an ad. Malibu. The price of real estate is too expensive, but we wanted people to know that you could get our service. And so we worked really hard to do that. And it worked really well. I mean, I think we could still do it. I could both. I just had car wash. I mean, I can remember the one in Irvine. I put a bunch of Irvine, and it worked for years. Right down the street. Irvine. It looked like a car wash was there. And imagine if there's like no laws to this, every possible square into the map. Well, so here's going down, and you had to get a postcard at that address. If you could get a postcard at that address, you could do it. And so we used to send postcards, hey, can we get this number sent to you? Read us this number over the phone. And then all of a sudden, I mean, I have it in all these places along the coast where there's a lot of money, but nobody has the price of real estate is for a brick and mortar car wash. We were dominating those areas. Car wash in Newport Beach, there aren't any car washes there, or like maybe they're in like a gas station or something. But all of a sudden, you could get car detailing coming to you, and a free advertisement. So it works really well. When somebody would type into Google car wash, boom, we're going to show up on the map. We're going to show up in the results. We dominate. Our strategy, we show up. In fact, we were doing it sometimes multiple in the city, so that if anybody can get multiple ads from us, we were sending the postcards all over Southern California just to get somebody to the 6-digit code, and then all of a sudden we got a pin on the map, so that over the course of a year or so, we might have had 50 pins throughout Southern California.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Who the hell Rabbi Rothschild bought in the fuck out of the Google Maps, expanding the car wash advertisement everywhere?
Well, that's exactly what happened. And I know that you're still available. You type mobile wash in like a Southern California area, you'll see it. It'll say closed, but you'll see it show up. The thing that with Yelp, and I thought this was an excellent argument that we made. We weren't a physical car wash. We're a technology company. So why are you able to Yelp us? You couldn't Yelp on Uber. You couldn't Yelp on Lyft. You couldn't Yelp on DoorDash. Brick and mortar places. So why are you able to Yelp us? We're not a good place either. And I think that's a legitimate argument that basically could have potential, but we never pushed it further. Eventually, we did what all these people did. We just started paying $5,000 a month, which is a lot of money, and we just embraced business from this.
Oh, because you knew that they were trying to sabotage you. You didn't pay them off.
Yeah, we did pay them off. Yeah. When this I used to hear the owner of this business talk all the time. Whenever we got a 1-star review, I would get a call immediately. It was like their feelings. And when I first started with the business, I did this, and I could work magic. I really could. I could convince people to change it to me whatever I wanted, because I was good on the phone. But eventually, I said, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not a customer service manager. I'm a managing director of a technology company. And if you want somebody to do that, you can find somebody else to do that. It was very stressful, and I didn't like doing it. And the reason why was because I could not, like, basically, when I had somebody on the phone, they could say that so-and-so told me that I would get a free car wash, and I didn't like that. And I also didn't like my name potentially being used in a review. I didn't want somebody to say my name in a review, because then it's stuck, and I don't want that. And I can't get out the whole argument. So when people used to ask, who is the manager? I used to say, just call me Jake. And people would say, why? Jake. And that's the name of our that was the name of our Yelp representative. So I just said, my name is Jake. Just call me Jake. And then when people would be like, "Oh, I had a bad experience, but then I spoke to the manager there. FYI, their name is Jake, and they made everything better as 4 stars." What? One of that in a negative way. I never went off on anybody when you're with, but I didn't want my name out there. Eventually, the business are not doing this anymore. And so we had somebody else. And I had a very good argument. I speak English. My English is very weak. And met after the customer service agent needs to be by a customer. And I would say that you're basically forcing me. Then I have to communicate that to the customer. That's one less person involved. It's more efficient. And it worked out that one of the guys there who had been working there longer than I had, he was like one of the things he had to take on any bad customer experience. And he did a really good job at it. Sometimes he would be coached on things or whatever, but he got the raise that he wanted, and he was able to deal with those people. And we had one. This was a really interesting one. She had a really nice. You would judge people by their cars, and I can still remember what car she would. She had an Alfa Romeo, and you would learn all this information about these people because you would look through their Yelp profiles and see what they did. Her dad owned an insurance business in like Marina Del Rey or something like a nice area. And this woman, this shouldn't have anything to do with the customer experience, but I have to say it because it's a really interesting thing that happened. She went to her car wash, and she would say, "Do you have any promo codes? Because you could get like $5 off, and we would give people promo codes." So every single time she would call for a promo code, and she would say, "Yeah, is so and so working, or can so and so wash my car?" And that's the thing, we wouldn't like that person might not be working that day. They might be a different part of the city. We can guarantee that you get the same thing every single time. And this woman happened to be African American and said, "Don't send any brother to where I am. I want somebody named Jose or Julio or something like that. Don't send any." Like she was African American, saying send other African Americans to my location. Now, I understand that she wanted to make this request, but that is discrimination. Now, I understand why she was saying it. She was a very attractive lady. I think a lot of these guys might try to get a date with her, something like that. But that's not something that we could do. We could not discriminate by saying, "Oh, we won't send somebody to you based on their color or whatever." But it's a very interesting situation. And this one had like 50 good washes with us. And this one time she did not have a good wash with us. To my car wash or something. Didn't car wash. And they weren't able to send us. And I thought that was a really bad situation where we had someone who was against her own race, basically, and wanted someone of another race for whatever reason. Yeah, I just wasn't comfortable with those kinds of situations. Anyway, she ended up. I think like originally she had like. Hold on, I have to change my. Originally, she had written like a 5-star review, and then she came back and she said like, "I've used these guys all the time, but like basically, I asked them to send out someone named Jose. They weren't able to bring out Jose,
or whatever, and they sent somebody else, and that person didn't do my tires the way that I wanted to. We went back and forth on how to respond to this, because that was the thing. We would respond to every single review and say what we tried to do as a business to give our side. And this one woman in particular, I said, let's just say what happened. Let's say exactly what she said. She said, don't send any African American people to my, I think we put in quote brothers. Don't send any brothers to my location. Send me to wash my car. And she went and denied it later on. She's like, I would not do that to my own blood, et cetera, et cetera. But boy, did she. And that was one that always stuck out on my mind, that this was someone who was discriminating against her own race and for whatever reason. And um, now it had to be like a public ordeal. I did not like doing that. Um, so I basically just said, I'm not doing it, and held firm on that. And then I did it one more time. What the fuck did you end the stream for?
Well, oh, I gotta take my dog after this.
All right, well, you do that. We had one person. I only did it one more time. We had this guy from South Africa or Australia or something, and he was really um, he was really upset about something with his watch. I didn't really care about that, but I did care that we had an employee who was upset because this guy was being abusive on the phone, and she just gave me the phone one day, and she's like, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. Like, she was gonna quit. And so I took the phone and I went outside and just I gave him a wax. I remember with that, and then that made everything. I remember saying to the owner of the business, "You can't expect me to do this job, not be able to give things to. I want to be able to give one every day. You should allow me to be able to do that. We should be able to eat that. We have a big enough advertising budget that that's like a service that we'll give you an hour of our time, but we're not going to give you a premium." She ordered a deluxe, which was like just like a basic package. And I remember I gave one car wash away one, and but it was as you what these people are doing in documentary. There's no accountability for this, like the mafia. All right, well, you go take your dog out to use the restroom. I'll come back and we'll finish it, okay? Listen, this motherfucker doesn't even respond to me. This is garbage. Don't ask me the question if you're not going to listen. Yo, dog.
Yo, I'm over back in my apartment.
Can you hear me? Yo. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog, can you hear me? Big dog, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. That lady who.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That lady, I was thinking about it. She did not have an Alfa Romeo. She had an Aston Martin Ghibli. That's how fucking well you would learn these customers.
A Maserati? Is a Ghibli is a Maserati?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Was it a Maserati? Yeah, it was a Maserati
It's
Ghibli.
like a DV9.
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Was it a Maserati Ghibli?
Is it the James Bond one?
No, this lady had an Aston Martin. Maybe it sounded like Ghibli. Hold on.
The Martins have really garbage.
Well, I wasn't selling the car. I'm just telling you what this types of cars.
Also garbage build quality.
Yeah.
Like the most abysmal build quality.
Money you don't need. Reliability, you just pay for it. She either had a Ghibli, a Maserati Ghibli, but I want to say she had like some kind of car that not a lot of people. Let me look at it out for a minute. No, I think it was an Aston Martin. Anyway, but I just thought this was really bad that this lady was
I think
discriminating against
she I think she initiated the bad view.
Well, originally
Responded saying like, "Oh, this is what actually
no.
happened."
Originally, she had had 50 washes with us. During her third wash or whatever, she gave us 5 stars. During her 49th, she updated it and gave us another 5 stars. During her 50th, that one didn't go as well as she wanted, and she changed it to 1 star or something like that, saying that we couldn't accommodate what she wanted. And then we just came out and said exactly what she said on the phone, which is, don't send any brothers, send me a Jose.
All right. I guess at that point, you're kind of backed into a corner, and you might as well tell the truth a little bit instead of just making it seem like your business is shitty.
I agree. I mean, I remember just being like.
But then did she delete her?
It went to like.
Yeah, weren't you guys paying like for you're paying Yelp, so the shitty reviews are hidden anyway.
No, it doesn't work that way. System of like 180 data points that they would use, and you could not be on the map.
I thought that was the whole business model, that you pay and then they'll actually show people the good ads instead of showing them the bad ads.
They wouldn't do it exactly. Okay, so you remember you were like, hey, um, like I can see a lot of the, um, yeah, wow. Remember I said like if you type in mobile watch in Southern California, a bunch
I
of
did do it. There was a decent chunk of pins. It wasn't like Bammy though.
well, keep in
Maybe
mind,
it was back then.
keep in mind it was 5 years ago and the business is closed.
Yeah, I know. There's still a bunch of closed ones,
Yeah.
which I guess you have to maintain the fucking thingy, the ghost mailbox or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, you do. You had to pay like something like it depended on the area. So higher areas were more expensive.
Okay. Do I continue the movie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Enthused because somebody's not swimming down the Amazon, but you're someone who wants to fucking be an advertising mogul. You got to pay attention to this shit.
No, I am paying attention.
All right, well, let's watch it.
It's interesting.
It's not just interesting, baby. This shit is fascinating as fuck. This is the modern day mafia, son.
That Amazon. I mean, yeah, we still haven't watched the other Amazon documentary. I'm curious how you'll.
We're watching Bear Man after, baby. We're watching Bear Man after this.
That didn't take place in the Amazon, but yes, the Bear Suit documentary is another amazing one.
Dog, that's after this bad boy. I'm just waiting on you to start. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, my computer crashed out.
Okay. I won't make fun of that because it's better than I can do right now. I could show it, but I could not stream it. It would be one camera looking at another screen.
Yeah, my computer just crashed a bunch.
That's okay.
The MacBook Pro laptop, even though it's 2019, awful quality.
The what is it? The Mac that they're launching for $500 or $400 if you get an education discount.
No, but I'd imagine that the specs aren't tremendous. Not that everyone
It
needs
it,
amazing
it,
specs.
it uses an iPhone hard drive or an iPhone processor. Yeah. Which I guess could work for like if you're a young person, but if you need anything strong, you need more than that. Um, I think it's in this documentary that Italian guy who's at the beginning who's like, in Italy we call this the mafia. In the United States it's called Yelp. You know that guy?
Yes.
I think his business after he made this became very popular, but everyone would just give him 1 star, and like that was his thing. Like, give me 1 star. I don't get. I don't care anymore. Like, give me whatever you want. It became popular to go there, and you know what's sad is like most every single person we're seeing. All of their businesses have closed by now. Now it's already tough. One in 10 restaurants make it past their first year, but you know, like you hear that lady from Australia. She was like, I worked hard to come to the United States. I was the first and youngest, or the youngest only woman like with a restaurant in San Diego. And the bitch killed Tony, and then never has business on there. They're always like, oh, let's look up the Yelp reviews, and just they only read the one star, and then they one guy on, he had a like a kebab place, like a Russian kebab reviews, and so did Google because he got 3,000 reviews over the course of a week or something. Everybody just wrote how much they loved the place, even though they'd never been there. Yeah, I love those stories. Yeah, so what Yelp would do when any business gets like a huge amount of attention, they lock the page and they allow new reviews for 90 days. Just pause it a second. I love this guy, and I love what he says. He's like, I'm in the restaurant business. I don't think I've been in 500 fucking restaurants in my life. How are you 21 years old with 5,000 reviews? I just think that this guy's hilarious. That's all. Thank you. Isn't that fascinating? What'd you say? Doug, no one can hear you. You get sirens?
Okay, someone, I might have been watching like a Facebook Live. There's sirens.
What did you think? What did you think? I didn't say it was the best documentary. I said it had to do with advertising, online ad industry, and that's what you came to. Dude, when I was in college, um, I was really fortunate. I was a senior when this came out. Uh, Prominent individuals, not just on campus, but globally. Like, there were a lot of athletes and stuff. And I remember my friends talking about a website that had been founded called Juicy Campus. I was like, what's this? And they're like, dude, anybody can write anything about anybody on it anonymously. And so, like, I had a lot of friends who were like hooking up with chicks or whatever, and they, let's say some guy hooked up with some chick, but didn't hook up with her friend. The friend could write basically an anonymous statement about the person, saying, "Hey, the star has herpes," when that's not true, and there was no way to uh, validate this. You could just write literally any lie, and I remember being like, "Man, I'm glad this 100%." And this website was it was so I'm like a free speech advocate, but when you are that, then you have to be okay with the campus. And it was shut down. It shut down less than 2 years. The anonymous college gossip website, founded by Duke University alumnus Matt Ivester in August 2007, ceased operations due to financial insolvency. Despite having over 500 campuses and more than 1 million monthly unique, collapse in online advertising revenue, and the lack of venture capital funding during the 2008-2009 economic downturn as the primary. In a farewell message, Ivester acknowledged the site's popularity and admitted that growth outpaced its ability to secure sustainable funding. While the official reason was financial, the shutdown also followed significant controversy. Attorney General investigations in Connecticut and New Jersey were launched over allegations of consumer fraud, privacy violations, and the site's failure to enforce its own policies against abusive, racist, and sexually explicit content. The New Jersey Attorney General, Richard Blumenthal, praised the post. Juicy Campus had enabled irreparably damaging anonymous posts without a reporting mechanism. After its shutdown, Juicy Campus redirected users to College ACB, an anonymous confession board, a similar platform that continued the model of anonymous campus. The site's legacy lives on as a cautionary tale about the risks of anonymous online speech, cyberbullying, digital communities. And I remember I used to read the most heinous shit on this fucking website. It was about my friends, and I was always really worried I don't do anything wrong, but just anybody could write something about me. Um, yeah, or like I had friends who were like in Sports Illustrated, and somebody would say that so wouldn't sign uh, my copy of Sports Illustrated, even though I asked them. And then you'd ask your friend, I don't even know who this person is. I signed everything for everybody. I basically defamed them. I had two friends of mine. One was the captain of the soccer team. The other was the head cheerleader. And there were rumors that they were cheating on each other when they weren't. They were around all the time. And they literally we would spend our time like playing Halo, like when this stuff is being written, but somebody would just have it out for something. Like for instance, somebody would like the head cheerleader, who was our friend, and want her to break up with her boyfriend, who she'd been with for 3 years or so, 4 years, and so they'd write some kind of thing about her. People would write. I mean, I remember the big one was just like I had a lot of friends who like would hook up with a lot of girls, and if that happened, they'd be like, somebody would spread a rumor that so and so, like had a STD or something like that. Like, and that wasn't true. Just things like that. Like that was a big. Yeah, people would say anybody can such and such or whatever. No way to take it down and no way to argue it. So then the question arises. So I'm a free speech ad, just text based, at least when I remember it. But no, there was no photo. But you would go there like it was a forum just to see what the world, and somebody knew about it. Somebody could write anonymously, like, Rabbi Rothschild hooked up with the hottest chick of all time, of course, in public, or just like, I mean, what if you have a situation where a guy would have a girlfriend maybe across the country, and he wouldn't hook up with chicks. Like I knew some guys like this, yet they would say, "Oh, so and so's a football player. He's always around chicks. They're always all around him." Well, if that girl from across the country reads that, that's going to sound like he's cheating on her, but he's not. And so, what do I feel is the correct answer? There's like basically one of two ways: censorship or free speech absolutism. And I am someone who would rather have free speech absolutism. You can say whatever you want, but then, I don't know if like you may have to like upload your profile or whatever. Like you have to dox yourself so that you're out there and people will know who is making this accusation. Or you should just be able to say whatever you want. And people can just be the judge of.
mandated shut down the numbers.
It was going to be the Attorney General of New Jersey was trying to take it down, and but it was what you would read on there, just like so and so's a whore, so at this party and sucked another guy outside the bar. Like whether it was true or not, it's not all information that people necessarily want out in the open.
I mean, to say that someone does to get you.
Well, I think that you should be able to say whatever you want, but then somebody else should be able to respond in any way they want, and you can. I mean, then you can just basically. I think the best way to handle that is just to say that's like your opinion, man. There were some cyberbullying, and that wasn't even a thing back then, but was like there was some sexually explicit content, racist, uh, like just abuse, and just abusive. Just like I mean, you say abusive things on the internet, but nobody knows about Juicy Campus. It was ridiculous. You just straight up lies about like don't trust so and so because they're an asshole. I mean, just everything. People
For years, person who like had to change images like their ex or whatever could just send it and like you just upload it on the website. It was a mistake. On Wikipedia, if you believe any of that is true.
moment. There's this girl in the kingdom who I'm in this Jewish circle, and um, she didn't know if I was a real person or not because I'm live streaming in there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a real person. And she asked me like last week, can she interview me? And I invited her to the server. She actually boosted it. The video right now is because of her. And I didn't really know anything about her, but we spoke like last Sunday or something. She wanted to become more orthodox, and so that's a process known as Baal Teshuva, and uh, like basically I could just give her the basics of what an orthodox person does, and uh, that she doesn't have to take on everything at once, but she really wanted dating it, and there are ways to, from a perspective, they're like makers, um, uh, basically, uh, it's known as a matchmaker in Yiddish, and as she is your match, you could do this well. Long story short, though, are you um, I said to her, "You at least 18 years." Said no. I can give you like religious path advice. Orthodox rabbi in the United Kingdom. I gave her that information where she could find that dating advice. And so it just so happened she turned yesterday. It was her 18th birthday. It's just almost 18. And I wrote her just basic advice. And she wrote me just now some really nice stuff. And I was just happy to get that information because, when you're 18, you don't know that much about dating and stuff. It's um, it's a confusing world. About it's called Is It Still Up or Is I'm Still Up? What was it called?
Is anyone up?
Is anyone up? And I just go to the wiki.
Yeah.
This is a bad website.
I mean, the guy was making a lot of money off of it. I just ruining people's lives. Eventually, I think why he stopped harassing him and trolling the worst images. Look at he always does. Looking at these 4chan troll posts, that's probably disgusting.
It looks like he got his. It looked like 2.5 years sentence and like $2,000 fine or something.
FBI investigation. As in, who's Charles? I don't think that's the main. More in his alleged aide, Charles Evans, pled guilty to identity. Oh yeah, he was working with some guy on like the computer, and then like the hacker guy was pled guilty to computer hacking and that. Basically, Trevor Moore was going to get a guy to hack into people's computers to kill their. But the hacker went to jail. But yeah. Series on it called The Most Hated Man on the Internet.
Exactly. I was going to ask you. Have you seen that?
Video on it. That's how I learned about it. Anyway, it's very late, so I'm gonna go hit the hay.
Excellent. Come back soon, my man. Thank you for airing an excellent job in literary. You're getting. I might not have to give you the first go. First start. Yeah, exactly. The first. What do you call that? First turn. Well,
Exactly, so I can tell. 240 or whatever. Yeah, maybe we'll watch. Yeah, I wrote it down. Yeah. There's a one on who killed the electric car or whatever it's called.
oh, I've seen that. Yeah, you know I love that one.
Yeah, I mean, the on only cares.
Yes, sir.
Also, maybe you have one about the advertising marketplace. You need, it's like three parts: creating the content, and then you need companies that are posting the content, which is like it's like average kind of just viewer like participant on the website is visiting and rating ads and demographic reviews or whatever, and basically like giving like the like and stuff on the platform. Your strategy in accumulating those people. I will say that there are like just exactly like Yelp and Rotten Tomatoes and BB and Google reviews, like practically anything you can think of has reviews, and there are like sites to dedicating, and what this is basically a site to dedicate. Or sorry, yeah, a site to that will people find it entertaining enough to go through 50 different toothpaste ads just for pastime. I mean, obviously they don't have to like all 50 or 500 or like whatever the number is. You know what I'm getting at here.
So basically, there are sites being done to be able to get these.
On the ad marketplace, there are three components posting contests for that, and then there's this one critical piece of the people that are perusing the website and looking at the various commercials and upvoting them and rating platform those upvotes, you know?
Yes.
So, like, where do those people come from? Is it entertaining enough for people to just want to sit back review advertisements and the content?
I think so. People like the creativity of it. I mean, people, that's like saying on Instagram, would people want to see? Yeah, they do. Especially if they're engaging.
Yeah, Yelp is a Yelp and IMDb and whatever other reviewing websites or whatever, and all the YouTube channels of reviewing shit that exist are people enjoy reviewing things. So it's not a absurd assumption to just think that. So, like, advertising contests justification, conviction that would make you believe that, other than like people will do it.
I mean, you could also provide a way to reward people to interact on the website.
Such as incentives or actual currency or promotion or like
I don't know. You could give them like just like Reddit does, like little rewards for logging in every single day, or up give them like little trophies for having spent 1 year there, years there, 10 years there, whatever. Take care, big dog.
I will give you a nice Yelp review.
I'll give you a juicy campus response based on your review.
Thank you.
Peace, buddy.
clitoris is, but I do. And because of that, I have two rules, lady. Like the first one is if I smell it before you take your pants off, I'm not eating that shit. And they always get mad at you when you tell them that they pussy stink like they don't know. Like, did you knew that pussy smell like a 91-degree day in Puerto Rico before you came over here? And the second one is, if you ever had always deal with people on that part. But fuck that, somebody got murdered in there. Y'all know niggas don't fuck around in haunted houses. My tongue, my choice, bitch. Thank you.
There you go. Jerry Devo Smith. Were you going to do a pussy eating joke before?
That shit when he was talking about pits at all.
That he does. He says that he's eaten 30 like pussies. What do you think about that?
The white lie. Y'all believe that shit. Look at that fat motherfucker. Ain't black pussy.
You eat black pussy?
Exclusive.
You eat pussy?
Hell no.
When you say hell no like that, why?
Because a couple of months ago, I seen a TikTok where they asked white girls, if you take a shower on Wednesday, when time you take a shower, this bitch said, hey, fuck that shit.
Because of one.
Of course they gonna say it while they on camera.
What is this? They do strat, man. You look a little inflamed, a little bit swollen. Jerry Devo Smith, what do you do for work? Where at? What part?
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio.
What's up, brother?
What have you guys said? He was brought up.
That's the city.
Okay.
Don't let him. I'm not fucking with him.
Jerry Devo Smith. So your middle name?
No, my middle name. It's my middle name, yeah. Because that's the government. Like, I have friends who was like 10 years old. One of my friends' name is Ford. They call him Japan. This girl was like, have you seen national government? My government is Jerry.
What's your government?
Donald Maurice Wallace. Years ago, I still I got too confused.
Oh my God. So Jerry, you started in DC. What made you start?
Antonio. I started at I've been living in 2010. That's when I started.
Made you move to San Antonio?
My brother was military, and he left, and then he had a baby in San Antonio and stayed there. And my dad moved down there, so I just moved once I got divorced because I was going from a second job.
Wow, how did that happen?
I remember I told y'all that on my mom's wife.
Really?
Yeah. My dad is purple. I'm like, I know. I had no idea. And y'all laughing just look, my mom was white. That's why my daddy stayed. I'm still alive. Goddamn it.
Incredible. was still in a relationship with your mom?
We had this conversation, so.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
She passed
Yeah, I was waiting for Redman to do it like he did it last time.
You gotta say how she died.
She passed away. I just said if you he did it. I want to kick his ass out to this show.
Okay, but that's still fine.
Yeah, Dad's about to now, yeah, he's fine. He's good. He's in dialysis right now. For his kidneys messing up. Yeah, I don't even know. This nigga still ain't got no sleeves on.
What was the last real job that you had, Jerry?
I delivered furniture for
Errands for
for like 7 years. But after that, if you want to consider a real job, I would allow it to you.
you get a big joke from
Yes, I did.
very, very dark black with your dad. On we go. What a name it is. Make some noise for Ralphie, the bartender. Ralphie, the bartender. So a couple months ago, I got a Home Depot for review, and with a green card, but a red key card. So we started dating. And things been going pretty good. Tonight we're having a really intimate, deep discussion. Giving me the reassurance you want that you need in your relationship. It's like, ever and ever, no. Amen. I'm like, now, dude, did you just bring your face into the table? And can you blame him? You know, boys. And he's giving out sex with me, rubbing up on me. And I look him dead in the eyes. And I'm like, our one and only, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. So he came, which is pretty cool because before this relationship, I really wasn't that religious. But apparently, we pray every night now because I'm in the I'm Ralphie. Ralphie. The bartender. Oh.
Hope you check in.
Yes. How long have you been on stand-up comedy? That's 7 months. What made you want to start that last year? Got divorced and been doing a comedy show. Motherfucker. The wrong ones, and he tried to kill me. So, really, how did he try? What's wrong with website? I just can't jump the gun. What did you do? Started moving out early. So how long? 6 years. And once you got out of it, that's when you realized you could start seeing. Yeah, doing a lot of different. I started doing stumbling for motorcycle work. Riding motorcycles. A time when I wouldn't get the. And I don't know, my mechanic. I don't know. My mechanic had my bike for a year. It's hard. It's easier to say. I've sold about this new October's. Come on. Yeah. You cheated on her? What? No. It's long, so. Oh. You can't just be. No, wait. We have a brand new man for you.
And we won't walk out on you, okay?
So, Ralphie, tell us more about your life. I'm a welder, a mechanic, gym enthusiast. No, he died. He died? Late batch of H. Yeah, that was during the Biden administration. No, way before. Really? Back home? Huh? Was it fentanyl? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. That's pre-Biden. Fentanyl was during Biden. But yeah, exactly. Wow. How old were you when he passed away? Wow. Damn. Yeah, I have two brothers. One's adopted and the other one's adopted. They're not as cool as I am. No, Mexican's adopted. Is your mom Mexican? No, my mother's white. There you go. Your dad was Mexican. Your mom's white. Yep. Still close to mom. Why fuck that bitch? You don't count me. Have you ever thought all these relationships that you might be the problem? You sound just like my therapist right now. Really? Do you go to a therapist? I can't wait to cut all this tomorrow. Work hard after this. Where have you ridden this motorcycle out? It's the craziest place you've driven to. Just Forklift. I mean, there's an F4 driving now. Alright. A red band. How can you tell? Look, this is harassment with questions. Ralphie, fun times. You gotta keep working it. You're only 6 months in. Keep writing. Ralphie, Step Bar Center, ladies and gentlemen. That is your name. Ralphie, Step Bar Center. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We had a good night tonight, or what? We have a special treat for you. William Howard closes tonight's show, and I think you will be too, because I believe that this is the future of Kilton. This young man has only been on the show once before, golden ticket at 21 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he's the future of the show, future of comedy, and I'm positive he's the make some fucking noise for Tony Starr, everybody. Tony. At the age of 21.
Brilliant minds can collide. It's rounding in the sea when it has a big mic. Celebrities around the world, they want you back. Checking the nines and say, would you be interested in that? Welcome
Here's everything I say is a legend. Always perfect weather. I don't trust that. Probably the one for back. It builds into comes in under 4 minutes. There's 4 more weeks. As he likes to call them. It is there was a black mentioning a bath. It was a 3/5, 1 dash. Was at the table, tricking muscles into eating thing on shady vans. Vans was on all four. There was Fauci and Rabbbi turned into a fuck that and flew away. I slept too, and after they ate 6, she said, "I need to smoke candy cigarettes." Treadmill, room. It's like this eject button and she across the room. There was an Arabic stripper. She didn't take cash. She preferred that I threw rocks. Socks halfway. Muslim can. There was a black strip boat show with beautiful ebony skin. She stripped on her clothes.
On tour. One more time. The great Tony Star voting. Everything good? Band? how's life changed for you?
Dude, everything was good until last night. Last night was fucking weird. I got my tongue really hard last night. You're a bullying pussy, dude. I don't know how that happened. I had a really bad sex experience. It was really, I was going back with girls RV because you know it was a house, but it's also a car place, and she wanted to fuck condom, and I didn't bring a condom because well, there's no big condom. You don't gotta fucking try. That's how it works. I probably wasn't. I went back to her place and she was like, "You can use my condom." And she put on a Magnum condom, and I'm not a Magnum kind of. Yeah, that's yeah. Besides that, I mean everything's been. I still have hard talking around town, but I got angels and agents now. I got women hitting my line, which is awesome. These guys are like on Sea Island. Yeah, dude. I was there. I was on a silver platter with an apple in my mouth.
You are so funny. Music is just absolutely in reference. You are a true star.
Thank you very much, bro.
Amazing Tony Star, ladies and gentlemen. It's also brought to you by Future Talk and Shopify. Guys, I love with all my heart. How often did get with the great Donnell Rawlings, everybody? He's on DonnellRawlings.com. Trust me, he's one of the best stand-ups in the world. Go see him. DonnellRawlings.com. How about more time for the great Trevor Wallace, everybody? Check out his special April 1st on his YouTube.com/Trevor Wallace. Find your amazing joke box. Check out our line merch at killmerch.com. The drawing from right is amazing on our Rollins and Trevor Wallace. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew. Whoa! It's fucking Jeremy. The great Adam Ray character, Jeremy. How about one more time for Randall Davies, baby?
Coming to San Diego, American Comedy Club.com in June.
Yeah, don't forget, we are at the Sweet Dome in Los Angeles in the month of May, making our return to LA, doing a real episode for one night only. That's at the Sweet Dome. 500 people at once. It started in the belly room, and we're going to have 15 people. And now, yeah, we love you guys. Thank you guys. Good night, everybody.
Jesus Christ, coming live from the comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony.
Show starts. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. Tony, brought to you this week by. How do you guys feel? Are we excited to be here? Diverse crowd is good in here. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors. Austin, Texas, we are going to tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the Action Texas February 28th. Tickets right now. Come see an actual comedy show in the great of Texas. One in Houston, February 1 in March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com for the tickets. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Every single week I book two of the funniest comedians. This is the return of two of our favorite guests of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Two of the best stand-ups working today. Jim Norton and Ian Finance, everybody. Oh, absolutely perfect. Thanks, Tony. Thanks for a nice applause for audience. Very encouraging. Finance is back, everybody. Got a new travel show called Ian Guide Odd Jobs. Check out the Ian Finance comedy. IanFinance.com. Special sequel on YouTube. If you haven't watched it, I recommend watching it right after this. So you guys have both done the show multiple times before. Very exciting stuff. You guys know how it works. But 3 months trip. Sometimes it's a calm person that's just ready to I pull their name out of the mug and they get 6 uninterrupted. You know their time. You hear the sound of a kid. They have to wrap it up. Then I was angry West Hollywood mayor, which interrupts the time that I conduct an interview with them. We find out the entire thing is improvised. Are you guys ready to start the show? Well, we're going to start with a bit. Normally, the start in a Hall of Famer with a record for most appearances all time. The Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, San Antonio Services. This is the Big Red William Montgomery. The email where Jeffrey and Steve's assistant asked him if they and Michael to the next big island party. The kids. Exposure after neighbor saw him having sex with a vacuum cleaner. When asked to comment on his arrest, the maid said, "All are gone." I got banned from antiques over issuing dead breaths after they refused to offer collection. The ice catcher's carpet pink ivory office text one now has more monthly listeners on YouTube than Taylor Swift. My only question is, when is it? Okay, that's my movie. William Montgomery. I did not see Redfield's name on the Epstein list. That's all news to me. Yes, he was on there. I got to really dig through what a lot of people Ryan Red. Stuff started talking about his actual name is Brian Michael. Yeah, look at that. You guys have seen William before. I saw pictures, but they had that weird kind of trap door into the ocean. That was actually Ryan Michael's idea. Because they would get rid of girls after they killed them in the ocean through that trap door. That was an interesting idea for it.
Well, it's easy to make fun of Jeff, but there really are two sides to the story.
That's so true. That's so true. Personally, still been listening to a bunch of Apex and my Vampire Survivors game on the English too. I've been playing that on the road machine. And please be on the road. I'm now dealing with some of comps, whereas people out there are thinking, oh my gosh, this rate and it's 5,000 of them or comps and price. So please see on the road, right? It turns into this big nightmare. I never had to deal with that before, though. You've probably been dealing with it. You just found out about it. Yeah, maybe it looks like I'm going to You should tap into Red and get access to Epstein's email list. I know. Dude. I need to. What would y'all do right now? Would y'all go wait till the little girls when y'all put them in the ocean? Because that's the part I didn't understand. I think you put a body in Florida, the house or whatever, it goes into the ocean. Would you just go wait till Oh, yeah. Yes. The people in the Illuminati. Yeah. Lifting up the bodies. I can't.
Which is so many divers does, but
Ah, look at that. Deep pull-ups turn into pull-ups real quick. That was amazing. I should have. If there's anybody that specializes in drowning babies, it would be everybody's going to check that. Hard. Amethyst, that was like a mushroom. Amethyst. And because I have all the black in my carotid artery now, which is very scary. That's what I've been doing the row machine, but I've been eating vanilla ice cream again. I just eat it with chocolate chips. I sucked on the ice cream I'm doing it, really enjoying it. I just eat bites of the ice cream with the chocolate things on it. So I've been hanging out big time. That's why I have to do the row machine. I feel like if I'm rowing 20,000 meters in a day, I'm allowed to eat a bunch of ice cream. So It's a wild boy. It's a wild way to start the show because William is kind of like a mythical creature. Almost all of it is untrue, but it's very entertaining. Normally on this show, I bore people in talk about your real life, talk about the truth. It's one of the extremely rare exceptions. In real life, is way too depressing. So. Are you going to take that, William? Red Man's been holding back the whole time, and then he drops a bomb, and I know it's kind of right. So now, he's sadly right on. But well, super amazing. Super silly. Good luck again. where absolutely anything can happen. This is where we meet people. This is where the crazy shit. In the name of Zachariah Tourette's Tippett. Here we go.
What's good, everybody? So my name is Ryan Tippett. I have this cool thing called Tourette's syndrome. Y'all need to know that children to explain Tourette's is sort of a superpower. And one kid stood up and yelled, "What?" I'm no longer allowed to be a motivational speaker. Double reader. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, 60 seconds of Zachariah's Tippett to start our host tonight. Welcome, Joe Zachariah. How long have you stand up?
I've been doing it since October 2021.
2021. You got the show before. Don't remember you. You had Tourette's then too?
Yep. Still disabled.
Oh, I love that.
I'm trying to stay close.
I have to give you the pass.
Wall card, baby.
You've had to explain why people were around when you did that, and you said the N-word. Just talking about saying kind of make your Tourette's want to say the N-word right now?
What letter comes after M? So wait a minute. So if I tell people I have Tourette's, I can watch a football game in the morning.
You're the R word.
Wow. So yeah, so were the black people around up the N-word in St. Louis?
Oh yeah, I got beat up a lot, and then our showed us movie in front of the class, which is about a teacher who's read one way. Oh, he's not just.
It's great for dating though. If you need to go on a fucking go eat. I'm getting it right out of the way.
You'd be surprised, but moms love this.
Like, but your Tourette's is a wild situation.
I yelled a 4-letter word my first time flying at an airport that rhymes with mom.
Oh shit! Whatever you shouldn't say in that situation. Kind of, if you think about it, that's what you say.
In a nutshell.
So you're eating pussy and it really smells, and you yell, "Roses!" and she knows her pussy stinks.
No, I just go to the ass and say you're dead.
Oh, hell yeah!
You know, I'm gonna fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck, lick, lick.
Go go, man. Love it. I love it. So, Zachariah, do you have a dog? What do you do for work?
I actually do content creating full time, stream, and then I have a part time job at Chili's.
Which location is this show? Oh my God! There's going to be line around the block. We go to Chili's.
We'll have to find out next episode and pay me to advertise this.
Okay. They will retroactively give you money. That's, I swear to God, that show. It's here in Austin.
San Antonio.
Okay. Everyone is going to go to every Chili's in San Antonio until we figure what the fuck is going on. I absolutely love this. So obviously you have this when you're serving customers. So for example, let's say there's a customers. Is there any chance the Asian C word comes to the front of your mind?
I actually cook, so I'm the reason why you have to wait 20 minutes. It's like,
oh, in front of the house.
No.
Damn. That's, I think, what everybody wanted. That's what everybody pictured. What if we pay you extra?
No offense, but I don't want you making my food either.
Yeah.
Probably about a year.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you get a little physical too, right? You get a little do the work. So you really probably do like this cooking. You have to restart and stuff. Hobbies, what do you do for fun when you're not cooking? You're doing stand-up comedy.
Mostly I.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah! That makes five of us. We all cook.
And secondly, I mostly go to
Really good for the chicken TikTok. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. This is incredible. Yeah. Do you have words that cover up other words? Like I've heard of guys with Tourette's when they want to yell something like nickels, and there's other words.
So that is sort of a manipulative I was on. So that's why you kind of see half of my face instead of driving like that's yeah.
Always look like they're flirting. Thank fuck. Be taken in the rest area. Smart. That is very smart. Let people know. Let those people of all colors inside. Everyone. When you were a baby, apple juice or something like that.
No, my
Around that time in which this happened. Black perhaps or something like that. Very decent like meetup groups. Is there a place where a bunch of people with Tourette's get together? Because I'm
imagine 100 people doing this.
oh, you've been to that before?
I guess mostly in the UK, but they just started doing it here in Texas and Dallas. I think last hundreds of you together, taking several minions together, we congregate.
Are there guys in your group? Why this guy's a fucking asshole?
Mostly the UK sentences like I'm going to punch you because like something random. I just have the one person and sometimes like in a sense they have the coolest to me, but I'll sell.
I love that. So they have meetup groups, and there's one particular that you be there.
It's more, it's not free to go to, so it's kind of like expensive. Some of those
You have you might be able to do it. How much? I'm just curious. How much does it cost to go to
it's a 200
job?
Shit, dude. That is just Comic-Con for the same.
Do they have a non-Tourette's person make the reservation?
No. Not unless you're entertainment or day out.
With each other? If I imagine like finding someone who's hard to check, let's just be like,
Oh, yeah, we both drink Red Bulls and we're vibrant.
what's the why? Just through it like
It's mostly I just like everyone else, just a little louder. That's basically the best thing.
like Amy Bowler and Juice people out there. What would she like a company that's been 20 minutes? People love them. What did you shit today? Yeah, it's been a while. What does her character do? When she through a base smoking for Tourette's helps her like heckle the other team. last job. Hey, should I still Zachariah, very fun set and a joke book coming at you. There goes Zachariah Tourette's. Tourette's is the name, so if you're wondering why, 8 minutes of the interview had to do with Tourette's. It's in his name. There's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Podcast Love on the Line is available at HeidiRegina.com. This podcast is sponsored by Quo. 2026 is the year your business stops at a game of telephone gone wrong. Scattered messages, missed calls, and systems like getting your team and GPS instead of a treasure map dropped by a toddler. Everyone stays aligned, responds faster, and no opportunity to avoid. In that moment, catch yourself saying, all right, let's fucking Quo. That's why today's episode is brought to you by QO, the smarter way to run your
Guess what, Tony? Love Quo. It's the best phone system out there. Quo works from an app on your phone or computer to keep your existing number. Add new numbers or teammates in minutes. Call flows. That's your business.
Your team can handle calls and texts from one shared number. No, it's easy. Calls, text, voicemails, transcripts, and contact details all live in one full context at your fingertips. Your team communicates faster, stays aligned, there's a more personal experience. This year, where no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try free plus get 4% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo.com/KillTony. Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Listeners, think back to a first date where you were really interested in someone. You probably asked them questions like, what are you looking for? What are you doing? So you can get a better idea of how this was the right person for you. Well, the same way, you definitely want to address key questions first to see if someone can for your role. That's why you ZipRecruiter. When you post your jobs, ZipRecruiter suggests screening questions to help you pull in on top candidates faster. Today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Guess what, Tommy? I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter's matching technology provides qualified candidates that check all your boxes. They also recommend to see who's recently ZipRecruiter filters and show you. No wonder ZipRecruiter's the rated hiring site based on YouTube.
In the first day, try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Your second bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Quentin Jones, everybody. Quentin.
Happy New Year, everybody. Since it's a new year, I decided to make news for myself. My news room is I decided I'm gonna stop being doing with cats. Yeah, it's tough because I don't know if y'all do this. The women with cats are the biggest. And it's so easy to keep a cat happy because she's already used to somebody in her house that doesn't love her. Like my ex used to have a cat. Yeah, it's weird. So I'm trying to be a good guy, but feeling like every time she would feed her cat would just crash. Like, God damn. And I'm jealous. I'm like, damn, I want her to cook food. I got to keep it even with the cat. I didn't hit her, but what I did do was gaslight her and knock shit over from time. I hate cats enough because I hate cat women. I'm just allergic. Yeah, and I don't think women respect how hard it is to have sex. So miniature.
Welcome, Quentin. This is your first time on the show.
Oh, it's my second time.
Second time
up here. She gets oh, okay. Yeah. So it's like you on the clock when you take that, you know.
So literally one time I was really, I took a Benadryl and it just kicked in like too soon.
Fell asleep on top of
No, it's even worse. Wow. Yeah. So I woke up and she was not
amazing.
Yeah. Your name. I was like, oh no, that's AIDS.
Not as bad as my Juice Bigelow line.
But at least yours wasn't topical. It was topical.
Quentin, how old are you? Or how long have you been with Santa?
7 years.
7 years, and how do you make money? How are you saving?
So I used to work at Texas. I'm talking about me working at Texas. Since I got laid off. So I'm just leaving off.
You have saved exactly. In fact, I don't ask it enough. It's the only show I think in all of entertainment that question ever gets asked. And I find that the most goddamn question out there. Everybody's
How much do you think I owe?
I would guess $7,000.
7,000. Okay. They say
14K.
14K.
I love it. So give us 7 years into comedy. There's a lot of ways to, save money and be thrifty.
Yeah.
Let's have a little segment called Get Thrifty. Clinton Jones.
How do I get a song for it?
How are you spending your money?
How do I spend my money? I eat less.
Oh, look at that.
Since being unemployed, I've actually lost pounds. So.
Oh, very nice.
I wonder what happened if you left the roots. Yeah. I know whenever I say I like losing weight, people don't laugh, and I know why. It's because I used to be over 300 pounds. And when you're over 300 pounds, you lose 50 pounds. It's just like walk more. So I do a lot of cars. Started like a fitness page where you guys want to see my fat ass. Sorry, you can follow me there. I can afford it. I can't afford all the other shit that goes with it.
Yes.
Registration.
The police ask.
Yeah.
That much. What's your plan to get ahead and start making rent?
So my rent is
low. Do you have roommates? No, by yourself? Yeah. Is that
one bedroom. Yeah, rent off.
Far away from that
house. So I walk here a lot. Like if I have spots, I can easily walk here.
Well, then, that means that you have a year,
6 months,
until you run out of money. So
yeah.
the plan. What are you good at?
What do I want to do that? I am still good at tech. So like AI is just like how to run it out. So I'm learning how to use it back into tech. And that was a stand-up comedy. This is my or not all my fitness page goes up in because there's a lot of people who running just working out. So those are my fitness where I want to have the same thing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, especially.
So other than kids, what's your love life?
Right now, not very good. I actually got more pussy when I don't understand it.
I don't either.
Yeah. I was dating somebody in November, and I broke up this gas. And
what's your type? Like white women?
Oh no. See, I'm really sorry. That's a Texas black guy thing.
Detroit, you're into real black women.
Yeah, I'm into real black women. Give me about 5
Is that their credit score that you're talking about? last black girl, how long has it been since you had one of those? Last time you looked for the black girl,
That was the girl I broke up with.
okay, why'd you break up with her?
At the distance, you know, and yeah, she's in Dallas.
Well, I mean, you could have gone up there.
Did you talk to the tribe? He stuttered. He's not used to seeing black people here. He's like, that's what he said. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So Quentin, give us what you would find interesting.
I'm a college cheerleader. And I was here with Shane Gillis. You know, talk about that. I like to play board game, nerd. What kind of board game? Literally before I got called up, we were playing settles at the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I started board game with some friends because that's just like, it's not a lot of board game groups around like so I just went and started.
That's amazing. Never find your
So it's Q Don't Stop. That's my
That's a fun interview. There's a big jump up for you guys. All right, we're moving forward. Keep it moving. Ladies and gentlemen, your next goes by the name of CJ. CJ. Here he is.
You know what the greedy it is to have a homeless man who is signed down who sees your car pull up? Yeah, I don't know over here. I flip on 5th Street, this homeless guy just not down. I rolled my window down, tried giving him money. He tried giving me a water bottle. That's how bad it is for me. Seriously. I drive a really old beat up Honda CRV. It's been rear-ended probably as many times as Tony. I wasn't like, like, I won't even buy a Powerball ticket until it's at least risk $5 for $20 million, you know? Like, it's not really good for me. Happy Black History Month, guys. Those who celebrate, not this guy. It's okay. Alright, I'll send it down.
Nothing really works except for the thing about me. Do you do that at like opens? Does that work for you out in the other public? That's bad. Why do you think how long have you been on stand-up?
I didn't go to
One venue.
I started a business, online business, and it's sort of off. I sell football cards online.
Football memorabilia.
Sort of. I just need breaking.
Well, yeah, let me explain it.
So
Nobody knows.
so like box of football cards. Pokemon cards, whatever sports it is, and I buy a bunch of boxes, sell the teams, so I buy the team out here in Texas. I list all the cards for the team, the box numbers, so instead of spending $200 on the boxes, you're spending $40 on the team, just be able to autograph cards, or cards, and cards for that team.
Is that why you lost a haircut from 1992?
Yeah. When that haircut was popular, Deuce Bigelow was in theater. That's a huge bitch. Amazing. So CJ, what was it like growing up in Spokane?
Not very. It's kind of cheerful up there. I got down here to
snow and ice, and that like crazy with it. But we have one common club, just the school game. Years ago. But yeah, the bars and stuff, kind of similar here. The scene's not great. Common club's okay.
How long have you been hosting?
7 months. Yeah.
So you've just been buying boxes of cards and sending them off.
Yeah, what call, yeah.
How much money do you think you're making doing that? A ballpark.
A lot.
Like, just what's a lot? They change it.
I really don't like how much I made. I did 70,000.
What is that profit? Yeah.
Profit margin's about 40%, like 25 to 30K profit. Yeah, it's like half.
Are you kidding me? Higher than last time. He's only got 14 grand to his name.
You need employees eventually, so
We'll cut that out. We'll just walk the park or something. CJ, what's your love life like?
nothing going on there. Been seeing it for a while.
Any dates in Austin?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of talking to this girl right now. BJ's.
Sorry, yeah. Okay.
Good sign.
Yeah, I bet. Some Brett's chefs over there at BJ's, that's for sure. See,
I would have put $5 tickets on Tuesday.
okay. Well, Red Band was got a new Tuesday plans.
Red Band was like that.
Suki's. What's Suki?
It's a pizza ice cream cookie. It's like a,
Wow, you normally you make those yourself. That's like oh, Red Band's heart is a rock, right? Okay, so you're there looking for Suki, and you end up.
she's a server. It was my best friend Nick, and she just was coming over, and I was making her laugh a lot.
What jokes were you doing? Why don't we get? Give us an example of one of the jokes that
I can't remember. I mean, I think she just laughing. I'm for one fun at all. She's probably just like laughing.
Shame none of those girls were in this audience. Keep the book everywhere. Will you live with your little brother? I love it. There you go. Your little piece of this in there, and then what happens? So before she gets there, like there's a lot of
No, I got a phone number, and then I'll text her afterwards, and then right after you left. Yeah, very smart. Yeah.
Would you text?
When I got off, I texted her, and then she was like, we drove all the way to Buc-ee's, like, right after she got over. Yeah.
So you got it right. No doubt about it. You just walk 30 miles that way. You're gonna land straight on Buc-ee's doorstep. Okay, I love that for a first date. You can learn a lot. The first date at Buc-ee's was like.
She told me she's. What's it you're saying? Yeah, it's a good sound or a bad sound. It's not big enough. She's only like she gave me a warning. She's like, yeah, if I get excited, I might buy you.
Oh, shit.
I'm 22.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you buy something? by a fudge?
I tried on the fudge. You like Bucky fudge?
Why you keep asking them? Just focus on the answer.
I fudge. She did not want it, and we do spring snacks. She's black, and so
Whoa. And you're like, you must like the fudge. Wow. This is amazing. I wouldn't have guessed that the girl that you went for was you're from Spokane, where normally black people are cross on fire in their front yard. Okay, so you take her to Buck Snacks and then we take her back to your place.
no, just dropped her off. That was it.
Okay. So and you hooked up with her.
No. We'll take these slow first. We both love cheese here.
Took her to a big ass gas station and then dropped her off at Spokane. Wow. Using or anything. Well, that's my time. Thank you. More interested. Did she say at the end of this date when you were off? Was there any like wild words?
This was we still have real about today. We went to Chaparral.
DJ, times you are medium black. DJ and everybody. Hello there. This podcast is fun by starting something new. Just hard. It's terrifying. So much more goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. Trust when I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make an idiot out of myself? Now, I know I was right in the beginning of myself launching this podcast, despite all the fears and hesitations, and it also helps on your side.
Tony, I love Shopify. They're the comprehensive platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. is for names like Mattel, Chip brands just getting started.
Get started with your own. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Easily create email and social media. Wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling, it's time to turn those what ifs into Shopify today. Use your brain. It's $1 per month trial. Your next bucket will go spend. What happens? The name of Matt Manward.
I had 2 degrees in 4 years in college. Brad. I was always bad at school, but I realized instead of in order to take advanced classes, you have to take arts appreciation, perspective, and social diversity. There's a glitch in the scheduling software by chance. That's pretty. So I thought about it, and I was like, man, I can take them in 3 or I can study how to be great at parties. That's the point. I'm going to pay for it. All day long. His dad's this theory. He's like, I got a paper now, fragile masculinity. I was like, he's like, no, dude, you know what fragile masculinity is. That's what men are too afraid. He's seen as a feminist. He starts through trials and tribulations, arbitrarily living lives and some suffering. That's tough. This is the mashed potato. What I'm doing all month. I'm not even good at it. All right, that was my bad episode.
fun for you. That's what I was Matt. What? Took a long walk. Oh, you're set. Yeah, got it. One big one. All right, Matt. We'll talk about that in a second. So let into it, Matt. First one, you have anything you want to say? No. Just very fair. Check in with Jim Norton. You see him on that, like it happens sometimes. Yeah, I give out head charge. It's a medical condition. So you didn't even know what was going on out there. You just always like that. I'm not only yet. They wouldn't let me bring the water on stage. For the first time ever, I'm gonna say, as an answer to that question, I don't believe you. Where have you been doing it? Can I just say real quick, D-Man made such a noise, I thought out of the stage. He gets loud. He just does not like punchlines. He loves his role on this show. He loves his job. He's hanging out with you for the shows like the first 20 minutes, and I feel like the especially reason ever. This guy literally reached than anybody. Like surprise, but it is interesting. And so a fun fact, what you guys can't hear or sometimes see is these coughs when someone's not great. It's a constant. It's like our own look. We used to have DM. Us back to Matt. 10 years. Where were these 10 years? First 3.5 were in Iowa, and then Chicago, and now 2 years. You've been Mike's go up a lot. Yeah, I've been traveling. Do you have the best joke you've ever written in 10 years? There must be something. I could write you something. Doing something other than whatever the fuck that was. Just doing one joke for us, ladies and gentlemen, Matt May. Give him a hand. That's not girls have been like, ooh, what's my dream body mass first? No one's romanticized about 50 digits. You know what? We'll just end it there. This isn't going well. Okay. So, Matt, over the road, I lost all inertia. I mean, it's a rough wall. Like, I know that. I understand. Like, after that set, everybody was faith common for all of us. I know. I empathize with you, and we've all been there. Just not to this long in a row. Maybe there's something more that I can dig out about your real life here. So let's go over it. How do you think that? You're not gonna like this. Uh-oh. I think stand on. Stand on. It's hard to believe. Yes. So like where I just played the worst cities. I just did a run. Let's take it one at a time, just because I'm curious. Because I've done this. I started headlining shows, whatever, 15. It's hard to sell tickets. No one knows more. So how do you use comedy club? Yeah, I do a lot of small rooms.
a lot of like breweries and stuff. And what I do is I make that so like top spots to races stuff or like it's like parody reviews.
So you get them while you're there.
Like before I do a lot of research ahead of time. I'm like top spots to control this and find them relatable, and usually I get the videos right, and then people are like, hey, we should go see this guy live, and the shows usually go better than this.
Right. And there's like how many people in these schools?
I'm doing just like 50 to 70 seaters right now.
What do you sell tickets for? How much do you sell tickets for?
$20 a piece.
$20?
It's pretty standard, yeah.
Pretty standard for someone.
I mean,
It's a professional that can sell. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Club takes a cut of that, right? So what do you think you logged out of Tulsa with?
I should have talked about college because now I'm in an accounting class up here, and that's not
Just give us a five.
yeah. I do like 4 shows, so I do like a full run.
So you did one in Tulsa or 4 in Tulsa?
I just did one in Tulsa.
Okay, so this is, you have to drive to the next city, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are looking inside the soul. I think for the people that control it, he's Shaq.
No, we did that last time. It's okay. This is every conversation I have with them.
We were on the show before.
Yeah, it did way better last time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's pretty low right now. Let's be real here. It's
The ceiling. Same height as it was last time you were.
very funny. Funny.
Okay. So, what's something interesting about your life before I let you go?
I talked about college. I was a sorority president. Yeah.
How do you get that job?
I was the president of the stand-up comedy club. You registered as a sorority, and they never corrected it. It was never checked. And the best part was our initials, stand-up comedy club SUC, were Suckhouse.
You still are. Did you get a little joke the last time you were on?
No, I got a big
You got a big one? Well, guess what, buddy? You're going the wrong direction. There goes Matt Van Horn, everybody. One more wonderful up here. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Orhan Lamora, everybody. Orhan. Here comes Orhan. Oh, yeah.
How are you guys? It was very fun watching you guys. That guy. Because he's more successful than me, I'm sure. Like I like, I've never fucking not called me. Never felt more like that in 9 years of my life. I shat myself and just went inside. Like an X-ray stuff. Turkey. A happy place. The state motto is if you're happy, you know it. But I was able to just like I lived in LA for a long time and and then I came back here and I like in this time I realized how to make a maturity is you go live in Turkey for 2 years. Now I think oh my I will at the top I don't want to call it this thing.
There it is. Yeah, you got it. The laughter was so loud you missed the meow. I held off the bear because of where you were going with it. Very Timmer. Okay, I'm talking to the mic there. I don't know how it works in Turkey, but there you go. Orhan, that was unbelievably great set. Just acknowledging the temperature of the room, like sense, like a 10-year. How long have you been doing? Oh, amazing. I think we're doing a joke about how you've been 1 year and then 9 years and that, but okay, that makes sense too. 9 years, very good.
I appreciate it.
How much of that's in America?
So see, like when you go to where I started comedy is that's I always say LA because it's where I started.
Perfect. What made you pick LA?
I mean, I was Orange County over there.
Got it. Yeah. What made you pick Orange County as a landing spot?
But blowjobs will count, which some people send blowjob videos and still went. So the other way is you have to work in America for 3 years. That's what I did. I did shitty jobs.
So one way out of the military is sending a video of a man absolutely the greatest country on planet Earth and making money and working for 3 years.
America also makes your ass for yay big.
Military service is mandatory for all Turkish men. They can only escape if they are ill, disabled, or homosexual. Proving homosexuality is a humiliating ordeal. So if you see the video of you sucking another like
People don't read it. People are like, this is getting out. And also they archive. So there's a bunch of reluctant like blowjob videos that didn't even do any army. But
where do you see that?
You guys are laughing, but I'm gonna get in trouble for this too.
The same video that'll get you out of Turkish military is the same video that'll get you into North Korea. The guy who volunteers to watch the video of the army. there a guy who's like, I'll make sure again.
Videos is called and save it.
They show me up the
Because they make you get up early.
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Incredible. So how long have you lived in Austin, Texas?
it's my 6th month. Well, actually, like people said I should, and I did, and then people have. Like people said, hey, this like call me there, people like you there. I said okay, and then I'm like, I'm telling you, like I like this video.
I want to talk to you for a little bit longer, even though this interview is going very long. But I find you so interesting. So now that you live here, how do you make money?
I work for a luxury car brand, but like only part time, and they give me time off when I go to the car brand. It's Mercedes, whatever.
Okay.
It's so nice. Look at that.
Have you ever tried to get out of work the same way you tried to get out of work?
I just took a job. They let me see us.
Absolutely. What else am I like for? Tell us more about you.
Honestly, I'm like a little bit good at everything, but not really that good at making things. Like I play piano, but not well. I don't like just like I ordered to carve wood.
Carving wood.
Yeah.
Okay.
About what is carving? I can have
Doing a relevant job or doing it absolutely.
well, I've had my share of good friends. They were girls. But like, I was going to Turkey, I was making a living doing this. So I had like more free time. Now I don't really have free time. I had a girlfriend a few months ago, but you know, if she wants to play that nights, I want to do more comedy because a little bit obsessed with this thing. So like, I'm seeing, you know, I can do this, nothing else. I mean, that's a boring answer.
No, it's good. It's my art list.
Yeah, it's because, you know, I don't know, I love this thing. So, disgusting love is like the amount of job opportunities I've given up to waste my time when I started and stuff. Just, yeah, that's,
I can only imagine.
I mean, like, yeah, that's was house like you. That's really know if I'm not high on it.
Have you ever saved any life or had any near-death experience or anything like that?
I mean, people have been suicidal when I, you know, shoot them.
This guy was watching that. Like something they're on a ledge.
People do, you know, my mind is talking about the election, so.
You are so funny. You are exactly what this show is. Somebody that's been doing it 9 years in Austin. And I just find you so incredible. The sacrifice that you made, and you're just so funny. And I can't wait to see more material from you. So, Orhan, you are the newest golden ticket winner. Congratulations. research. Make sure you're a real golden ticket winner. How about one more, everybody? That's what happens here. Should come true. And they did for your next media. Who was just about to move back to Atlanta when he got pulled as a bucket here on Kelsoni. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great regulars of the show's history, Storm of Atlanta. Make some noise for Kendrick Flynn, everybody.
You know about buying $200 worth of pregnancy tests and you can be on them, sir. Pretend to be gay with your best friends, you gotta go to couples therapy. Sir, what you know about having a spider that live in your room? This nigga's not your pet, but you think you got a white girlfriend, ladies, eat that. So then you chat GPT what kind of spider it is, only to find out it's a black widow. Black mama. That's when I figured it out, son. But I treated like a black mama. Church every Sunday. We don't go into the church. They won't let you in when they think you the devil. So I just go and don't see them. We play Kurt Franklin. She put what she want to read the Bible in her web, like Charlotte's Web. You know what I'm talking about, Charlotte's Web? What's the pig's name from the book? Well, this nigga can't read. This nigga can't read, and he's a liar. He just wants idiot. He just wanted to figure a liar. That's my time.
And he's done. And that, my friends, is the difference between a regular and a bucket hole and every stuff. You beat up my friends.
We got good news that you wanted. I would have feel like not breaking that shit, but don't get the Dollar Tree ones because the nigga was nervous. You know who the mama could be? I'm a hoe. You know what I'm saying?
How's life been going? Tell us.
All over the country is so much fun. I do hate getting on planes. I think y'all know that, but every city I've been to, I've been
Yep, we got the good ones. You know what I'm saying? Watches every episode of this crew in Toronto. It makes them all shut up and sit around the big screen TV.
Man, I love Drake.
There you go. So you do it. We love Drake too. I love it. You're very creative. I love it. It was really fun. I love very interesting.
So nice to say to you. Nice to say, yeah, I already know you.
I was going to piggyback off the gym and the way he was sucking his cock. What are you trying to get out of the army? I still can't believe it. That might be one of the craziest fun facts. Send a video of you butt fucking a Turkish army who's definitely jerking off to these videos.
It's even better if it's not true and a bunch of guys are blowing their friends and still going.
Absolutely incredible. I think America's bad. But fuck for a fight. Another place that has better weapons than Turkey does.
I feel like I would be gay instead of going to the army. I think I would choose like just be gay.
Give me that. I want that beast. Give me that.
Cedric, Anything else for you? How's everything?
It's fucking incredible.
Finally, I don't know, I'm starting to feel like when the first couple months were being up here, instead of being like extra nervous, because it is hard to come out here. I'm not just saying that because my friend bombed a couple people ago, but it's just which one was that? Matt Barber. Oh, he does run some great shows. Like, I did his club up there in Des Moines, Iowa. I don't think he likes me. I talked to him. Also, thank you for this sweet ass jacket. Of course, I just wanted to say thank you. This is fucking players. Yeah, they were supposed to come over the holidays. New jackets for these team here at the Wild, some Europe's in place here in America. It took a while, and now they've arrived just in time for Texas. Sweat like a month. I love it. Cedric, you are the fucking man. We love you. You guys see him on the road. Clint. Follow him. See him when he comes to your cities. We know this next young buck. One of the door guys here at the mothership. We love it when, people mothership sign up. These guys all are in a big rotation here in Austin doing spots. Hopefully with their experience, they're doing their better minutes here. So let's see what happens. Make some noise for the young buck. Very funny young man. I was at the bar the other day, just getting a drink. So many. I'm just sitting there minding my own business, drink. One more comes over and orders a drink, and then looks at me and goes, "You should shave your face. You look like a rapist." And I just yelled at her. I said, "Yeah, you look like a victim." Got her. She didn't like that very much. She's not back. She's like, "That's not fun much stuff. It's just it is." Don't worry, I'm not into fat chicks. I'm clearly anorexic, so got her again. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, absolutely great. Nicholas, some egg back again. Welcome back. How's it going? Fantastic. Yeah, new glasses. Very good. What do you guys think about Nicholas, Jim? I'm glad I changed. Joke writing, yeah, really great. I like this. He's closing on the left. Yeah, I like that too. Got out on top. Tell us about it. We're here at the mothership. We're here. I recently became a father of college a while ago. So I'm just doing tell us about that. All fatherless people. Well, I mean, we're not fathers. Yes, childless. And we're probably also fatherless. We'll just come and test you. Well, I mean, it's cliche to say, but they always say you're never ready. So you don't know what to expect, which is just the cliche thing that is true. But it was a little different in our situation because when our baby was born, we had a little baby girl. One in 20. Kenny Shirley was born. We discovered that she had a little bowel infection in her intestines, and they had to do emergency surgery and remove about 17 centimeters of her intestines, and then they gave her like an ileostomy bag. Did the hospital for like the first 5 months. So it was really traumatic. Sending to my wife was really upset that I nicknamed her shitbag Shirley. Like I said it one time, but every holiday since it comes up, and I'm like, SBS is never gonna remember any of this. I like how you our jokes. I'm like, oh my god, it's really thing. Yeah, it's kind of nice to do. Some south. Nowhere. That's your daughter. Your humor is the contents of your daughter's shit bag.
That's true, yeah. Definitely sick. Definitely sick. Which I had done recently. But, as guys are good to the point. This year I've been, they were like, all right, we're going to take your balls. So, I was turning my head. I was, as you do. Asked the guys, why do I turn my head when I cough? Because I don't want you to cough in my face. I was like, oh, fair point. You don't know unless you ask. So. That makes sense. And then he finishes, and I start pulling on my pants, and he goes, oh, wait, we're going to check. Rothschild. And I said, no, thank you. I just didn't want to do that. All of a sudden, I'm just in position, hands down, freak off. He goes, don't be alarmed, you're going to feel like a small pinch. And that's when I looked back at him and said, how do I feel with your hands on my shoulders? And he didn't like that at all. He didn't like that joke at all. Oh, dentist office, so. Hell yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, that was kind of a struggle.
I love it. You're doing a hell of a job. Crush it. Mothership. Getting spots. Just performing in front of millions of people here on the show. Did great. Congratulations. I got me over here, so we're excited to get out. Here's a big cup. Boom. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the book. Here we go. Here we go. Mix it up.
I don't know if y'all can tell by looking at me, but I don't have. I'm actually living through this app I found where I find strangers who choose me to stay at their place. Take care of their pets. It's called Hinge. No, but I do go through this, and it usually goes pretty bad. And when I came home, I discovered that the cat had gotten into my dirty lawn and chewed up only my under. So, weird way to. You take the puss out of the panties, but you can't take the panties out of the puss. That's it.
Hi, Kirsty. Welcome. Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome. How long have you been with Stanley? Okay, where at?
I started in Dallas.
You still live in Dallas?
No, I live now.
How long have you lived here?
Like a year and 4 months.
Okay. How do you make money?
I do pet sitting. I sell clothes on Depop.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 30.
How's it going? Are you good?
Pretty good, yeah.
Perform a lot?
I do.
Are you a little tipsy or on drugs of some kind right now?
100% sober.
Really?
Yeah.
Just you?
Yeah, this is just me. I'm not even on Zoloft anymore. I'm off all of it.
Were your parents really stoned and on drugs?
Yes.
You look like you should be disrupting ice rink. Yeah. True. What ethnicity are you?
I'm Sicilian.
Really? Okay. ever slapped your parents about Sicilian?
Like 8%. My dad's dad is like Irish, so that's why my last name's Hayden.
Okay, what do you do for fun first?
For fun, I usually will, you know, I like to do,
How long have you been off the Zoloft for?
1 month.
Yeah, there we go. I had a feeling. So your body adjusts.
Yeah, the brain zap finally stopped. So the brain zaps. And none of you take so often.
Brain zaps.
Kind of, it's uncomfortable, but I kind of like it because it makes you feel kind of second. You're like, oh, you're like, oh yeah.
There's other ways to
So what made you get off the Zoloft?
Health insurance changed. So I thought it was easier to just quit the pills than to be put on hold.
Did you wean off? Did you talk to a doctor at all? You just kind of just turkeyed it?
Turkeyed it. They tell you not to do that, but I think I got through it just fine.
So she's away tables at the every time I headline I get rushed into the show. She's very funny. She's great. They're like a bitch head.
Bitch Edward?
Bitch gives head.
You already have a bitch impersonator though.
I mean, that's what it treats for.
That's usually why I'm thinking,
What do you think it's a weight loss drug?
It's for like PTSD.
There's a few.
it was for, yeah, but I would get depressed while I was on it, so I just want to deal with product.
Right. So how has month been? What's going on with it? Day-to-day thing, have there been highs and lows?
I think I learned good cooking on Zoloft, so it's actually been fine out it. I don't really feel any different. Because I was on it for 3 years, and it's not like so. Yeah, I just learned how to be good. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I feel pretty much the same. Sexual. It does. It was an hour to
How has anybody, do you have a boyfriend?
no.
So have you been on dates or anything since being off Zoloft, or are you just like you know that the sexual thing is because you're pleasing yourself?
Well, it's hard to date when you do comedy. You're just out every night, and I don't really do dating apps because I don't really like care. So no, I don't really go on dates very often. So no, I don't know. I don't do that right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Kirsten, what do you do for fun? You're not going to stand up.
I do a little bit of yoga. I like playing pool. I like singing sometimes. And I take showers.
It's a rarity.
I like to do. I also very fun. Right? Let me ask you one more question about the Zoloft here. I like tendencies. Did you have a low moment at all? Low moments, but I think because I expected there to be some moments, I just didn't. It wasn't that bad. So now, well, I see how many sense is bad timing, but I work with Brian and so you can't control everything over here. You just do whatever you want. I'm gonna get that. Maybe tonight. No, I can't have that kind of. I can't have that kind of press. Don't write a suicide note. You got it. You're leaving here with a big chunk of money. There you go. Right. See everybody. Yeah, let's do that. Some more. Get a golden ticket here tonight, and you may have seen Once Upon a Time in Texas on Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-awaited return of the great. English, I realize everything's better when it's white. For example, person just lives in the house, or the most powerful person lives in the White House. White collar jobs are better than blue collar jobs. They're more intellectual, paid more. White lies are better than other lies because they come from good intentions. Be some sort of white. Even Diddy knows white is better. Diddy used to host white parties in Hollywood. Best parties you can ever find. You can only wear white in that party, right? You got A-list celebrities, unlimited baby oil. And guess what? When he's arrested, not white. Thank you, that's okay. Young. That was all white. Yeah. Stuck with one premise there. Smart. Adorable as always. Very likable. Yeah. I was like, I think they scheduled some shows around few states. I have a showing. Awesome show in San Antonio, March April 11th. See that tonight. You drive. You drive? Probably I drove Uber before. I was 5 stars. Yeah. Yeah. I did 5,000 trips. Yeah. High ratings. That's great. I find that impossible to believe. Shit. I did Georgia Smith. It was very funny. You had the, wife. Very good. Good writing. Very much. Thank you. Yeah. Keep working with many pieces of shitty stuff. Okay, I know. I can't do it. I can look at you. I thought you was a human incubator with a mouth bald and wrinkly. Are you good? Do I now? Is he? You're gonna let Sue you that way. Tell me how I'm not good enough. How small it is. I just look right there, right? Tell me about it. Youngin has this incredible roast delivery. I find so interesting. She does it with a smile. She looks right at you. She told Red Band that he looked like the kidney don't work. So many people after saying they saw the Netflix thing bring that up.
to a red band and he looks like this. It doesn't have to necessarily be like some written math problem. It's some brutal honesty with you the way you know.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to him. I just thought he looks very good.
See what you see like it's an adorable livery.
Yeah, but that means she really think an alien.
What do you think about Ian? Ian's a good looking guy, right?
He looks so true.
Something's an alien.
Jury's on his knuckles, like.
Thank you. I'll take a number 35, a 47, and a 16.
Are you Drew though? You are? Okay.
What are you?
Not Drew.
Look, she doesn't even say A. She goes, are you Jew?
Oh, yeah. That was very 1945 of you.
Since when did the Japanese not like Jews? Oh, Chinese. I got in trouble for this before, getting these things backwards. You guys are totally different. Different people to us.
Yeah, we don't get work people.
You do.
We do.
Yeah.
We do bump people.
Chinese. Something you guys don't.
Yeah, we like to build trains though.
Yes, sir.
Build trains.
That's right, sushi train.
I feel like she's a racist little dog string.
Raisins are coming.
Are you Jew? You got this spider I love this one.
Thank you. How do you feel about aliens?
Yeah, we're gonna give you a hug. You look hurt.
Likeable that she could get away with things that most people can't free on, including I've noticed how amazing she loved her, and she loved her. What's your least favorite race? If you were joking.
Oh, you really putting me on spot, Tony. Japanese. We fight a lot and we kill each other all the time.
Yeah.
We fight a lot.
Think about them in particular.
I think we just think we're better than them. They think we're better than us. Yeah, just like Jews and Christians, you know.
What? Aliens and everything? Yeah. Take it easy. Jesus Christ.
The Jew and the Jews here, they're gonna think that I'm Jewish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right. I know, like 23 May, I took a time.
Yes, for sure. You're 100% Jewish when you make up.
She spotted it. Yeah, no,
I mean, even though her eyes look like they're closed, she can see. Young. Under young, everybody. We're gonna go back to this bucket. Coming around the corner here. Make some noise for your neck bucket full, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jordan McDonald. Here comes Jordan.
What's going on in Cloud lately? When I go to new cities, what I like to do is I like to take that weed, go to parks. I like to smoke that weed at parks. And I like to watch homeless people. That's not a judge how much I like. That's just how I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, not too long. Ladies in here. USA. Just sort of playing relative. No, I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, parks watching homeless people. I see this homeless man walking by himself. There's nobody else around him. And he just says out loud, I only smoke crack on the weekend. And guess what, Daddy? It's the weekend. That's the homeless man right there. You mean to tell me you're a crack addict? It's like, hey, man, what you doing tonight? Maybe some crack. Nah, nigga, it's Tuesday. Don't stop my crack till Thursday. They have 11:58 kids. Thank you. On 7 years.
7 years. And is that true? You really need a crack addict?
I was smoking weed at the beaches in Toronto, and I smoked crack. That's the crazy shit. Crack addict.
I think I like watching you. You're a performer. You have good energy. I think to acknowledge the audience and the material is unique. So I do watch you.
Oh, thank you.
Definitely gotten a lot better. I've heard that. Yeah.
I've been working hard.
Yeah. I liked your impressions as you really threw yourself into it.
Yeah.
And when you said Canada, I appreciated that.
Yeah.
US. Jordan, what have you been up to? Other than stand-up comedy.
Actually, toured the world 2024 in 12 different countries.
Tell us about it.
I went, the coolest place I went to was Tanzania, East Africa. Shout out to Punchline in Dar es Salaam. And there, so that shows there from Spain.
Performing in English. All these different places.
So it was cool. One of the shows was in Swahili. I was like, damn, this is crazy. Then the audience turned up in English. I actually got Amsterdam, Spain, 5 years ago. They're like, you're the 2 boys, you're from Beach Club, right? And I was like, they're like, you're funny. And I'm like, that next time.
Incredible. Not comedy related. What was our favorite place?
Favorite place, comedy related, Barcelona, Spain, man. Everybody got ass. They got, for real, man, everybody's picked up. They got good food out naked in the ocean thing that was tight. Sherman, Texas, all that. Right, nothing like that. That's fun. Yeah.
I ain't never seen such a light-skinned brother with so much soul.
Come on now. You know what it is.
I like it.
You've been having all the wrong light skins on your show lately, Tony, so I just have to come in with you.
I like you. When you swam naked in the ocean, what kind of fluids did you use?
I just use my hair. It keeps me afloat. My nose above water. I ain't worried. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go below my knees.
Amazing. Did you look up with any local ladies?
There was some pretty ones out there.
Barcelona.
No, one was in Edinburgh, Scotland.
The Jewish girls out there go crazy. Tell us, what do you mean? Well, so the Edinburgh Film Festival is a big comedy festival, and everybody's just trying to evolve the teachers who write you. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes a Charizard and write you meet them somebody like, yo, this motherfucker make electricity and fire. I don't know. Can you say, can you explain that to the people who are absolutely brain dead dorks? Yeah, so, you know, you go to one of the after parties, you know, and they drink a lot in Scotland, and you start drinking, and then you make eye contact with a very pretty chick from across the room, and she's like, yo, I can read a show. Like, no, let's have some fun. And we have fun. Did you know she was Jewish before she said she directed shows? Or was that the gift? I was like, this might be that way. Yeah. So, you know, had to do the job. Have you noticed something different than the non-Jewish? Go ahead, say it. It's okay. Okay, well, Ian, shut up, make it know. I love Jewish people. I just want y'all to know. I'm not the one Jew in the crowd sweating right now. I love you, brother. Like, moles. You know, I was like, connected up. That was the only difference was the moles. God puts them on there so we can spot them. Exactly. No, they're not moles. They're called rats. This is still in the clip. Hopefully the clip didn't end. I love it. Jordan, anything else crazy, man? Me and my homies been making short comedy films this year. We got a really funny stoner film called if you like good stoner comedy film, where can people find it? We got it on YouTube right now. Just look it up. Tushy film. It's on YouTube. DUSH1. Okay. Yeah. The funny one with US Bank. We did? Yeah, we did. We were just hanging out in the green or whatever. And you walked up with a slice of pizza, and I was talking to. And I was like, yo, tell me about this. It looked like the goose farce. Exactly. Well, that was a joke. But that was pretty good. And for being loser? Oh, yeah. Oh, Pokemon. You know differences. The Mustafar system is where it's where Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi fought. It's basically a planet, and there was a bubble on his slice of pizza. It was like one of those. And granted, you have to also remember it's fucking Skankfest, so I'm drunk. But I literally did. I didn't notice it until then, and then I pull out my phone and I looked up the new solar system and I slapped myself. Took my red lightsaber and I shoved it up my ass to get out of the Turkish military. Everybody. Lightsaber up. They don't use green or purple out there. No way. Straight red. I'm almost to the point where I can shoot electricity out of my fingertips, saving it for medicine. So just casual business. All right, let's do one last budget poll. Make some noise for Joey Johnson, everybody.
What's up, guys? Man, it's 4-year-old before, so that's 11 years of comedy, man. Yeah, sure. It's hard making money doing this, man. 11 years at the comedy club. Excuse me, sir. He's facing change. And I told him, I was like, dude, I don't have any money. I'm a stand idiot. Shit, you know, guys, this homeless guy like paused and assessed my fucking situation. Goes, my fam, you right? And that fucked me up. That ruined that too. He was in here as my man, you family right then $5, all right? And I took that shit because it's hard out here for a play. All right, yeah. I was on unemployment. That was the best money I ever made. All right. I'm not really floating on $100. I was like, I can't be bought. I was on unemployment. I wasn't taking advantage of the system. We hear about that a lot, right? Taking advantage. I wasn't. The money given back to me, I was putting into small business. I love small business, so I will only take a girl and saying out to a mom and pop abortion clinic. Because big abortion is just killing the little guy. Right, everybody?
Joey Johns, great set. 11 years you've been doing it.
Hyenas, actually. We had time high.
Tell me what Star Wars shit I said.
They're not the Jones you're looking for.
What happened when we met?
I was just going to open for you, and you had a bunch of people there, Randy, Fort Worth. JP is in the green room. You don't recognize him.
Always probably only.
Well, what's funny is the Saturday after, that was a Friday, I just thought the Saturday after the girlfriend that just broke up with me, she was going to come to the show, and I was like, oh, she's a big fan. I was like, oh, she's going to see me big time. Then I was like, hey man, you need to get back to her. You're like, nah.
Well, I had an entire crew that I flew out from Los Angeles.
Yeah, it was good.
Randy.
Yeah, Randy's a dog. I love him.
We love Randy. Randy's my fucking homie, the great butler. He comes to all of our shows. We do massive venues.
No, you let me do the time. I was typing. Yeah. I would like the girlfriend.
There you go. Lightsaber away from the night. How dare you use Isley Cantina's name? This is crazy that you're all finding out at once how big of a secret Star Wars nerd I am. Literally rewatched it over I just let it go. You're lying. Your big one. I already did it on this show before. And your one impression is of Princess Leia during the Empire. She's in a special helmet, which changes her voice, and when she wakes up, she goes, "You're the president." Thank you. You want me to do the secret show on Thursday? I don't want to. Oh my god. Fucking hilarious. I love that you're finding out that I have a sense of dirty side today. Oh my god. Alright, Joey, what do you do for work?
I work at a shop on wheels out here, so I sell diet. I sell diet weed in a food truck.
Nice.
Yeah, I did it in high school, but they tipped me for it now, so that's nice.
It's awesome.
Just for the job you want, I'm for it.
How long have you been doing that for?
I moved here about a year ago. I started 2 months ago. I was working at a country club bartending out here at first, and then in July, the country club. River Place Country Club.
Is it your truck or your money?
No, I work for a bunch of comics. I think he was on here recently. He works there. There's a lot of them.
You got Rob.
Yeah. They're looking at trouble bills. I'm pretty sure they posted their mugshot. Maybe I'll get a raise. Yeah, they got robbed. I don't know what happened. That wasn't my fault. That was my mugshot.
Okay. There you go.
I locked up.
All right, we're gonna use that video in court.
You definitely robbed them. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
just want to know why. I did not rob the joke.
Okay.
Please, I need to know that. Please.
So it's 14 an hour.
Yeah, I probably should have said that.
What's your one bedroom?
One bedroom. Two. Goddamn. Two. So one bedroom for 750 would be crazy.
Looks like I found a new secret. How large do you need to?
This is not the droid report time.
All right. Is it a one bathroom? One bathroom. It's a one bathroom?
Yeah.
Tell these people what you're sharing about.
It's gross. Both me and him were like trying to get nothing out, so the protein intake, like, it's gone up for us and the toilet. And that's crazy. Having women over is crazy. You know what I mean? And also, like, the toilet seats now falling off. It's just like doing that thing where, you know, I think the like sit wipers, right? Like you shit into the. She knows what I'm talking about. She can say,
What do you mean?
like, if you like, do you stand there and wipe just wipe or sit wipe?
I have a stand. Where's
You stand or leave? Yeah, fucking yeah. I thought I should say that. Well, like, it moves the seat.
I don't know what I do. Stand up.
That's crazy.
They stay sitting and they go like
No,
that.
but no, you leave. You grab a chick laying and reach across the seat. Yeah. That's a super way to do it.
It's very rare that we have so much standards.
Yeah, this is crazy, by the way. The numbers are normally in my favor, I feel like.
Now,
Look, that is a strong man right there. And he said something. That man works in construction.
wow. I said you leave. What?
He's a sinner. I'm a tall. And if you have a shitty apartment like I do, like, yeah, so now it's like, shit, I need direction, bro. This shit, you're on a slip and slide. It's crazy. It's like I'm sitting on an ice cube. I stand white. Yeah. Because you sit in peace.
Joey, give me one more crazy fun fact about your entire life. Could be your childhood.
Crazy. I'm putting cocaine. Everybody, that's cool. Yeah.
You're in the process right now.
I mean, I've been done for like a few months now, but yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. I had some, I guess, rock bottom though.
Let's hear about that.
As a roommate, each side. Well, this feels very.
You got outed as a huge Star Wars fan?
No, I had sex with a trans girl though, sorry. That's like a funny. Yeah. Sir, you're talking to the king and queen. No, I know. This is why this is the best one I just know. No, what happened? We were fucking. And by the way, she looked great. She looked great. No. I was fucking. Then I saw the peak was like the rock bottom. Because I knew, but then when you see it, you're like, fuck, that's. Yeah, I know. That's hard. I feel like I could have stopped because I've been fucked up. Like, I turned on once I saw the penis.
Wait a second. Hold on.
I know that's crazy to say after I did it.
Let's go on this for a second. You're getting real amped up now.
Sorry.
So getting closer to us. Yeah. Move back. So Joey, you're saying that you didn't know she was hurt.
I was willing to. I was so like coked out. To ignore the fact that like it could be a possibility. And again, you can play pretend until you. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh, I like don't like this, but then I didn't want to finish.
Joey.
You are gay. Introduce you to cock. You are.
You're saying that you were having sex with her, right?
Yeah.
You're hitting it from behind.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you finish? And then you saw the dick?
Yeah.
So you came with You weren't curious as to why space was her asshole? Yeah. There was you're just like, wow, this is so her asshole?
No.
You pulled out.
Yeah.
So you pull out and you shoot it on her back.
No, for some reason, this is dumb. I know. Coming in the ass. So I was like, if I do it on the back, it's straight and fell.
One alpha movement out. So when so
I was like there wasn't a cigarette that she moved up, like, yeah. And then about like not wanting to get kicked out, what,
did you make her come like a gentleman or you a piece of shit?
I honestly, man, I don't know.
The Olympics are going first place medal gymnastics. I was too cool to move. I was so tough, I dated her for 6 months. I was drunk, I met her family and fell into a love relationship.
Gold medal in skating, I was.
Gayer for you to deny.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, I said I did.
She sleeps over. Did you wake up next to her the next morning?
Well, she drove me home. Like, we didn't really sleep. There was coke. She is a shit woman.
Yeah, better watch out. She's
It was very sweet of.
What kind of car did she have? Do you remember? Big pickup truck.
That's back then.
Oh, Joey. Congratulations. Sunset fun of you. Love it. Great to see everybody. All right. Tonight, I mean, unbelievable. What a showing. Golden Ticket winner. Young was great. Dedrick was great. William got the whole thing. Normally, that's how you end the show. He kicked it. He went off perfect. So it makes you wonder something like this. And wow, there's only one way. This regular has it. He's selling out giant theaters all around the United States of America, where one day it is very likely that he will be. He remains. He is so
And then also, as an immigrant, of course, I am anti-ICE. However, as soon as I get these rapists out of my country, that's the sort of dude I am. Once I'm in, I pull out a rough. Fuck off, poor fool! Holy shit, things have changed. White women now, most valuable commodity in America. God, I'm bad for that behavior. I think I'll watch the whole video. Got shot. I asked all my black friends, and were like, "Oh, shop my heart." Thank you so much. You guys
Okay, right. Of this show, I don't think we're really. I know for a fact we haven't seen anything quite extremely hardworking. I mean, you're growing great. It's absolutely insane using your momentum, star powers. You just have momentum. Every single thing is fucking hilarious. You know, we know you're hilarious, so the expectations are raised and then boom.
the expectation of
Pressure. Jim Northwood, thank you. It's very funny, man. I love to see like confident. Like, every time I see more confidence, the material is really good. It's awesome.
confidence has been an issue recently.
Why? That must be fun.
So for a few months, he's all right, but he's correct. She, that's a good God, it feels like.
So what do you do?
Ask her, so is it awesome? Whatever we need. Get a black guy here in 15 minutes. I don't give a fuck. Ladies, behind the line. Insecure. Fuck. I think if a Mexican is digging a ditch, you gotta fucking show up with a bobcat. I don't give a fuck. What do we need? Was she acting like she was coming? Yes. Oh, we don't know. Simply swinging. Shaking. I know Jim doesn't know that feeling, dude. Oh, shit. God.
Did you get the vibrator? Did you do it right then on the spot?
I had it there, but I'm sorry.
So are you looking forward to your revenge? Are you gonna
Yes, that would be. I was thinking, I was even shopping for my house myself. I was shopping for things where the battery isn't even enough. I was shopping for fucking the lights. Next time, show her my my place, dude. I'm coming with a chainsaw.
So Ari, this is absolutely incredible. You've been all over the road lately. How's that?
On the club, stand up live in Phoenix, shout out to Rothschild, the clubs are awesome. People are they wash chicks, but it's like 500 acres in a row.
And that's Ari Maddie Comedy.
Ari, for the love of God, some of these shows are looking for. I don't need this right now. No one's coming. I mean,
This episode was brought to you by Shopify. How loud can this place give a great Jim Norton, everybody? Jim Norton can save you. Available everywhere. Unconceivable on YouTube at Jim Norton Comedy on YouTube. Ian, one more time for Ian Finance, everybody. His new travel show. Ian. Available at YouTube under Ian Finance Comedy. Such a fun episode brought to you by Shopify. We are doing the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles, California in May, so come out and see that. Wherever you are, you can fly to LA and see LA. Or if you live in LA, you see a real big ass, or biggest Sony of all time at the Intuit.
My big man, Cameron 7 on YouTube.
Next week, everybody. Thank you. gracious, how exciting this. You guys happy to be here? What? Shit. Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Deep in the One Live podcast of the world. It's all the chaos. Here's a little bit more of the amazing possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking Phil Tony Show to Houston, February 28th, and Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual one in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay. Every single week, I book this mamma jamma. I mean, this is so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Chris Simmons. Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Great Sal Volcano. Oh my god. I'm in theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers. Is available everywhere. Great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest shows histories. Touring Pitstock.com. He's in Lexington and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? Excited to be here? So excited. I'm fucking excited. You guys excited what? These sick Latinas love The Impractical Jokers. This lady's screaming Sal's name over and over again. A little fucking the tortoise love you, Sal. You guys, how the show works. 300 plus comedians are sparring right next door. And if I out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes grabs them, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know the time is up near the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. It's just loud and annoying. More about their real life or their anything really that's interesting about them. I'm so excited about this. Great. We have you guys. It just does not get any better than this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed 24 guest of the year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh,
I'm out of red, but I brought some tree. We don't need any more red bands out there.
wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out Magnum condoms.
It might be open. Come over to the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized greatest guest in the show. What was that? This gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get that? Wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
They didn't go to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right. Sorry, this year, the Who Is Me tour. Wow, that's a wild that's happening. Wow, that's wild. Very exciting, Dr. here live in the flesh with great Simmons and Salvo. Canada. This episode is brought to you by my goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's crazy. You got something joking. We absolutely do. We shake them up for the show. For all-time appearances show. One of the few living members of the Hillzone Hall of Fame. All of the Memphis Stranglers, the Manila Garage, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was one other night, and she heard people talk about doxing one another. Hey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, you ordered the Amber Jack. I raise my hand, I look, and I say, wait, this has literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther? Like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it off. And they're all like, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, God, you're never gonna believe this. Okay, that's my time. The earth is round, Tony. That's why you would show up from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous. I come up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Your comfort zone, proof that you can do it all. Got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I have to say, I've been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a bad funk in my brain, but I'm 60 fucking miles to pass days. Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Great, Fitzsimmons. Well, it's just great that you're, I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're growing. How's it going? It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up. I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass. So literally, I was bad funk. Don't help. Nothing really helps. Crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Yeah. Corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. Corner where you're fucking tank top. Fucking nasty, weird. Your little blue tank top with some swim trunks. And he had a little of his fucking girlfriend's feet doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before he did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot? Yeah. Oh, her foot talk, because he likes that. Yeah. What a great foot. What a great foot.
You know, there's certain things like,
Williams, you've been rowing, trying to hopefully I've been to a city before. I told him it's mainly new jokes. I gotta get my tickets and I gotta get better at marketing. I gotta figure it out. Would you just call me a nacho vest? You said? You should say everything. You should encourage a woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, so you're doing a really good job. The Lakers not always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up, man. Fucking redneck going break the butt. You dude, seriously. It was everyone else. All right now. That is I see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. I know you are right. That's not how this works.
did you guys all see those little nachos?
To know where do you get a mess like that? So I only clicked vintage.com my account. I clicked in vintage 90s Columbus orange. And you know mine. And then yes, this choice was not in the keyword search. No. Wow. Exactly little nachos. They do. They do. It is absolutely incredible. William always a master of style.
He's a nice guy. You look like you're about to do some fun for a bunch of kids who are definitely going to get your list. We're choosing that to the 2 gig again. I want to compliment you on the thank you. Thank you so much.
Like the tour guide at Epstein Island. There. Guy that walks you off the dock and you pull up on the bus and show. Okay, everybody come in here, and it's just rapping and jacking off with all the fucking you weirdo. Wow. Well, William, you got the show. You got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, the great and powerful William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Now we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Getting his own book delivered to him. That is incredible. Philip C. McCall. PhD, you and me. As easy as 1, 2, 3.
I'm talking about that in my book.
That's right. Page 73.
You can't run. Get the fuck out of my garage.
Ladies and gentlemen, your first possible tonight is Sancho Pancho Uninterrupted.
What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I even install women. So that could be hard. So I got these shoes. And now we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, women are starting to hit. It's still hard to talk. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl. She was like 5'5". She looks down at me. She's like, "Boy, you're so short. You go up on me in the bedroom." I'm like, that's a weird way to ask if I keep a step from. I'm like, you don't wear this shirt before. Like, I'm trying to eat my way to your heart. You know what I'm saying? Same note, I hate someone who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. Because, like, when you're having to tippy toe, fucking put my chimichangas. Like, how am I gonna to a girl that I got grass from a men's like, it doesn't work like that. And that's what I'm want to be. Thank you. That's what I'm
Adorable. Adorable. One of the largest full-grown babies giant when it comes to weekends. Sun show.
Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes on.
When's the last time you measured yourself? Like, yeah.
When I went to get
Okay. I got one of those. People normally don't have one of those.
yep, you guys say yeah. Hopefully they lower my rate.
USC?
USA 8.
US 88? You were in the military.
Yes, sir.
Okay, absolutely incredible. What were you doing in the military exactly? What's your specialty?
Man, I was in an engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff, we glue it up. Like I have more certain. I'm open to tonight.
God.
Now, why the fuck did you do that?
Yeah.
Because we're pretty much rocking the same.
Do you mind me asking?
Probably when I was like 19.
How did it work out for you? How did you adjust?
With the comment.
Oh, well, there you go. So, Sunshine Punch, yeah, you were called at night, standing at 5 foot. What do you think in this life or life for God to treat you like this? And he apparently only act has to do with women. Just said, you're hoping to get lucky tonight. When's the last night Sancho Pancho?
We could just.
Who was this? What was this? Where'd you be?
Just in my hometown.
Was you married? What about you that you're into married women who like wrecking other people's lives?
Cracked open. I just walked through it. You know, even if it's the dog, like.
That was tonight's Doritos.
What were you guys gonna say?
I was gonna say, yeah, if we walk under the crowd, we didn't have to go. Oh, no,
It doesn't have to duck down or anything like that.
together.
We all have different doggy door jokes for you, Sancho. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude. Bring up a doghouse and we're all like, you are.
Women love a confident man. Yes. I do. I'm down 10 pounds.
What are you doing exactly? Explain to some of these people how they can lose weight.
I quit alcohol, so that was a big one. For now, yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I dressed up like liver. So like, I'm a month away and I can drink it. So, yeah, quitting alcohol and just working out every day. So.
Enough about your date from last week.
If she's not 180, she's a lady. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's go.
Chapter 25, fat people too.
Biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho Pancho.
Probably Redhead. No, probably. Sorry, not to be successful.
Such a specific way.
Yeah.
Like you, that's something you. That 233 is up there, and that's how much I went. So that's my real way.
You really think so? Let's get the fucking mail, everybody. weigh myself like. By the way, if a bucket pool games is working on its own,
I'm just gonna say I weigh about 239.
okay. All right. Yeah, but then you're wearing your hat up. 233, everybody. It's been here for every other show. Sal, read it up. Just says, all right. It says, ouch. Okay. Do you want me to report? Yes, report it. 251. This wearing a 17. Oh, look.
It's getting cold outside.
What do you mean? Poncho, get on that thing. Let's see what it does.
Alright, so let's take my shoes out.
What do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. I'm 160. Poncho.
That's about 10 pounds.
You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe.
Take yourself a joke book, Tony.
Thank you.
You said like how that small joke book is the size is a big joke book.
So you got a small one?
Yes, sir.
Today you're getting a medium one.
That's it.
Poncho. Yeah, everybody. There he goes. Off and running. You weighed in at 233 today? 239. Read it. Yeah. Okay. A lovely Heidi, everyone. A lot of treats coming. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Phil, Fitzsimmons, Sal, piano, everybody. A shit ton of water and absolutely shoddy. Hey, the podcast is sponsored by Gucci. Guys, let's be real for a second. Exactly good enough. That's why Gucci just raised the bar. Introducing Gucci Gold. Revolution want to upgrade the targets with your brain and your body. Here's the deal. Most rebuilds only focus on what Gucci Gold goes further. It combines two ingredients, desire and connection from the inside out. It's not just about functioning, it's about total performance because it's 15 minutes, seconds less waiting, more confidence, and a level of readiness. This is the future of performance. Faster, smarter. Sit an engineer for results. Get started today at Gucci.com and see why millions of men trust me. Now, the gold machine, gold standard, it's changing the game good. Red man.
Oh, Tony, Gucci. Ladies, if you're listening, make him a trophy husband. Gucci Gold.
Life easier, making it harder to discover your option.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month using code Toby. Visit Gucci.com for more details and information. And we thank Gucci for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Late at night, you're scrolling through your feeds, and all of a sudden you see that one product. You click on the link, add to cart, grab a little more before finally hitting checkout. As you're filling in your address, you realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see it. That hey, button. But that's all your information saved. This tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio. Like hundreds of Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is packed with helpful AI product descriptions, page headlines, and even attach your product or feed. Get the word out to you behind best yet shop commerce expert with world-class expertise and everything from managed returns and beyond. So, see less cards. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today. Shopify.com/Go2. Go to Shopify.com. Everyone, Mario's so hot.
Everybody mad about these sommeliers. Talking to a cop. Thank you. So many people are. You see it everywhere. I thought it was cool. It's like, get your MS and thing. Like, who wants to run a board meeting with multiple schools? Time on the show's not. Oh, but it's not. Look different or something? Yes, there my head because it was looking like Angelica's Barbie doll. Okay.
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought you were running for office because you just keep being like Jews, you know. And you said, what's the last thing you said?
I think the reason the word retarded is so offensive is so many people are. I'm behind it, dude. I know retarded people. South. They go.
Say that, you know, I noticed things. And then you really, I mean, it really didn't deliver. And you thought it would buckle up like, because the inference was that it was below that. Joke. And then it was really just a you know, bar type of joke. 21 something would buckle up to the next. And then basically it just was a very powerful joke.
That was one of the
Catchphrase, or did you just feel like coming out and saying something?
Just go sassy, baby. I don't know, baby. You just yeah, buckle up, Happy. Buckle up.
Yeah, we just you said and then it felt great this way. You said it wasn't on purpose. When you're on a plane, these things aren't going to go with green plane.
Buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah.
But you do it now, but it's
I appreciate it.
buckle up, everybody. People will let you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what's next. You're good at spotting Jews. Is that they tell you they're Jews? Why are you talking? Exactly. Wherever you go.
Like, I don't know. That sounds bad. Okay.
Starting to see why this guy shaved his head all the way.
Why did all right. This is what I'm trying to do for. Let's do it. Okay.
It doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere without saying these fucking people.
Yeah. Okay.
Like this person. Okay. That's a nice direction changing question you just did. Let's stick with the Jews here for a second. Okay, let's not shift it all. Doctor, cue that. You've seen the member. This is there any notice of way taught Jews before they had together their Jewish? No. How long have you been with stand up? I've been a stand up for 6 years. 12, I used to do okay. You would say, yeah. Great. You have any original song? I do. Okay. What notes are okay? You guys want to talk about here we are, me and my best friend, out of the bar and we're headed again, and we're talking about all the girls we've made. We both drink until we can't see. Then my friendly said to me, yeah. Oh, and I'm like, yeah, bro, I love you too. For me, he's telling me this while he's rubbing on mine. My name is Mario. Making Mario so hot, hilarious. Mario, I make porn and I wait. Let's stop right there. When you say you make that's right. Your wife and your wife. Yes, it's all wife. Okay. Such a poncho beat out here. I like that. Let's see what very interesting. And that's been good for you. That guy's probably in height, right? You ever thought about letting Sancho Pancho be a joint in? Because I'm in charge of that. Probably love it. Yeah. Where do we all available online? Is there a specific it's on fucking what is that, .org or something? Sure, it's Square. Square, yeah, we got Did you get one last time? Okay, there you go. There you go. Mario, that's okay. Well, there he is. There he goes. Mario's the plot. Next book, it's full way to gentleman goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Okay. This looks like a new.
It's like an egg kill Tony. So, I'm on shrooms. I gotta leave with that. Sorry. What are y'all? My second time. Give me a little bit of it, okay? I'm staying in a goddamn hotel. You know, how many the 69 would have been funnier. The mushroom thing, anybody psilocybin? Yes, right. Oh, guys, nice shroomming tonight. That's a bad idea. It's going to turn out so I'm like, psilocybin's little now. And they're like, oh, that's so cute. Are you microdosing? And I'm like, I don't know. What the fuck is a microdose? 7 grams of microdose? Yes. Because I'm microdosing. I'm all right, Carol. Thank y'all.
You gotta love a guy who 50 seconds in says it's gonna turn out just fine. Sleep dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. This all checks out. Let's talk about it.
In front of a crowd, and they
You got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. What made you want to start?
I went through. I went through.
Rothschild. Kamala lady, shut the fuck up. What the fuck is going on? This fucking one's back now. Okay, right there. Very good. The ladies start acting like a red band's gonna jump in with his fucking. Robert, what made you start here today?
It's a long story, but going short, just
Bro, let's talk about it. Okay, you're on the show.
decades of working commercial construction industry.
Robert, you really fizzled out years.
That's why I'm short is I just suddenly realized, fucking, I'm 60, and if I keep scraping, things will be. No, fuck them. That's my and they decided to keep me.
I think she's in a bed beyond right.
I really thought mathematically the likelihood of me being was not very good, but I did function at a reasonable level.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on much. You take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure that's true. I'm here.
You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here. Yeah, I still did.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten not on mushrooms? Your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms.
It has been working so far.
Where has it been working? You've been doing other open mics?
My bank accounts aren't looking very good.
Before that fucking start, they don't have you make that in a few.
That's why everything's negotiable.
Fuck did that? You haggle that from you?
This is an impossible interview. On mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 grandkids. So we had play day Saturday. I'm still for that.
Okay. One mushrooms nowadays.
As often as I can. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I have found that
Dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
Aren't we all? Yeah.
Think about your life. You have 60 years to remember.
I lost 80 pounds last year.
Oh, well, that's
So February, thank you. And then somebody said, hey, you're kind of funny, and they are kind of. I was here as a background actor. Joe Ellis is someone you know. Joe said, hey, you should back there work on the show me on. I want you to keep that to yourself. Excellent. I'm going to try to follow. I'm not sure. But this, I train these things before I was doing mushrooms. But I do wear this pretty well all the time. I mean, I do. You know, things have a certain special. It's probably OCD once you start wearing them
in your life. Did you start doing mushrooms?
Oh, well, when I was in college, recently, my son just graduated from college, and he's got a degree in engineering.
Ballpark.
A year ago.
Perfect. Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck? That type?
Like 2 years ago. 2 years ago. It was a phase.
You got a Jeff Bridges, Jets in the back to get me too. There's a pretzel.
Jeff Bridges and Jeff. Thank you for putting up with me. Goddamn it. You didn't torture me. The crowd's great. I am going to do something.
Yeah. And then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
We're on mushrooms, and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah. Little tangents. Duck Honda. There you go. There he goes. There he goes. From Carol, everybody. There you go. Hell yeah. There you go.
Yeah, show money.
So hard. That guy, these old people, so not so much was on in there. Insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is an innovative online therapy bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to better mental health. Leads to better health overall. Physical body needs exercise, maintenance, and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Therapists they provide valuable techniques to manage stress and conflict in your life, helping improve your self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in a relationship with one another, and communication is key. You identify obstacles, new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes getting help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay.
Only I love Talkspace. I think I'm finding some of the best mental. I can't recommend them.
Some great information. Yeah, I can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month. You get Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Tacoma, because anywhere worth going is worth being good boots. Find your perfect pair of boots. Their boots are handcrafted. Steps of permanent comfort right out of the box. Store experience is unparalleled with expert staff, complimentary beverages, and customization.
Chelsea, I highly recommend.
It's prime boot season. So start the year off right with a new pair of Tacoma's Western boots. They have elevated leather goods, wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Tacoma's is crafted with Western goods online at Tacoma's.com. Tacoma's store, the Blue Spring Trains, Food Shines, and complimentary food branding to make your personal. Right now, get 10% off at Tacoma's.com/Giltony. When you sign up for email and text, that's 10% off. TECOVA. Segment details to code us. Point your codes west. Next oyster, next bucket full. Everybody is Tariq Morales.
You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? Which is ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out and buy myself a Tesla Model 3 right. That's what I drive now. See, this joke is only fun and silly. At the end, where it's not coming down the sidewalk. And they were yeah, I hate black people. But not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed N-words. Thank you.
Okay, 50 seconds from Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll's amazing. An old man going, I'm on the news. That's just incredible. At least you tried to read. Amazing. First time?
Second time.
Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up?
First time on the show.
Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time?
It went well, yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great.
All right. Okay. And how long? We find out about you.
Oh, I had a gong, not that black.
You got a gong?
I didn't get to pull it out.
Oh.
I had it in my passenger seat.
Oh.
Farther than time. I just had to drive.
Okay, yeah, that was an acting we covered. The interview. Last time. That was in your car.
It was.
Give us, what do you do for work, Tariq?
I work from home, so I'm just like getting paid again for
What do you do?
green or red. And then
Yes, he's a Somali care worker. Everybody. Good job, Rabbbi. Mr. Tune over here. You're getting paid? How much do you get paid? Just $20 a day. Do you work 8 hours? 8 hours a day. And the check's clear.
check's clear. Yeah.
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 Okay. Are you the kid?
That's me. Yeah. There you go. Absolutely.
Are you from?
No, I just moved here in July.
Nice. All right. Tell us about being whatever you are.
Half, yeah.
Half black, half Mexican. Okay. I just want to go back on the job you did. You said the documents come in. You said, and I hit red or green.
Yeah, there's like literally a thumbs up or a thumbs I can check it. Truly, not really. Yeah, it's like something.
But what do you?
The fucking document comes in. I check these numbers to see if they match up with like client information. Cast of severance. The work is mysterious. Important. Definitely.
How long have you worked for this?
3 months. Yeah, the numbers match up with client information. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
How do you get red when the numbers don't match?
They don't match.
You spend 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day. I'm on these. I'm on the phone. I'm hanging out with my comic friends.
Was there training for this?
Day one, they're like, all right, here's what you're going to be doing.
I don't think he's going to lose this. Nothing but her job. That's that. Tree, love life like.
Yeah, single right now. I've been on it.
How long have you been in Austin?
Since July.
And
It didn't go well.
this is perfect. Take us through the night, Tariq.
Yeah, she was just like, she was like a bodybuilder, and I couldn't wear a hoodie. And we went on the date. She had like fucking biceps. I wasn't ready for that. I think I was cool. She was cool.
Thick neck, biceps. Did you pants? She had a.
Didn't make it that far.
She was jacked. Now, Christians speak freely. When she took her hoodie off, and you saw just, and you saw your neck fucker. Did you?
Wait, what was that, Dr. Phil?
Neck fucker.
What does that mean?
So, you know, she's so muscular. So if you still want to achieve a titty, I'll send you a link. There's road, the clothes. Did you get excited or did you take out?
I said, it's not what I want to do.
How'd you get out?
I paid. It's like, let her meet me. She went for the kiss.
She went in for the exactly what happened.
And I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so and then I just looked. Eyes were closed, so I just looked and pretend I didn't see it. Meet me.
You got a big one. All right. Well, there you go. That Tariq Morales size, making all kinds of different joke books, small, medium, large, like Tariq. Okay. So things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, this has been such a punch. Mario, Robert Carroll, and I'm going to say none of them really knocked it out of the
Well, I disagree. It's my favorite.
ladies and gentlemen, to sage the room. He is fantastic. It makes some noise for the great, powerful, and dark storm.
Hey, Waymos. And I think the only reason that we got these little fast cars in Austin is because there's not enough black people who go. I hate these little self-driving ass cars. They don't need the human factor in there. Because if I'm going home, who's gonna wake me up in the Waymo? You get drunk and you go on Uber, and they so. Hey, sir. You know, you up in a Waymo. The Tippy police, I went to sleep in a Waymo. Niggas were nice or kind at all. Take it from one example. One time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, at least, and then called my mom. I was up. Christian, I was playing, nigga, I woke immediately. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started cleaning because, like, if I was a kid, mama started whooping your sibling. Kid, if your
and you screaming, she not gonna whoop your ass. It's all, what's up, cleaning, and then she was like, hi, daddy, and the next day I have to go to that same Uber lady ass and then wash her car. By the time they got going up there, 2
minutes of material, tons of punchlines throughout, cleansing the room of the office for fucking balls. Apologizing for. Oh yeah. Great picture. That really happened, didn't it? It sounds real.
After that, I apologize to and I was so scared the whole time. Like, when you drunk and they wake up, we're still lying. When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like, I'll be fine.
That's right. Phoenix.
They do. They definitely welcome me to the arms where I was. I know, so I felt so. I'm sorry. Sorry to the police and 2 officers, and I don't know y'all name. I was drunk. I don't know.
Slept through that too.
That's what fucked me up. I had went up. I was leaving Rochester, and then I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up. Did 2 hours in Arizona, and I was expecting my grandmother. My grandma was down there right now, and she lives in Tempe, and so I didn't know. And I was like, getting sad. I said, you know what? And then I got the Waymo, and the Waymo, they have suggestions for music, but nothing more good. Music that you listen to, Dr. Phil. Vertical Horizon. Sure. I know Shania Twain. Don't play with me, did that.
Shania, Mark Twain.
Fish sticks or something. No, or you can just look at me and say, that's right. Do that again. Let's do it.
Is there a specific would be on a Waymo? If you needed to wake up a black person responding, what song?
Too Short. Short song again. I go on and on. Can't understand how I might have a suit last 2 or 3 days now.
As long as we can go without the copyright strike, so we get it.
Nigga, you can have a hits playlist to wake me up. Don't let the knock it on the window. That don't mean nothing from Atlanta. We gonna see the guns, nigga. That's style.
Absolutely.
Conscious Sancho listens to Too Short as well.
You live in Atlanta too, don't you?
Yeah, I was on with you.
I know you was in Atlanta for a while.
No.
Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar.
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right no, but I'll the fuck up. I'm playing both. That's great. Kendrick, what is the more dangerous thing you saw in your days in Atlanta?
Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, Mr. Blue.
Oh my goodness.
So we don't have
All right. At least that fast in Atlanta right now. I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one bitch was another dude asked that nigga for a chicken wing. It was like 40 on chicken wings. This he was like, yo, I paid you $25. I can fast you. That doesn't work anywhere. He said, the difference over there. He had attached to a string. It was like just with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging it around like it was a nunchuck. There was something in the song. Yeah, it was something. That nigga was like,
Big Boy Nation.
Yes, sir. We're back. Second time this week, man. That's right. Shop just twice a week. 3 times a week if you can. Any questions on scratch? Scratch. Smooth. scream with your voice all run down. I'm doing all right. I'm excited. I'm excited. UFC 326 freaking Saturday. The MMA line. Yes, the bad weather title, but really the two most beloved fighters. You know anybody who doesn't like Rothschild? I don't. You know about people who are often correct, but kind hearted, badass on the roster, toe to toe rematch. You should just throw up that first fight out the window because they were others. And these boys got all the miles on them, they had all the and that first fight did not get take a lot trying that bad prediction. It's made a bad taste. Kind of a wash. You don't want to come back to a lot of people. They both matured, changed so much. Here's a question for the fans out there. How long do you like to be? There it is. That was the was what Charles Here's my question for the fans out there. Those hardcores, what would you grade this so now you can't say pay-per-view. I mean, for the United States, I guess in Australia, it's not much. They're basically just your rate of that. It'd be a good fight night plus. You're going to make a bet in the series. Main event, I'll give this a B. Maybe that's funny, I hate this game. See that taking on the young son, Rose Jr. Michael Johnson, I believe he won this fight on the guard outside the ring. I believe bonkers. My head wants to watch Charles, but my heart says Max. If the fight goes longer than a round and a half, that's definitely not Charles is hit, Max is calculated. Obviously, he wants to work any grappling exchange. Charles is yes. So I think Max is get that jet side. Charles rushes in on some trouble. Max up to the side. Pretty calculated. If that fight, just get to the top of 2 since you never know what's going to happen. Pull that out of my favorites. That's one of my favorites. Braulio and VR. I don't like what I saw Mario last night. Yeah, that's pretty cool on the stool. I don't like that. Did you hear some of those explorations? Yeah. Some days where lots of like himself. He didn't have crazy stuff. He's a tough customer. It's not like he's scared. I'll get that. I like everything we do. This one's tough. Just like a similar like but you can so the big places broadcast now is the White House card. Because he's like a large car. That's a different house that does match it. So it's not terrible. That's
White House main event. Announcement this week.
I'll announce the whole card this week. This card's done. Yeah, the card's done. We've been so secretive about this, so I have the board, as I'm sure you've seen, hanging in our war room. This isn't even on the board. We bring in the whiteboard board, write the fights down, then we erase them. Every time we have a matchmaking. There's usually matchmaking meetings are every Tuesday. Every day for the last,
Is Conor McGregor going to be on that card? No. Are we going to play this?
John, Alex, Shushan, Kayla, Menendez. That's crazy. Like Saturday this week, he's going to continue that calendar. Because if they had out Justin, you're still seeing that Hans up for Sean this year. I can restrict the vote in my yard. So we have to work with that. That's being overcome. That's be done. And then also in the credits, there's I don't know how much of these on basketball. He's walking towards the private jet going like back to business. Is March right now. Shots. Thomas John. There's no way John can flex off. Let's be there. Thomas John. I personally want Thomas John because I want John to have a chance to play. I'm baffled. I'm really, I got some other stuff. Yeah. That's kind of all I have for is I know Joe that might have a basketball time that John's helped out. And so the time is I don't know what they do to make it the greatest White House. It's also Joe's thing is not the GSP. I didn't see that at all. But I just can't see the fighters that are on there. So it's a night for a man that all is Canadian, but just takes me up. Express interest. I don't know. I just don't know the I don't know what they can do because we just don't have this. We don't know. I don't know. Do a whole international White House. I mean, this John's on this kid. Does it that much if it's Americans? It's just a great card. I don't really care. I just want to take all the cards for 4.5 years. It's a great card. The UFC's in the ring. I keep asking these guys, they're knocking out all the Americans. What is this? It's like to celebrate all the Americans. I don't know if they're going to check all those boxes. I don't see how they make it happen. But what again, it's big well. Taxpayer. He has some of his some surprises. See, I can't wait to get out. Something like that, I'll do a video reaction to it. White House card? No, that's historical. I just hope it's not a good way. Get on there. I don't want that. To see how's the car card already done. It's kind of, even though it's only like a few months away. Well, I think a lot of it was done, and these guys are aware of the card. The kids, I think they're being covered there, especially
They've got big fights in their back pocket. Like they have big fights. I'm unsure if this regime, if the UFC has been more. This is what everyone's done. I've been checking in along the way. What's going on with this? Why are they announcing Miami's so late? What's going on with that? You know what I mean? By now, historically, you never know what's the main event for May by now. We're on April 11th. And there's a part of me that wants stuff that Ronda said. You know, like you would think, like, Ron, why wouldn't you take Ronda Rousey back? You're telling me Ronda Rousey doesn't have any more subs? You know what I mean? Gina or not? Why wouldn't you take her back? And so there's a part of me that is worried that this regime, like, will they close the deal? Will they make Tappan? Will they close the deal with John Nelson? Will they close the deal with Conor McGregor? Will they close the deal on some of these big fights? There are, like, I would see it. Right? That was my impression of the stream we did on Friday. Can they close these big fights? When's the last mega fight for us? When's the last big fight? What can I run this thing? Like he's not believing that they could be put on the cheapest events as far as she's going to spend money to max event. Like, do you believe that's real in 2026? Having just signed. But outside that, Ronda stuff that is more she wants this huge like God is that's just not over this one. If you get it up to go do that, you know, yesterday before that concert versus Georgia, was gonna be happening match. And just as soon as they did that match hours they announced that he was gonna have that that's saying like yes, I don't know that already have somewhere else that didn't happen. Some other platform, but yeah, just say that I'm going to fight him. I will fight him anywhere, anytime. Let's make it make sense.
Okay, well, I appreciate you bringing that up because I do want to play this just for the record. Reminds me of the fight in the street better than pretty much. Okay, so I don't want to fight in the face all that. We want to fight, we can't fight anywhere. We can't come to Newport, we can't fight on the sand, on the beach. Oh gosh. He never do that because he knows like one second to knock him out. He said I'll never do it. He never invited me. Where's my invite? Organization to cover it? Let's make that. I'm 100% down. I didn't get an invite to do it. I wanted it.
Yeah, it's just cloud chasing. It's not happening. Yeah, at the very least, I was waiting to said something like, there's a hard something about how hard I punch when I look back punch. It was like, this is also one of the hard show.
What was that? I talked to Hunter a couple weeks ago. He got a couple of options. Oh, yeah. 905. Like, just, I don't know. We'll see. How it's play out. When you say title fight, you mean lightweight title fight or any title fight? You're getting anything you want. I'm telling you, I'm putting that's the most appealing option. Fight for the, and like in September. Would that be after Justin or before Justin? After Justin. Okay. You want to wait that long? Like, listening.
After Justin, that's his the other right really wins September. Great. This one plays just a quick one. He said, Harmon said that as soon as he had that surgery for Lewis, I can never get his name right. Giorgio, Hamza called him saying, I want to go down there and back him up to fight. You know, it's like my time to get through the deal. I touch it off. I do love how close they were. That's pretty cool. Yeah. This was also kind of weird. So suddenly the rankings started shifting. Colby Covington moved 1 rank, and then there's more to Derek Lewis moved up 3 spots. It's all the Joe Radical. All the rankings are they just. So I'm going there, just it's just not right. It's just how they're doing it. It's hard to even take it serious. Like it was a better time to spend on 5 behind rankings. It's not a good fight because these are just examples. Like let's say Steve Erson is on Charles Johnson. He's like, no, rank higher. I'm not gonna fight him. Back in the day, before you had these rankings, you don't receive that guy. You know, dude, he's very good. He's gonna kill him one fight. It's good. Now guys can hide behind rankings and turn down fights. That's the issue with rankings. And there's no line of these rankings. Like for Derek Lewis to move Kobe Kevin. It's just the champ, yeah, I wonder if they're just doing it and they didn't realize that updating it like on the fly. It just came out like, oh shit, we gotta wait till we chat GPT that these considerations. The schedule and loss of like it should be up. Losses. Don't kill that about how long it's insane. Right. all of this, I hate to face off on TV, to promote the fight, because he's gonna have to face off with him anyways. When it's we're gonna do all that face off with each other now. I'm actually, I don't know why I'm gonna be facing up with this guy for like 3-4 times before the actual fight now. It's not awkward at all. It's so right with super soft. And then actual fighters join us. The actual fighter, they announce your names. You guys hear the badge. So you can see you walking. I'm saying the actual fight. You have to have do you want to touch one? Yeah, we never like this. Yeah, let's just. So let's go with it. It's also. It's like, listen, he's like, bro, he's over here only. But they want moment, but they don't really want that smoke. I wouldn't do it, right? Like, I never see you would. No, I'm not. But you're a Muay Thai champion in a Muay Thai fight. You would. It's different because if I'm at a point in time, I gotta stand. I can't back up. I gotta do. So you didn't say to DJ, you're coming out for 10 seconds of moving and being there and throwing. No, I'm smart enough to 10 seconds for that. Yeah, exactly. And leave it to the best like you to do it. Transcend that. Like when people see that, the first thing that comes to mind is Max Holloway. This when you know you've done that. We see your opponent training for that moment. Yeah, how crazy is that? That's pretty funny. That's why I would have bet on this fight. Charles was going to do that like early on. He's a cowboy. Like the first 30 seconds. And that's like, yeah, fuck it. I would never bet on this fight. I wouldn't want that. Would you want to do that's more exciting? Yeah. So we talked about like I was going or something like so this are you hiding at the White House? So in the negotiations with the Open Fighting Championship about either the White House or there or thereabouts. Someone to someone. We were told. Why is 6 afraid of 7? 6 afraid of 7. I don't know what I 6 afraid of. Awesome. Yeah, all my recruiting. That's what they can. How is it maybe this is just them trying to how I think this is the last fight in June in the White House. This is what Morales is trying to show. This is showing and then look at people guys like those guys they have their mouths on it. It's just referencing this. You see says a shot. Yeah. And all of the is on much bigger than that. Definitely much bigger. It's Yes, you can follow Charles at the end of all the time. Just very bad. And to the end of the crib, there will be others like yeah. Again, how can and especially since Charles became this, he went from like to this guy that duration and this is awesome. So this is what that's saying that best case scenario this will never living the family to be long enough that I don't know. I know that's the tough part of the story. He starts to really like care about them. I thought this is more single shit. Gail King show. I wish she represented the AFC. Awesome.
When he says I'm born so short, I was here for the first time, the very first time, maybe just maybe I could go. I've seen people get hit. Okay. I want to personally invite you to any events. I will come and sit next to you. Because tell me why this is so fantastic. You have to reframe your mind. Okay, we use the word violent a lot because obviously it's a very close contact, and the person does not want to go there. And you see all the time, there is no place guys without both want to be there. They both want to be there, and that's why no matter how hard the fight is, bloody in the moment, even if you do it the next day, you really don't feel such a I love it. And this is fun. I know. All right, so this is part of the word. Max Holloway goes 5 rounds, octagon time, history. And now holding people down, so as Max Holloway does wrestling background, everybody else on probably good wrestling background, wrestling background. Not so much. Wrestle, Clay Guido, wrestling background, and Joy Hill, no fighters. Just like exciting, it doesn't shoot. Everybody else on that list shoot. It's 6 hours. That big difference, 8 hours. So 2 hours. Yeah, that's all we can draw. Let's try here. Kind of talked about this on Friday media, but do it instead of 3 fights. That's a exhibition. I don't know if that one's a pro, but I know Manny Pacquiao is supposed to be a pro. Yeah, that's making Netflix. That's why it's an exhibition. I think the other ones are just more fun. I'll show you the one. So back to business. That's the only thing I think of. Like he's actually back to training, so his eyes should be good. But then the White House cards are June, so he's but unless for some reason that particular doesn't take that long to heal, I think all right, let's get some indies. I see all of them. I see most of them. The majority of them, I don't think it's so I'll post them, you DM them, let's take it out. This is the underscore quiz. Who's the best hangout of all your training partners? Best hangout. Best hangout. I think guys are training with, I've had some good ones. Donald Cerrone. Wild party boy. We were together. Everybody struck down. Zach just he's a good one too. He's good. He actually tracked back then, like
surprising to me they actually went out. It seems like a hard body, but they went to Vegas. It was a good time. Champagne. We eventually see Ilya versus Islam. We have that fight versus that fighter. I feel that Islam versus Open should be unbeatable. PS Chance Internet skills. After all these years, baffled. Yeah, not great. Which we talk about later. Let's see. We eventually see Ilya Islam. You have so much work to do after respectable weight classes at 55 and at 70. Really can't do anything until he takes out GG and beats him. Nothing super close. Islam has a lot of contenders as well. So I they both feel definitely match. So I think his size would be a problem. But then I would still be I would slightly lean his with his size. When you watch his old fights with Max, he looks so tiny. Homer 72. A few years ago, they are saving the winner of the event this weekend. Also, a huge fan of girls about this. I don't know, man. Just because it's bad in life. He's off a lot. So that's a great fight. That would count. As far as the winner of this weekend, there's something like that, though. They definitely get legend of that. That's why and I just, it's a great fight. So for Connor, the winner, I don't know who's it. But Connor, my question for you. He's exciting. There's a chance to win. And from so many things about the content over the years, I've questioned personality. Is that there's this personality that you see, and so especially these pay-per-views that staff
they watered down so much because like they built all these fight clubs still to keep up with it. It's just tough. So it went over. It went over. To your point, the best hole in the wall that I've had live to fast forward. Everybody keep buddy. It's special. You know, your head needs to watch it. Take it. But you're not going to go out of your way to watch. That's the issue. Saturated, so many cards, and that's the issue. This is for USC seems like it's a huge lack of star power to go there. Because they share a lot of different things that closing in on you. So the USC can really like do an off position fight. They can nobody tease Connor come back so many times. Right now they're doing some momentum, which honestly looks like it's not White House card, what would you do? Just to use the other close to back over the word on the bench and bring the Connor try to promote what they prioritize the organization act up. They made a deal with the devil. They signed a $7 billion deal, and in that, they relied on a ton of them. So that means now they rely on timers. They can put resources into the fight, just putting on as many fights as you can. If it's not good, it feels off. It's still makes it money. That's the issue. That's the issue. The UFC's trouble is the story about it, just throwing it on so much of it. So there's no incentive for that to keep the cards that you did back in the day. You can complain, it's really somebody's still coming in. Since $7 billion. But a lot of the money apparently by the merchandising and the gates, it's still there. So that's like the like one, which a lot of kids like Mexico for stuff they were sold out. You know, life underscore real underscore life underscore up. Am I the only one who has no interest in color? Again, that shit. So I understand. I like seeing them. Kids would like to see them. I love them. But what version? And if he does come back, what you are, oh, it's so sad. Terrible. Sad. So the UFC rankings being played. He has one new fights coming up. We'll fight him in 10 years ago. Before the top shot, the price of one fight will kill him. The shot seems UFC is something like entertainment to be a spiritual organization. Yeah, I think the UFC ranks and a lot of fighters will hide behind that number. African fighters, so they offer super low rank 5 to number 2. There's no incentive to do the same. So I like that for them. When it says it comes to one fight, one fighter can win 10 in a row before the title shot. One fighter can win 1 or 2 fights before the title shot. It's because they're fighting styles, right? So who's a bar? Who's hard? Who's hard? If you're a guy like that, so you're a guy who's getting knockouts and you shoot because they know it's business. It's business. There's a reason why Rodgers on top they don't run. So that's a tough loss right there. John versus Proton gets out of house or at all. What do you think, Scott? I think it's done. I think it's the only thing they can do on the fans. Probably the best UFC card of all time. So I do think it's happening. To all this is giving John the weight class that Proton gave up his title like heavyweight. So it's coming Saturday. Maybe get ready. That's it. All right, kids. Thank you so much. Yeah, love doing the show. Questions. Keep sending them when I post them on my stories. You guys like the show. Love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys next Tuesday. Love you. Enjoy the fights. Enjoy the White House card announcement. I'll have a reaction to it. So Tuesday. Bye. Florida, the first lady's all black. Oh, we got two. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Just be ready. It's strong. Yeah, dude. So bad. It's freaking. Oh, yeah. The live show, right? Yeah, you showed up. Yeah, show out. It's a show up. Oh, man, we don't know what we're going to do. Well, no, I guess we're doing a podcast. I am doing it. After that. You know what I'll say? That's the state of Navy. Travel to make money, to pay for the house, to pay for it to get sent to the house. You never cannot for your career, your life, your family. That's the state of Navy. What's it called? It's a French derived term for profound, often existential listlessness, boredom. No, that, yeah, no, yeah. I just rest like I just want everything. I'm doing too much. But you haven't doing too much because you feel like you have to think you're okay. I think that's just the state of like. Winner, that's the thing you break. All you never get a break from it. Sometimes it's overwhelming. I know, right? Yeah, dude, I know. You know what, though? It's like it's 10. When you're being make it a character. Oh, yeah. And that's not like a crazy person.
Looking for argument.
Yeah, but you have to have that. I have to not look at it. I have to. That's one whole thing. Another thing is that, yeah, you know what I mean? That just makes it so you don't have to feel that kind of, and then it's like, everybody's happy around me, So, what did you see? What triggered me? Oh, I don't know. See something? I was feel something or an anniversary or something on your head. Coming back, and I was just like, I guess on that, I guess I can't ever stop. Life risks. That's all. We had no security. All that nonsense makes us go, this. So that means when you're about to walk out and say your name, that crowd goes crazy. That's the moment you have to go, my folks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. Like, just forget about it. In that moment, it's like sometimes the dread and in that moment, it's so overwhelming. One, also, it was an early flight, I'm tired. When's the last time you had worked out? What happened that morning? I mean, there's so many different factors that it's not just like this, like, this really dread so much as like, there's some exterior thing that are making it hard to affect their life. You don't realize how much they do. Sometimes just have a, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess. I don't just, everything's fun, I guess. So I take it from no, yeah. Well, you don't say you do. I do, but there's certain parts of the line, the month. I can't feel them. I feel, can't get out of the feeling of having your, what's your theory? I get it, man. I'm just trying to, like, no. I appreciate that. I just think that it's, so much time in the last 5 or 6 years, like, just making it bad. Well, that's part of it, yeah. Just like, and it just in general right now, it's just like, yeah, you're toxic, you're all these kind of, like, nah. It's like, no, it's okay to be the best friend. It's okay to take care of your family. It's okay to support your wife. Like, whatever she wants to do, stay home, that's not a bad thing. It's okay to, you're making sure things are okay. For me, it's like, I want to great thing. I want your wife to be able to buy whatever else. There's something about that security you give that I think is like a great thing. And you stress out of it. Even if we complain, even if we're like, your boxes don't get out. But there's something about it. Yes. But to your point, Chris, that these bitches on social media are so like, it's independent. And also, okay, bitch, you're 15 down kids. Okay, cool, bitch. Cool. Meanwhile, your wives are all happy as fuck. Stay-at-home moms, they raise the kids. And then for that bitch on the internet, it's like, it's independent, dude. The loneliest top cats. I love it. Sometimes you get, like, I started looking at coffee for some different coffee machines, and then mine is now all of a sudden it's like, here's how you make a good latte. Yeah. Same thing with this one. Yeah. I like watching the videos when people put it in the car and be like, I just
friend Steve knows you go, oh, you know what? Our bar is right out here. You're not seeing that. For some reason, they never see the opposite. So it sucks. Well, the majority of women want a fucking damn to hold you down. The majority. Yeah. But I'm just saying, there's like a couple crazy bitches around in there that just like, I need to take care of. Or something. I'm saying, I think it's okay also if you're, you know, you have a job. Your job is, so if this is where they got together, there's a dating period. So Brendan says no. So he Brendan thinks the guy chick, the moment you meet her, she got a computer. He just thinks Brendan should just bring around. No. Yes, they should do a kitchen. Just seriously. You cook it out? I grill with the I'm a grill master. Well, I mean, that's more like a. All right. We're gonna. Yeah. He's saying. It's 3 by 3. Provide cooking for the family. Also, I think this also happens when you're culturally different. Like a certain form, he's like, I don't want to have a Mexican. He's like, it's trying to stay in shape. How many enchilada dishes are we going to have? My father-in-law made a curry casserole last night. I make I don't know. Do the kids eat that grease? Yeah, sometimes. They don't. Salmon. We got them early on. Friday. Yeah. We don't know if he's saying rice or bicep. Because rice. Yeah. Place down schools now. So, you see a hole. Except they're just like that too. Yeah, good. Hell yeah. Chicken off. I gotta keep Tiger on like a fucking string. That's not we'll get too big. I don't know. Like I said, we went to Chicago and he said he got this. He's in the 60th percentile for weight. So, wow. Basketball. I got side back. I got basketball. No sports. They're just not into it. Right? I did it, but I don't know if I did it at 6 and 5. Saying, just did it twice a week. Like, oh, I guess I got to do this. For me, I think most like football, I watch it. Right. I mean, all I do is make us laugh. That's all they ever want to do. That's different. Yeah, that's hard. So, I'm like,
He tried to have the shit out force. Oh, yeah, yeah. At the shooting, they did that right. Oh, no. Man, I'm like, what are you doing? What exposure? I have a buddy who, like, we started this. My mom she had to stop doing that. The environment she was in. She wanted me to force me. And I know that I can do that right. I wish I had. I wish I look back now. I wish I had that. He was like, nah, I wouldn't force it. Together. And, what do you call it? Follow through. And then see what happens afterwards. And I was like, just see what they want. But where you guys land on that? I don't know. They signed up for it. Right. Signed up for it. Yeah, if he wants to. Yeah. Yes. Right. But if I go to you or something, right? If you decide if you can do it, yeah, decide and I pay for it. First time ever, three of us will be back together again. And that will be on, that's on sale now at Gas Company for second. So if you want to see it, and you don't live there, then sign up for our Patreon. And Patreon. So there you go. And I'm like, Bigfoot, I'm so rare sighting and singing on stage. YouTube, they'll give me back on stage. True. Hell yeah. Marathon gas station to every stop is the start of fun. That's awesome. Fuel savings you can get with Marathon rewards today. Earning rewards on every gallon of gas. To redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per. Don't forget Marathon stations are packed with all the audiences you need to spend live on the Marathon, where fun runs out of fuel. Available at participating Marathon locations. Marathon rewards. it's your dad, like when Brandon's just being like, look, you want to be great at this. If I want you to be great, then this is how we're going to do it. And I think what happens is maybe there'll be a time, it might be 10 years from now when he's 18, he's got $20 million in the bank from the NIL deal. That's when he's going to look back and say, thank you. Right up. Okay.
But I also think like it's just different standard in the household. Even with my wife, like this is what we do. This is like stay in shape. It's what we do. There's no other way. Like Tiger ain't gonna listen. I'm somewhat of a smart dude. I'm not as smart as you guys. I'm as smart as Charter Ryan. It's not the guy I can give that was given. Like I tell Tiger all the time, like, buddy, my family's not gonna cure cancer. You better fucking get keep your life. You're a big fucking dude. You know, you're a big fucking dude. You're super athletic. You want to make something for yourself? This is your best way to do it. So commit to it.
Well, I would say that's one way to do it because you did it that way. You know, it's like you can tell what you know. It's interesting that you're saying your kid likes taking a lap. That's, yeah. You know what I mean? I just think that it's just a fine line right now. Like, I mean, you don't get a manual for being a parent and you just turn up play. Like, I got a piano in the house. Wolf knows how to walk up to it and turn it on his own. He knows how to press the button. And he just tickles on the keys. He does stuff. And I just go, I just encourage you, you know? But I'm like trying to find the fine line between like, hey, do you really like this kid? You know, as opposed to like, do it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's go down. All right, you don't like it? I don't know. All right, cool. Let's try this. I'll tell you what's an interesting conversation. It's time to now realizing, like, you know, money, college, something. So, he likes the box. He's like, Dad, is there like a thing I can do to compete? I'm like, buddy, that's not a path we want to go. We don't want to put the emphasis on boxing or MMA. He's like, why? I'm like, because I did that. I said, for instance, when you watch the Dodgers, the worst player on the team, which there's no bad players on the Dodgers, but the worst player, the guy who's probably not the best on the Dodgers, is making $3-4 million a year. When you watch the UFC, like, how much do you make? I was ranked top 10 in the world like about 3 times a year. I made maybe $200,000, $300,000. It's what? Like, yes, but it's year round. It doesn't stop. So the juice isn't what you squeeze. We'll do boxing so you have better hand-eye coordination. Baseball, but we're not going to major in boxing. It's not what we do. This is such a conversation to have. You know, it's like you go in their minds, they're like, but then you're a kid, and you're like, Dad, listen, you live in a great house, you know, whatever you say you did, it's still like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I make it clear, like, the house we live in, the cars we drive, that's not because of fighting. The discipline is what got us here. It's not because of, like I tell them, like, when you were born, the 7 was 2 or 5 months, you know? Like, fighting was tough. And then the other thing I tell them, too, is, like, if most of the fighters, this can come out bad, especially if those fighters, if you went to those fighters, if they had the skill when they were young to play for the Dodgers, to play for the Denver Broncos, they would choose that. They couldn't make they're not athletic enough to do that, so they gravitated towards martial arts. The good athletes are fucking side effort jiu-jitsu, fucking karate. Typically, it's all they can really do. Tiger has a skill set here, but we're not doing fucking taekwondo.